Good morning, everyone. We will begin in just a moment. Thank you so much, Chair Hopkins.
Recording in progress.
Thank you so much, Marcy. Please note that Spanish translation is available in Zoom. To select translation services, please click the globe icon on the Zoom screen and select Spanish. If during any public comments a commenter is speaking in Spanish, our English-speaking participants may go to the globe and select English to listen to the translation of the comment. I will now ask that a member of the translation team share this message in Spanish.
Muy buenos días, bienvenidos a la reunión de la Junta de Supervisores. Esta reunión será interpretada simultáneamente al español. Para escuchar en español, por favor haga clic en el icono del globo que se encuentra al pie de la página y elija su idioma español. Si desea, también puede hacer clic donde dice Mute Original Audio para silenciar el audio original y escuchar solo la interpretación. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Julie. I really appreciate it. So before we formally begin the meeting, I want to start with a few words acknowledging what has happened over the past week. We received a formal letter of resignation from Executive Director of the Economic Development Board, Sheba Pearson-Whitley, who has been an absolute asset to this community and really championed issues of equity through some of the most difficult times that we have faced as a community. In addition to this, we also received word that our incoming Department of Health Services Director, Derek Neal, was not going to be taking the positions, citing the same sorts of issues that Sheba Pearson-Whitley had raised regarding the racial climate in Sonoma County and the microaggressions that have been experienced by our leaders of color. I just want to say that we here in Sonoma County need to do better, and we are committed to doing better. And I think that part of that really is listening to our leaders of color, listening to our employees of color to understand the situations and the circumstances that they find themselves in. I want to acknowledge the fantastic work of our Director of the Office of Equity, Alegria de la Cruz, and her work in leading a core team, which is comprised of all the different departments, almost all the different departments in the county, employees coming together to talk about exactly these issues. So we have begun this work, but we still have a long way to go. And I think that we need to move forward with a sense of urgency and with a sense of intention and with very, very open ears. I am going to be asking the CAO and the board to support bringing an item before us in December to get an update on the work of the Office of Equity and to discuss what kind of tangible steps that we as a community, as a board, and as a county organization can take to better support our leaders and employees of color. I also want to acknowledge that in addition to all of this, right now, today, outside of our board chambers, we have an amazing group of immigrant rights activists who are singing and beating a drum and have created a beautiful altar in honor of their ancestors, but really in support of their future, sort of the children of the county and future generations, and asking the Board of Supervisors to continue to consider a resolution in support of immigrant rights. And so I look forward also to working to bring that before our board and to have those conversations, because if we are going to be talking about racial equity, we also have to be acting on racial equity and really looking at policies that further that goal in our community and countywide. And I would ask any of my colleagues, starting with Vice Chair Corsi, they would like to make some remarks on the happenings of this past week.
Thank you, Supervisor. Yes, I would like to make some remarks. This has been on my mind a lot for the last week, but it's also been on my mind for other reasons for longer than the last week. I've got a few things I want to say, both as a county supervisor and some personal things as well. So I think that, we all can acknowledge that racism and prejudice are woven into our culture and our society. In many ways, this country was, at least its economy was built on slavery starting 400 years ago. That slavery is gone, but racism and prejudice are still with us. We're not that far removed from the Chinese Exclusion Act. We still bar many immigrants from our southern border while we enjoy a quality of life that is built upon their cheap labor. I'm 67 years old. I will be this month. I've lived in the South, in Alabama and Virginia, when there were separate restrooms for Black people and white people, when marriage between a Black person and a white person was against the law. I lived in Hawaii in the early 1960s, when we were the outsiders, but my military family and friends treated the local Asian and Pacific Islander community as the others. I've seen and heard of acts of racism and prejudice against people of color in Sonoma County for all of the 4 decades I've lived here, including last week. So let's not be shocked, but let's not be complacent either. We, those of us up here and all of us in this community, have the power to change this paradigm. We've seen it change already. I've certainly seen it change in my lifetime. It's never fast enough or far enough, but as Dr. King said, the arc of history bends toward justice. With a little muscle and determination, we have the power to bend it further. Within the next few weeks, my 3rd grandson is going to arrive in this world. And like my own kids and like my other 2 grandsons, he'll be born in Santa Rosa. But unlike his relatives on my side of the family, he's going to grow up in Sonoma County as a Black male. Should that make a negative difference in his life? Hell no. But will it? There are times when I worry that it might, but I also have hope, maybe even a little optimism that it won't. It doesn't have to. We've learned a lot in 67 years. I've changed in that time, for sure. As a society, we've learned a lot in the past 18 months. I believe we've seen some collective change. We recognize that racism is baked into our culture, our institutions, our daily life. Awareness of the problem is key, but most of us here realize that we need to do more than just acknowledge and be aware of it. We need to take deliberate action to change it. In the past week, we've been starkly reminded that we need to do better in Sonoma County. Losing Sheba Person Whitley will make that work harder, both inside the county organization and in the community. Losing Derek Neal will make it harder. But these losses also make it more imperative. The good news is that this work lives in the issues that are right in front of us, including at today's meeting. We've already decided that through the distribution of ARPA funds, that should be done through an equity lens. So let's make sure that we address historic racism and inequality through direct spending on the needs of our disadvantaged communities. Our advisory redistricting commission has made equity the focus of their work. And with that advice, we can work for the deliberative empowerment of communities of interest that have been left out of decision-making in the past. We have more opportunities to do this kind of work in the near future with an update of the living wage ordinance, with support for immigrants and our undocumented neighbors, with opportunities for increasing the affordability and availability of childcare, and many other ways that we can address the things that we're talking about today. The Board of Supervisors can lead on many of these fronts, but change takes an entire organization, ultimately the entire community. So I'm asking everybody who's listening to join us in this work. Let's do it for ourselves and for each other and for our community. And on a personal note, let's do it for little Trey Jackson, my new grandson. He deserves to grow up in a place where his neighbors never stop working for positive change and never stop working for a more perfect union.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Gorin?
Good morning. Thank you to my colleagues for those 2 powerful statements, personal, emotional, powerful. I too have been doing some soul searching this past week and actually months, talking about what we could be doing differently to provide a more diverse, welcoming experience for not only community leaders, but everyone in our community. I want to really take this opportunity to say that the resignation of Sheba Pearson Whitley and the departure of Director Robinson reflects not only on the county as an organization and the attitudes and the practices that we employ, but it reflects on our community. I served as a school board trustee, and I know that in schools, the culture of students sometimes, often, can be rough. Bullying, pointing out the otherness of other people in unkind ways. At the very stage when our children are most vulnerable, they are subject to some of the cruel, harsh language in the classroom, on the campus, and certainly in social media. So when we talk about, and I welcome the opportunity to bring this back to this board for conversation about what we have been doing as a county organization, I'm going to be seeking opportunities to have conversations with other members of our community to determine how we can extend that soul searching, that conversation in the community. It's not only the county as an organization, the largest employer, it's everyone who lives in Sonoma County, everyone who lives in our neighborhoods, everyone who lives and comments on social media in very unkind ways. It will require digging deep. It will require checking our attitudes and every word, spoken and unspoken gesture and attitude that we have. We can do this. We've been pretty comfortable thinking that we are kind, we are welcoming, we live in liberal Sonoma County, and clearly that's not the case. People came to protest last year, joining the protest nationwide about Black Lives Matter and Asian Pacific Islanders in defense of all of those folks. And yet it was just a few short months ago when we erupted in protests on the street that I'm not sure that those protests made a difference, at least in our attitudes of welcoming and acceptance and soul searching. So it's time once again to dig deep, and I pledge to do exactly that. So I thank my colleagues for this opportunity to comment, and I look forward to a better discussion, I think, with our community leaders. It's not just up on this dais. I would invite people in to have this conversation with us about what they are doing in their organizations and their businesses to change some of the practices and the unwelcoming attitudes that they may have experienced or conduct themselves in. So thank you so much, and onward we go.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Supervisor Gore?
I want to first acknowledge the fact that how wickedly ironic it is that we're sitting here as five white individuals talking about an issue brought before us that we have to take personally. So as much as we talk about the issue, the process, what's going on in our community, we have to take it upon ourselves to wake up and take action. We could go through all the things that we've been working on, but we have to acknowledge that those have not all been working. The creation of the Office of Equity during the pandemic, the failure to get into the communities of interest and the disparity of not only rates of infection, but vaccination. We have to honor the courage of Sheba Pearson Whitley, Barbie and Derek as well. We also have to acknowledge that we live in a community that, like we've sometimes seen written about, I think in the most recent was Supervisor Hopkins and I were sharing a column from the New York Times that talked about San Francisco being this beautiful place of progressivism, that where they had the most Black Lives Matter posters per capita you could find, but you don't find any affordable housing. You don't find any microloans. You don't find any space being made for folks who have been marginalized and have been underserved. I say that in a sense of partnership. Secondly, in a sense of the need to continue to listen and to be an ally for those who come and follow in the footsteps, the big footsteps that have made an impact in our community, from Sheba and others. I look forward to working with Sheba until December. I honor the work you have ahead of you, Sheba. If you're listening, I'll be your best reference that you can find because of the courage you brought to the table. And it's time for us to take action. As Supervisor Corsi said, we have a unique opportunity here with our ARPA dollars, our redistricting process, and a variety of other things that we've started and that we are bumbling through. And we need to show the community that we mean business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Rabbit?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the words of my colleagues. I think obviously it's been a very difficult week, really more than, as we know, more than just this week. I think Sheba's resignation last week, Derek Neal's reconsideration of his job offer, Barbie Robinson's unfortunate departure from Sonoma County. Obviously, they represent tremendous losses for our county, not only losing their talents and depth of experience, but we've lost colleagues, we've lost friends, and we've lost community members. It is entirely unacceptable that anyone should experience racism, racial biases, microaggressions, and hateful rhetoric in Sonoma County, full stop. And overt racism is obvious. Identifying biases, microaggressions is a lot more difficult, especially when you haven't personally experienced them directed at you. And it's calling out those subtle slights that is the challenge in front of us. Just in this room last week, we had one of those slights on API with one of our public commenters. And I heard some sighs of disgust, but at the same time, how do we tackle that situation? And how do we make that better so that that doesn't happen again going forward? And while, again, as was mentioned, as a white male, I will never know what it's like to be in the shoes of those who experiences those racial biases and microaggressions. I do know that it's on each and every one of us on this dais, in the county family, and in the county as a whole, to do better and to understand what that is. This is the work that I am personally deeply committed to doing, to listen and learn, to strive to help this county live up to its highest potential as a diverse, inclusive, equitable, and respectful place to live and work, and to better and more proactively support those within this county who experience racism or discrimination in any form. And I do think here in the county workplace, it's really that support that, in my mind, is truly key, to check in often enough to understand when these things are happening and what we can do to be proactive to cut that off from happening in the future. We do need to build upon and reinforce our Office of Equity, which was created to support that diverse, equitable, and inclusive governance and operations going forward. So I share the concerns of this board, of the county. We have a challenge ahead of us. We need to really double down our efforts and bring forward solutions that are truly going to stem that tide of those microaggressions, that bias, the double standards that exist out there, that far too many people are quiet and let slide by. Thank you.
Thank you to all of my colleagues, and especially to Supervisor Corsi for sharing your personal as well as your professional perspective. I'm struck by what everyone said, and I just really appreciate that every single one of us, I think, is coming to this from a place of humility, of wanting to learn, of wanting to do better, and of ultimately wanting to create change in partnership with our leaders of color. and our employees of color here in Sonoma County. At the end of the day, this is about our friends, this is about our family, this is about our future. And everyone deserves access to an equitable, hate-free, fear-free future, period. We have got to kick racism to the curb in Sonoma County, both within our organization and within our community. And I think that as white people, hopefully as white allies, we need to do a better job of stepping up and not just standing up against overt racism, but to Supervisor Rabbit's point, we need to be there to call out the microaggressions, to say, hey, I wonder if you would talk to that person, the way that if they were white male, would you talk to them like that? Asking those questions and trying to sort of create that accountability in real time in ways that also can take the pressure off of the person who is being targeted. And that's something I think there's a skill set that we all need to develop. And I really look forward to having conversations and training through the Office of Equity and ongoing training to sort of explore how we can be better at doing this together. So thank you all very much. And thank you to Director Pearson Whitley for your courage in really calling this conversation to the forefront. I'm sorry for what you have gone through in Sonoma County, and we need to do better. We need to deserve amazing leaders like you and to provide you with the support that you need in order to stay and to thrive. So with that, we will formally call the meeting to order. Unless CAO Bratton, would you like to share any thoughts?
Thank you for the opportunity. I just want to focus on our 4,000 employees, of which I believe we have 74 Black employees, and we really need to clear the pathways for those individuals to move up in their career progression. And then when they get there, how do we support them to be effective leaders that are satisfied and supported in their roles? So as everyone has said, we have a lot to do and learn, and I look forward to the journey. And I look forward to the Office of Equity and the core team coming back in December to hear some of their recommendations. So thank you.
Thank you, CAO Bratton. And with that, we will move on to the approval of the agenda. Item 34 has been removed from the regular calendar by addendum, as we were just discussing. Item 39 on the closed session calendar will be continued to November 16th, 2021. Items 40A and 40B have been added to the closed session calendar by addendum, and I believe that Supervisor Rabbit has a possible sort of addition or amendment to the agenda.
Thank you very much. And as we have on our calendar, I think a few moments from now, talking about redistricting here in the county. Obviously, redistricting is going on, both the federal and state offices as well. And I know that this county has been very well served by our congressional delegation and our state delegation, for that matter. And we are fortunate, I believe, in this county to have two congressional districts represent us. It's been highly beneficial when we've gone back to DC or when we've needed assistance, whether it's through the multitude of disasters or water issues or you name it. And I know that some of you already have, and I was hoping that we could as a county, but if we can't as a county yet put forward a letter stating such, that if we can do it individually, I think it would be very beneficial because, quite frankly, we've benefited from that going forward. There is a different map out that pushes things to the east, and just like the discussion we'll have here a little bit regarding the county, I'm not sure if it necessarily would put Sonoma County in as strong a position for representation as we have today. So if you could take the time to comment, and I think the best way to do it right now is through the website to make those thoughts known to the commission so that they can hear that as they go through their process. I think that would be very beneficial. And I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit. So based on the deadline, it sounds like we can sort of take individual action. Will there be an opportunity to comment that we could bring it formally before the board in 2 weeks? Or
I was told that it's kind of late for a written letter. It's better to do it online.
Okay.
So with that, I'm not, to you directly answer, I'm not sure if 2 weeks from now it'll still be available to have it as the board. I think we could always do both.
Okay.
Certainly, we're always free to write any letters we want on our behalf. And then if we can, if there's still time for the board to act in unison, that would be great as well.
Great. Council Pittman, did you have anything to add? I assume that we could ask Marissa Montenegro to look into this in terms of timing to see if there's an opportunity for us to take formal action while we consider independent actions on our own.
Right. I was going to suggest that we can give direction to staff to bring it back. We can find out between now and then if there will be a timeline or the ability to do it. And there's no harm in even if you're slightly late, if you want to take an official position.
Great. Thank you.
And I must admit that I've been like a ostrich with my head in the sand. I've been paying attention to our own redistricting and not the redistricting of others. So it would be helpful if Marissa could send us a link to some of those proposed maps so that we could actually look at them and understand with specificity what you're discussing and how it might affect all of Sonoma County.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. And with that, we will move on to the approval of the agenda. Marcy, if you wouldn't mind a roll call vote, and then we will actually do the flag salute after that. Thank you, Darren, for reminding me. So let's go ahead and do a roll call vote, please, Marcy.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. And with that, let's all go ahead and rise for the flag salute. Supervisor Gorin, do you want to lead us today? All right, and that will go ahead and move us on to the consent calendar. I had heard some questions regarding item number 9 and consider pulling that from the consent calendar. Is there interest in pulling number 9, which is the EMS services exclusive operating agreement RFP from the consent calendar? Okay, I'm seeing nods. And so we actually, in order to give staff a little bit of time to respond to some of the letters that we received just later yesterday, we'll actually then postpone that item to this afternoon. So we will sort of hear that after we hear our land use hearing. Is that the correct proposal? Okay, great. CAO Bratton, any clarification on timing on that?
I would just recommend we put it after item number 46, which is your last regular item in the afternoon.
Okay, so item number 9 is the new 47 is what I'm hearing. So we will hear that one last. So with that, any other requests to pull any items from consent? Seeing none, I will go ahead and see if there are any members of the public who wish to comment on consent in person. Seeing none, no one in the hall. I will go ahead and ask Marcy if there are any members of the public who wish to comment on the consent calendar via Zoom. And as a reminder, this is items number 1 through 32, exclusive of item 9.
Thank you. Please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 if you are a phone-in attendee to indicate that you'd like to comment on the consent calendar items mentioned. And thank you. We do have one individual. So Eric, if you could please unmute and begin your comment.
Yes, thank you very much. And good morning to you, board, our hardworking supervisors. I care to comment on agenda item number 7, which is your Tourism Impact Fund grants. And while all the organizations, for the most part, that are named for these grants are worthwhile organizations, sort of setting aside the municipal advisory councils for a moment, what has struck me really is if you really want a society that welcomes everybody, you have to double down on being just. So many things about your approach to quote unquote tourism is actually pretty over the top. Talk about microaggressions. For instance, the name of this, the Tourism Impact Fund, obviously coming out of Measure L, showing your vitriol for tourists when you don't even understand who uses the visitor services in the county. The funds that are created here that are given away in this agenda item come from Measure L. For some reason, you're not adopting the overall community investment fund language. I'm not sure why, but I do see a disturbing pattern, though, of where you are attacking visitors and their choice of accommodations at short-term lodgings, for instance. Measure B taught us that there's no more room for vitriol and mistruth about visitors and tourists. Another curious fact about Measure L was there was a guarantee that none of these taxes would be paid by our residents. But in actual fact, so many of these TOT and BIA taxes are borne by our evacuees and fellow citizens that are taking refuge in time of crisis. You guys really need to get your act together about being in charge of just decisions and using facts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. You know, and in the interest of anti-racism, I would like to correct Mr. Frazier on his misrepresentation of what a microaggression is. Policy surrounding vacation rentals is not a microaggression. And honestly, when you try to draw lines between racist acts and policy, it actually sort of cheapens the conversation around anti-racism and anti-Blackness in Sonoma County. So I just wanted to be very clear on that. And this is not the first time that Mr. Frazier has made these forays that ultimately are actually microaggressions themselves. So with that, I would like to see if any members of the board have any comments or questions on the consent. Seeing none, Marcy, would you go ahead and please lead us in a roll call vote on this item?
Supervisor Goring,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore stepped away, and Chair Hopkins.
Yes.
And then for the Sonoma Valley County Sanitation District vote for item number 16, Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Mayor Agramonte, absent, and Chair Hopkins.
Yes. Thank you very much, Marcy. So with that, we will go ahead and move on to our first regular calendar item, which is our department head personal services agreement for the public defender. And I will hand it over to CAO Bratton.
Good morning. Thank you very much. We are pleased to present Brian Morris's personal services agreement for your board's approval today. The county conducted a statewide recruitment and several highly qualified candidates were considered. We had panel members review the candidates. The panel included a broad representation and diverse group. The finalists were interviewed by the Board of Supervisors. Brian Morris was selected after the interview process and is with us today. Mr. Morris has more than 20 years of public defense experience and early in his career served as a deputy public defender for Sonoma County. Since 2001, Mr. Morris has been with the Marin County Public Defender's Office and has served as the assistant public defender for the last 6 years. As the Sonoma County Public Defender, Mr. Morris will lead the 54 employees who are responsible for providing counsel and defense for those who are not able to hire an attorney. The personal services agreement with Brian Morris is effective for 3 years, starting December 1st, 2021 through November 30th, 2024, and his salary is at the G step of the salary range, which represents $231,084 per year, along with other benefits and compensation as eligible in the salary resolution. And with that, I'll turn it back to the chair.
Thank you very much, CEO Bratton. And I wanted to ask Brian if there's any remarks that you would like to make. I think we are all very, very excited to get to work with you, but wanted to give you the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Good morning, supervisors, Chair Hopkins, and CEO Bratton. I'm really honored to lead the Public Defender's Office, and I'm looking forward to working with the talented staff there and also with other county departments and community leaders to help improve the lives of vulnerable community members. You had a powerful discussion on race, and I think nowhere is systemic racism more obvious than in the criminal justice system, where people of color are overrepresented in the jails and in the courtrooms. And I'm looking forward to this board's support in addressing systemic racism and supporting solutions that actually can change things. So I'm looking forward to working with you all, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any comments from my colleagues? Supervisor Corsi.
Thank you, Supervisor, and welcome, Mr. Morris. I just want to, for the public's consumption here, it's clear why you would mention race and racism at this morning's meeting. But the other day I went and looked at my notes from the interviews we did for public defender candidates. One of the first things out of your mouth was saying how excited you are about the strategic plan that we've put in place in Sonoma County and its emphasis on issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I appreciate your commitment to that. Look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Corsi. Any other remarks from my colleagues?
Just want to say welcome aboard. It's not too far away from where you're working now, but I'm really glad that Supervisor Corsi mentioned the comments that you made in your interview that are so appropriate for the discussion right now, because it was clear that you reviewed our strategic pillars and absolutely on board with matching and complementing our goals, talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And with the clients that you serve in the public defender's office, that is so important. So thank you for bringing your experiences, and I'm looking forward to working with you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And it's great to have you on board. In my tenure here, I've only known Kathleen Posey to be in the public defender's office, and we've had a great working relationship. And Kathleen is a force to be reckoned with. But I know that feel very confident that Brian, you're coming in at the right time in that organization and that department to lead us forward. And like my colleagues had mentioned on the racism issues, I also know that we talked about the issues of substance abuse and those issues of mental health that also clog our justice system, and working for that kind of holistic approach for your clients going forward, and look forward to that as well. Welcome aboard. It's great to have you back in Sonoma County, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Gore?
Welcome, Brian. I think one of the things that I learned about during your interview that most struck me was your engagement in the community, and what you've done to dive in, and your attestation that really the core, as much as we interview candidates all the time for different department heads, and we ask questions about fair representation and other things, is your response was pretty direct in that this is the core area where equity has to be embodied as a first line issue. And so I look forward to seeing what your work plan is once you listen to your employees and get your sense of boots on the ground and what you come at us with. I really honor the work of our public defenders out there. They've been very loud during this process, and I want to just state that fully welcome you to Sonoma County, and looking forward to what we can achieve together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would just echo the sentiments of my colleagues. You know, you come to us with an absolutely impeccable resume, and more importantly, with a passion that really came through in your interview, for really seeing this honestly as a critical tool in the fight to achieve equity and justice in Sonoma County, and is just deeply honorable and meaningful and dignified work. And I think that really came through. And I think it has come through in the career that you have had to date, and look forward to you bringing that energy and that passion to Sonoma County. So thank you so much for throwing your hat in the ring, and welcome aboard. I will go see if there are any members of the public in person who wish to speak on this item. Seeing none, I will ask Marcy if there are any members of the public who wish to speak via Zoom.
Thank you very much. If you could please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 to raise your hand if you are a phone attendee to comment on this item. Thank you very much. We do have one commenter. So Fred, if you can please unmute and state your full name.
And I'm from Sonoma Valley, where everyone is a big fish in a small pond. And here now I'm coming to play with a bigger pond, and it's a pleasure to be here. I have a very good friend of mine is a public defender, and one of his clear words of advice is that if you get pulled over in some sort of traffic incident, is don't say anything. Say, if you're going to charge me, then go ahead. But if not, and if you are, I'd like to speak with my attorney, but don't say a word to the law enforcement, because that's how you end up getting in more trouble. I watched the Sandra Bland video multiple times and other videos multiple times and find them very disturbing for the way that a lawful order process seems to be a real loophole in the this has been worked over in Islero. In the process of how people are pulled over and how we end up with violence and people in the criminal justice system. So I would suggest that at Islero and otherwise that the sheriff and the board of supervisors and public defenders look at how the lawful order process can be toned down and not allow things to escalate from a small traffic incident to a death just over get out of the car. So just had a couple comments there, and like I said, one of my best friends is a public defender. So and also I took the police course here in Sonoma Valley with Chief Orlando Rodriguez, and I got to know many of the law enforcement people here. Went to the sheriff's office, so we've got people here, and need to work on things so that we don't get people dug in against each other and zero-sum games, but try and work on these issues in a way that we can move forward. Thanks very much.
And if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Oh, hello. This is Thomas, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I want to welcome the new public defender. And my only comment is, we have the homeless court, and as I understand it, that the public defender does not defend in infractions and misdemeanor cases and things like that. Somehow they get overlooked in the aspect of the parts of the court, and even to the extent of the homeless court, I understand that they do get involved, but I think that what I'm trying to ask is that funding be made available to increase the numbers of people included in the homeless court, because what happens is they maybe attend to 20 cases, but those 20 cases end up being 10 cases for 2 people each. 2 people have 10 cases, or one has 15 and another has 5 cases. That's a total of 20 cases. And so they only address 2 people in each quarter of the year for the homeless court. And so I'd like to see a little more funding, and maybe that would be able to be a part of the public defender's office itself. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Chair Hopkins. That will conclude public comment.
Thank you very much. And with that, Marcia, I would ask you to lead us in a roll call vote on this item, please.
Supervisor Gorin. Absent. Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Gore.
Yes, and I know Supervisor Gorn just said she was using the restroom and coming back. I don't know, but yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. Welcome aboard. So excited to formally call you Public Defender Morris. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and I look forward to it.
Yes, and one of these days we'll actually get to, sort of see you in person for some of these conversations and not just through a screen. And I look forward to that too. Take care. With that, we will be moving on to, I think, the item that many folks in the audience have been waiting for, which is our public hearing on the 2021 county redistricting process. And I do know that we have a number of city council members in attendance in the audience. And so I have asked the clerk of the board to actually get them to the front of the line if possible during public comment, because I know that some of them have really tight turnaround times and they need to get going to other places. So if you wouldn't mind texting me, if you are a city council member who is in the audience, just so that I can make sure that you are identified. But I did share with the clerk of the board a list of both Roanoke Park and City of Santa Rosa council members. So with that, I am going to go ahead and introduce our presenters and say a huge thank you to our ARC chair, Ed Sheffield, and our vice chair, Ana Horta, as well as our staff, Crystal Carey-Hero and Yvonne Shu. We are also joined by, from County Counsel's office, Linda Shilkin, who has been providing legal advice and assistance throughout the process. So I will hand it over to all of you, and we are all ears.
Okay, so I think I have that in full screen mode for you here. So good morning, Chair Hopkins and members of the board. I'm Yvonne Shu from the County Administrator's Office. Here we go. Today's recommended action is to receive and consider the draft map recommended by the Advisory Redistricting Commission. Today is the third public hearing for redistricting, with the first one being held on August 23rd with the commission and the second one last month at the Board of Supervisors October 5th meeting. Today's presentation will include a brief review of recent redistricting activity, along with an overview of redistricting rules and goals, followed by a presentation of the Advisory Redistricting Commission's recommended map. The board and the public will have an opportunity to ask questions and comment on the commission's recommended draft map. And then the board may provide direction on a next revision of the recommended map or on other maps. Public input and draft maps were received through October 15th by the Advisory Redistricting Commission to inform the creation of the initial draft maps. The initial draft maps were modified over the course of 2 commission meetings. I'd like to point out that the maps are still draft, and the public may continue to provide input through November 19th. And as previously stated, the board may choose to provide direction on map modifications today and at the November 16th meeting. So the last month of redistricting activity reveals the consequences of the delayed census data, with a quick succession of meetings for the commission over the past 2 weeks, especially over October 18th, 22nd, and 25th. The county is not alone in a timeline for getting to the December 15th deadline to adopt maps. The November 4th and 19th dates on this slide are highlighted in red so that the public and board are aware of the deadlines to provide input on draft maps. There was a slight change to this timeline since publication, in that the county on December 7th could implement a one-step ordinance adoption process so that the introduction and adoption of the redistricting ordinance can occur at the same meeting. This one-step process will apply flexibility if needed, in that the ordinance could be introduced and adopted at the December 14th meeting if additional minor adjustments are needed after December 7th. And with that, I'd like to now introduce Ken Chalkins of National Demographics Corporation to provide a brief overview of redistricting rules and goals.
Good morning. I'm Chair and Supervisors. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning. I suspect you and others have seen this slide, but I wanted to go over it. This is basically the framework for how the commission saw its work in drawing the maps, or the draft map. The first column on the left lays out the federal laws that basically suggest that each, in the 3 different bullet points, each district within the county has to be approximately the same size. It's called population balanced. That's equal population, 1 person, 1 vote. And so every 10 years, you take a list of how many people are in the county, you divide it by 5, and that is your target. I should note today it is clear that the current districts that you have now are population balanced. They are within the bounds of population balance. The Federal Voting Rights Act suggests that you also cannot draw districts that would dilute the potential for a protected class to elect a representative. Protected class could be an ethnic and or a linguistic group, but you cannot dilute the potential for that group. And the third, no racial gerrymandering, you also cannot specifically draw district lines in order to create a racial district. And so it's kind of a delicate balance within the federal laws on those two fronts, but they're very, very powerful laws that need to be paid attention to. And I think your commission's decision to look at things through an equity lens and based on, by the way, the very, very powerful, I think, thoughtful comments this morning from you all suggest that that's an important piece of Sonoma County's efforts. In the middle, you'll see the second column make reference to the California framework, which makes reference to things in order of priority as you're drawing the maps. And that phrase at the top is really important, to the extent practicable. I think there's an acknowledgement that we can't always do everything on all issues as much as we can, as we want. And so the first and most potent of these would be the geographically contiguous districts. The districts have to be contiguous. And so there's every effort to make them so. The second is undivided neighborhoods and communities of interest. And this is as much a term of art as it is anything else. Communities of interest can be defined in lots of different ways. Most people define neighborhoods and communities geographically, but you can also use things like socioeconomic status, renters versus owners. You can use all sorts of things. Your commission worked very hard to define what they were trying to do in terms of their priority communities of interest. And I'll let the chair, of course, talk about what they were doing for those. The third is an intent to try to recognize that oftentimes cities and what are called census designated places are you try and keep them as whole as you possibly can, if and when that makes sense with the two above it. It is, again, one of those balances to the extent practicable. You are trying to make sure that things are contiguous, that the communities of interest as defined by either the commission or the board are paid attention to, and then cities and census designated places. The fourth is easily identified boundaries. And again, this can be either natural, mountains and parks and rivers, or it can be artificial. It can be freeways and highways and office park areas, etc. Oftentimes when you go talk to communities, you can hear that in people when you ask where they shop, where they live, what they do. They will identify their areas based on boundaries that they have set. And then, of course, compact. You can't look at a map and see that the map makers have tried to get to one population by getting over another. We've all heard that term, which is mentioned in the federal laws, gerrymandering. If you can see a meandering district, you are wondering whether you are trying to get over one to get to another. And that is obviously an issue. And the item that is prohibited in California law is you can't favor or discriminate one party versus another. The other traditional ones on the right, we try very, very hard to minimize shifting voters in different election years and respecting voters' choices. That simply means if you're drawing a map that draws a line and it pushes somebody who is elected by a constituents, and that line would either shorten or change significantly the electoral space for that person, that's problematic. You need to be sensitive to that issue, that voters have elected somebody for a term and you want to try and give them that representation. Similarly, population growth, if you know of an area, certainly it is going to be rebuilt either by principals, by housing permits that are being pulled, or in your case, in the fire affected areas where you know there's going to be population. It is certainly well within bounds to consider the notion that over the next decade, you know that there will be increased population. We certainly can't predict the future, but we know that those areas can be considered. And so you can underpopulate a particular area if need be, so that you can accommodate that. And again, you're trying to preserve the core of your existing districts as best as possible. All of these things are done in balance, so that, again, you, to the extent practicable. I want to state that your current districts are population balanced. They are currently population balanced. The question for the commission over these past weeks and months has been how they can now accommodate within that the areas in the second column for the Fair Maps Act, in accordance with the communities of interest and all of the other items that are mentioned there. I'll stop there and see if there are any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the board? Supervisor Gorin.
Thank you. You probably have more for the presentation, but I have to ask, as we look at changing of the boundaries, and I know each jurisdiction is having this as an issue, I'm a little puzzled as to how the new boundaries take effect, especially if we have different parts of the community moving from one district into another. Do two supervisors cover those constituents, or do we stagger the implementation of the districts?
Well, electorally, and Doug, my colleague Doug is on the line as well, electorally you would stagger the election, but for the time period until the lines are officially drawn, you stay representing who you represent. We try and make sure that the electoral process does not disrupt unnecessarily the representation of a district. I don't know if that's getting the answer to your question, but you try as hard as you can to make sure that over the transition to new areas, that the person that was elected to represent people represents them.
So let me ask a follow-up question. If in fact, well, we will adopt boundaries, there probably will be some changes. Two of our supervisors will be running for re-election next year. So they are elected to the new district boundaries and not the previous district boundaries.
Correct.
So the new areas in the district will receive the ballots for their elections.
Correct.
But then some of the territory or the area may still be in other supervisors' districts. So you have to work out who's going to represent them.
During that transition period, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if there are no more questions, I will continue with the presentation.
Actually, we do have
Yvonne,
one more question.
through the chair, may I chime in and add a supplement comment? This is Linda Shulkin with County Counsel's Office. I just wanted to comment and add on to what Ken had said to the board. Election Code Section 21506 discusses with specificity the effect of the change of the boundaries. If your board decides to adopt a change in the boundaries, it would become effective December 15th, 2021 is when those new boundaries would take effect. So at the first election of county supervisors, following adoption of the boundaries of the new supervisorial districts is when the new districts would take effect. However, the term of office of any supervisor who's been elected and whose term of office has not expired shall not be affected by any change in the boundaries of the district from which the supervisor was elected. So if there is a change in boundaries that would alter whether an incumbent is within the district, The statute in California law requires that the people who voted the supervisor into office shall continue that term. So that's set forth in Election Code 21506.
Thank you. Supervisor Gore? Never mind. Any other questions from Mr. Burke? Okay, please go ahead and continue with the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the county wishes to thank each and every one of the 19 commissioners over the course of the last 4 or 5 months for their time, energy, and service to the community throughout this very new process under tremendous time constraint. It's been a lot of work and a lot of learning. I'd like to now introduce Ed Sheffield, Chair, and Anna Horta, Vice Chair of the Advisory Redistricting Commission, who will present the Commission's recommended draft map.
Thank you, Yvonne. Good morning. Thank you, Chair Hopkins and supervisors for assembling this commission and for understanding its importance for the county. I also want to thank you for giving us the resources we needed to get us to where we are now. I want to thank Vice Chair Anna Horta, my fellow commissioners as well, for their commitment and dedication and everything they put in to get us through this process. I'm going to start my portion of this presentation by giving the public some context. The Board of Supervisors formally established the Advisory Redistricting Commission, the ARC, last winter. Initially, we had 15 appointed members. Then it was expanded to 19 to ensure for greater representation. Commissioners were not randomly appointed. We were selected because of our connectedness within the community. Each commissioner has an impressive background of qualifications, including service to their community and standing reputation in their respective districts. The commissioners that you all selected really are remarkable individuals, and they have made this job easier than it otherwise would have been. And if the public is interested, each commissioner's background is listed on the county's redistricting website. As for the role of the ARC, our job is to assist the Board of Supervisors in redrawing district boundaries using new census data and complying with federal and state law. Redistricting is a process that must be done every 10 years following the national census to adjust for any changes that might have been caused by population shifts. It's done for federal and state legislative district boundaries and also at the local level. And at every opportunity I can, I let folks know that this is the first time Sonoma County has assembled a commission for this purpose. And I'll talk to that in just a moment, because it's important for everyone to know why Sonoma County is not just doing what we've done in the past. A brief summary of what the ARC has been doing for the past 4 months. The commission was assembled in July, and up through last week, we had a total of 8 commissioner meetings. We established 2 separate ad hoc committees that worked independently on addressing equity issues and on community outreach. Commissioners have also presented to interest groups throughout the county. We have facilitated and participated in focus groups and town halls. We have hosted and attended map making events. We have conducted interviews, consulted with experts, and reported to media outlets. We've sifted through hours and hours of research, and we have collected public testimony. So we have not taken our role in this new redistricting process lightly, knowing that what we've attempted to do not only legitimizes the responsibility of ensuring greater electoral representation for our communities, but also we've laid the groundwork for future redistricting in the years ahead. The steps we've taken to deliver a map for your consideration and for the public to continue to engage with goes beyond meeting federal and state legal requirements. Your commissioners did more than just check a box to satisfy minimum requirements. I do want to stress that the map we're presenting today is a starting point for you, supervisors, to help you continue to engage with the public over the next few weeks. Before we look at the map, I do want to take a moment to review the legal criteria for redistricting, because it explains not only how all counties in California are now having to approach redistricting, but also why counties like ours now have advisory redistricting commissions. And what I think is most important for the public to know about the new redistricting process, and this is something that maybe hasn't been reported on or covered enough, is that the commission isn't just doing things the way that we are because supervisors felt it was necessary. The reason for this new process is because of a state mandate. It was discussed earlier by Ken, the Fair Maps Act, AB 849, which passed in 2019, requires local jurisdictions to use standardized redistricting criteria in order to allow for greater participation from communities of interest when redrawing district lines. So what are communities of interest? The Fair Map gives a definition. A community of interest is a population that shares common social or economic interests that should be included within a single supervisorial district for purposes of its effective and fair representation. So across the state, the new redistricting process is allowing for greater participation, more transparency, and a way to include historically underserved populations and how they will be represented. This is why it's called the Fair Maps Act. It acknowledges that local jurisdictions have some reckoning to do in the participatory electoral process. And in the words of its author, California Attorney General Rob Bonta, this law codifies a system that allows vulnerable communities who have long been silenced and excluded a right to be heard in the redistricting process and to maintain their collective power rather than be divided. Just last year, the Fair Maps Act went into effect to help ensure that vulnerable communities are kept together. It's also worth noting that prior to the act, California hadn't made any real changes to the local redistricting process since the 1940s. This is an entire generation before the Civil Rights Act. Yvonne, could you go back a slide? Yeah, this slide. I want to point out the light blue area that under the redistricting rules and goals, the middle section, because this explains what the Fair Maps Act does. It prescribes criteria, as Ken went over. This criteria is an order of importance for counties and redistricting commissions to use to guide us through the map-making process. As it relates to redrawing district boundaries, the language of the act states, the board shall adopt supervisorial district boundaries using the criteria as set forth in the following order of priority. 1, to the extent practicable, supervisorial districts shall be geographically contiguous. 2, and again, this is in order of priority, to the extent practicable, districts should avoid dividing neighborhoods and communities of interest. The third criteria, to the extent practicable, the geographic integrity of a city or census designated place shall be respected in a manner that minimizes its division, meaning that at all costs, we should try to keep cities intact. I'm going to pause here to point out that in the state of California, there is now priority of putting greater significance on the needs expressed by neighborhoods and communities of interest than it does on cities and census designated places. I understand there are a lot of mayors and council members who are waiting to speak. I just want to point out that the Redistricting Commission did not write the law. Other criteria for the Fair Maps Act that Ken pointed out is to use easily identifiable boundaries. So something like a watershed, not a river, but a watershed, although very important to communities, might not meet the definition of an easily identifiable boundary. And lastly, an attempt must be made to keep districts compact. Okay, the reason why I wanted to focus so much time on the Fair Maps Act is for the public to know that within the context of the law, under the prescribed criteria from the State Attorney General of California, that the map commissioners came to unanimous consensus on after 4 months of meetings and engaging with the public and gathering input and deliberating, that our preferred map is not bananas. It's not an asinine decision. It is not gerrymandering, and it is not at all inequitable. The commission used federal law and California law to guide us through the process of what other counties in the state are now required to do as well. Yvonne, could you please advance to slide 9? Thank you. The commission also used federal and state laws to help us identify Sonoma County's communities of interest and to develop the equity principles we presented to you supervisors, along with the map that I do promise I'll get to in a moment. With our communities of interest identified, we then began to piece together themes gathered from community outreach and the focus groups that Herman Hernandez conducted. The feedback that we received from the public expresses a strong desire to make as little change to existing boundaries as possible, that the coast should remain unified within one district, that the city of Roanoke Park should be unified within one district, that it would be desirable for Roanoke Park and Cotati to be aligned within the same district, that the Springs area, the Eldridge, Fetters, Agua Caliente, Boys should remain unified. Roseland and Moreland neighborhoods should be united completely and included in the Greater Santa Rosa district, currently District 3, and I'll get to that. Coffee Park, Larkfield, Mark West, Wickiup should be unified. Russian River communities, Forestville, Guerneville, Monterio should be unified. There's also a desire to improve Sonoma Valley's voice and representation, so to keep it unified. And align the west of Highway 101, west of Cotati, with the city of Petaluma. These themes then became the basis for the narrative behind the map we finalized on. Again, I'll get to that in a moment. But before I do, Vice Chair Orta's gonna make me stop talking so she can discuss the equity principles the commission developed, which run parallel to these themes and were used by the commissioners to identify and prioritize communities of interest. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Vice Chair Orta.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. It has been a pleasure to work and serve as the commissioner and with all my fellow commissioners. We have done a lot of work and extensive work to make the best that we could with the time that we were given. I also want to thank Chair Sheffield for your incredible and tireless work. Thank you so much. And I want to talk about the principles, the equity principles that the commissioners have designed. The commissioners made equity the center and a driven point for our work. And we had several meetings where we discussed these principles, where we talked about it, and we even created 2 ad hoc committees, one being the outreach and engagement, after noticing that the ways that the outreach was originally designed was not going to reach communities of color or underserved communities properly. And then, of course, we also have the ad hoc, the equity ad hoc committee, where we design the equity principles that you do have as part of your board packet, but I also want to revisit them to refresh our minds. So the first principle is having and giving knowledge and access to information to underserved communities so they can understand the process of redistricting, regardless their socioeconomic status, their race, ethnicity, and their language that they speak. The second one is commitment to equity. All the commissioners will put special attention to communities of interest, especially disadvantaged communities of interest. Identify and strive to align communities of interest so that they have the greatest opportunity for equity-based representation. Race blindness is harmful to communities of color. We will start with the recognition of historical harm to Black, Indigenous, and people of color and other underrepresented communities. Equitable design accommodate difference in historical context for BIPOC and other underrepresented communities. Ensure that we are not treating all communities the same. Enacting equity requires a continual process of learning and disaggregating data. Apply equity principles across all parts of the redistricting process. Those are the principles that we drafted and we based our work. And they're not just principles. Those principles have been poured into the map that we're today presenting to you. And now I'm going to pass it back to Chair Sheffield.
Thank you, Vice Chair Orta. Yvonne, could we advance to slide 10? Okay, this is the map that we are putting forward. The Fruit Loop colored areas are the proposed new district boundaries, and the dotted line represents how districts currently look. As was stated earlier, each district has to be population matched, so they are set at approximately 100,000 people. Before I dive into the map, I want to point out that, as Ken did, the existing supervisorial district boundaries, the way that the county looks now, these dotted lines, they are population balanced. However, they were not drawn in accordance with the Fair Maps Act, which is, again, California's new standard for redistricting. Linda, I'm not sure if County Council wants to weigh in on the legality of the current district lines in regards to compliance with the Fair Maps Act, but supervisors, that's definitely something that you want to be looking at.
Mr. Sheffield, I'm happy to speak to the current map. As the consultant has testified, and also as Mr. Sheffield said, the current map does hit the mandate that we have to have equal population within a 10% deviation in each of the districts. That is the one mandate that we have from the federal law. The Federal Voting Rights Act also is a mandate that we can't have racial gerrymandering. So it's prohibited to have boundaries that are created based on race. And then there's an overlay of California law, which is being referenced as the Fair Maps Act, which is, to the extent practicable in the order of priority, the list of what your board can consider with the different goals that the California law asks us to look at. So with the current map as is, if your board wanted to keep the current boundaries, to go through the list of what the current Fair Maps Act law requires of geographic contiguity and communities of interest, minimizing division of the communities of interest to the extent practicable. And then third priority, minimizing division of cities to the extent practicable, and going down the list with this version of the map. Your board has a lot of flexibility to listen to the work of the ARC and their findings, the other constituents in the community, and your board's own experience to look at, through the lens of the California Fair Maps Act, the current boundaries, the ARC's recommended map, and any adjustments that you may make to fit within federal law requirements in addition to the state law requirements. The ARC's equity principles are a local overlay in addition to federal law, state law. They were looking at within the confines of prohibitions against racial gerrymandering. Where, though, can there be equity enhancements in our community that still comply with federal and state laws? To look at historically underserved communities, the California Maps Act does ask by statute that we go out and reach out to historically underrepresented communities to make sure that they're aware of this process and aware of the opportunity to speak out and comment and participate. And so the ARC looked at the equity overlay in the communities of interest and different neighborhoods that had historically felt underrepresented, particularly in the Santa Rosa area. Southwest Santa Rosa was something that was quite a topic of discussion for a lot of time with the ARC. So that's the federal law, state law, and then the local equity lens. And within that legal framework, your board has a lot of discretion to use flexibility to fit within those confines to adjust the maps based on these legal standards.
Thank you, Linda. Okay, so the map that we present to you, this map here, is the preferred alternative of all the maps the ARC looked at. It's not perfect, but it is in compliance with the requirements of federal and state laws. It's based on the input that we received from the public. It's equitably vetted, and it again had unanimous consensus among commissioners. Could it be developed further? Yes. And the process for doing so, county staff has built into the timeline for the weeks ahead. There's more input to gather and more public hearings until the statutory deadline of December 15th. This map is the best effort of the ARC, given the input we received and the delayed timeline we had as a result of the census data being released late. Again, supervisors, we hope you use this as a starting point. The commission does not recommend scrapping this map and starting the process all over again. We do encourage the public to provide input and proposed modifications to this map. The next slide, please, Yvonne. Thank you. Okay, district by district breakdown. District 1, through the relevant themes, the public expressed a desire for minimal changes to district boundaries. Proposed changes to District 1 are in the northeast portion of the existing boundaries. And this captures a bit of the fire impacted area, which it places in District 4. The map also cuts off a sizable portion east of Rohnert Park to help adjust for population shifts. It keeps the Springs area unified, ultimately giving Sonoma Valley a more collective voice. That's it for District 1. Next slide, please. District 2, again, an attempt is made to avoid district changes to boundaries. The population base remains the city of Petaluma. Petaluma has a population of about 60,000 people, and the Fair Maps Act includes criteria for keeping cities together, so no changes to the Petaluma core of District 2 all the way down to the Marin County line. As I mentioned on the previous slide, we did a population adjustment east of Rohnert Park, giving District 2 more people to adjust for what was removed from the city of Rohnert Park. We'll talk about that in a moment. The portion of Rohnert Park that is currently in District 2 was removed because it is in the best interest of counties to keep cities intact. Keeping Rohnert Park intact came from the input we received from the public, and it also follows the criteria of the Fair Maps Act. To the extent practicable, cities shall be respected in a manner that minimizes division. In this map, the entire city of Cotati remains in District 2. We also made an effort to keep the area west of Highway 101 and west of Cotati aligned with Petaluma. Lastly, this map tries not to move the northern border of District 2 too much, but we had to make some adjustments to capture all of Rohnert Park into a different district. Okay, next slide. District 3. Our starting point for drawing new boundaries was, of course, to look at the existing districts. However, what came out of our interactions with the public is that there are identified significant issues of concern with how our current supervisorial districts are drawn. Addressing these issues is most dramatically expressed in the proposed changes to District 3. First, due to its population, about 180,000, the city of Santa Rosa has to be divided into multiple districts. Currently, it's split into 4. It has a sizable portion of the city of Rohnert Park, which I pointed out in the previous slide is currently divided into 2 districts. While our preferred map keeps Rohnert Park intact, we are not able to do the same for Santa Rosa. Its population far exceeds the $100,000 district population threshold that we needed to maintain. So Rohnert Park, now removed from the 3rd district, allows District 3 to pick up population from another area. We'll keep it here on District 3.
Chair Sheffield, may I add something?
Yes, please.
We're talking about District 3. I want to drive the point that Roseland and Moreland have been clearly identified as a community of interest. And I also want to remind us of the effects that COVID-19 has had in these 2 areas. They have one of the lowest HPIs in the county, and they have been one of the most impacted by COVID-19. Some very sobering data was presented last week from the Department of Health Services saying that the life expectancy for the Latinx community has decreased 2.1 years since, if you compare 2020 to 2017 and 2019, and that the Latinx premature death is 10 times higher. And just a reminder that both Roseland and Moreland are vulnerable communities, and they have been clearly identified as a community of interest. Therefore, the commissions made it a point to put these 2 communities together and to actually provide equity-based representation. Thank you, Ed. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Vice Chair Orta. And as you pointed out, this is where the map gets socially and politically and maybe legally complicated. Remember that the Fair Maps Act mandates prescribed criteria in order of priority. First, geographically contiguous, but second, the integrity of neighborhoods and communities of interest being respected in a manner that minimizes division. The current boundaries of District 3 and District 5 use Highway 101 as an easily identifiable geographic barrier, which is also listed on the Fair Maps Act criteria, but it falls below the priority of keeping neighborhoods and cities intact. The problem with Sonoma County's use of Highway 101 as a supervisorial district boundary is that it creates an east-west divide that not only splits electoral representation and separates historically underserved communities of interest, but it also intentionally removes a population that shares common social or economic interests that should be included within a single supervisorial district for purposes of its effective and fair representation. That is the exact definition that the Fair Maps Act gives to define a community of interest. So for this explicit reason, the commission's recommendation is to keep Southwest Santa Rosa united and to place the greater Roseland Moreland neighborhoods into District 3 with the rest of the city of Santa Rosa. The problem that this creates is you can't change one district without causing ripple effects in others. So in the case of District 3, the ripple effect is felt in District 5. And I'll get to District 5 in a minute, but I think I need to stay consistent with the numbering or I'll lose my place. So Yvonne, if we can move on to the next slide, District 4. Supervisor Gore, your district has little change. Guided by our map themes, the commission again attempted to minimize changes to existing boundaries. We also heard from constituents wishing to keep Coffee Park, Larkfield, Mark West, and Wickiup united as a shared community of interest. There are some proposed minor population shifts in the southern portion of District 4, and this helps us adjust for population. That's it for District 4.
That's it?
Oh, that's it for District 4. We'll move. That's it. You get a break.
I'd like to move that the District 4 does not change. Thank you, guys. I appreciate anything.
Okay, here we are, District 5. Now, the commission received a lot of community input on District 5. Initially, there was expressed interest in splitting the coastal region into 2 districts. This proposal resulted in our demographers creating a few maps for the ARC to consider. These maps are on the redistricting website. But once the commissioners began examining the impacts of splitting the coast, the public weighed in with an overwhelming desire to keep it unified into one district. So that's where we left it on this map. Also, just like the other districts, the commission attempted to minimize changes to existing boundaries. There are no changes in the north and western portions of District 5 through the river communities. However, there are significant changes proposed around the population centers in the middle of the county. Picking up where I left off on the District 3 map, the Roseland Moreland communities of interest is proposed to be united with the city of Santa Rosa in District 3. But this creates a population deficit for District 5. The solution the commissioner's preferred map offers allows District 5 to gain the entire city of Rohnert Park. This gives greater representation for District 5 because it provides a power block of a unified city council. With a population center of 42,000, District 5 would no longer be a rural district with the inclusion of Rohnert Park. For Rohnert Park, the preferred map unifies the city into one district, and it gives it 45% of the population of District 5, meaning greater voice for the city and for the district. I know that this is a controversial proposal, and any proposal was going to have controversy baked into it. But as I stated before, the ARC started out by trying to create a map with the least impact to current districts, while also attempting to address generations of issues and concerns that have existed in the county. So we present to you a map that does both. We hope that the entire map that we're presenting can be used as a starting point, as I said, for the continued work that needs to be done through mid-December. We offer you our equity principles to help guide you on finalizing a map. We encourage you to use the principles the way that we have, because it will help you justify the difficult decisions that you will have to make. And lastly, I encourage everyone, supervisors, the public, the press, city officials, to please reference the Fair Maps Act, because it will help you better understand the 4 months that this commission has put into the future of Sonoma County. After the presentation, and I'll finish up, the board will receive input on today's proposed map, and by November 9th, more revised maps could be posted. There'll be another public hearing on November 16th, and more input and revisions could be made then. A final map is to be posted by November 30th, and a 5th public hearing on December 7th, along with an introduced ordinance to adopt the map that would be put to a vote on December 14th, meeting the statutory deadline of December 15th. So supervisors, there you go. There is still work to do, but I conclude my presentation. Anna, you have more to add?
I would like to add something. This is the most equitable map that we were able to produce, given the timeline that we had, by bringing together Moreland and Roseland, 2 areas that are vulnerable communities that have been historically marginalized and that have been clearly identified as communities of interest. We believe that we've done the best we can, and having, again, the Fair Maps Act and also our equitable principles to guide us. We worked hard. The themes that we identified were themes that came out of the community and the public, and we managed to deliver those themes into this map. So we've done our best, and now we're open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will bring it back to the board for questions. I'm sure that we all have a lot of thoughts and deliberations to offer. So let's try to keep it to statements that do have a question mark and all the intents of a question at the end of that sentence. And then we will hear from members of the public, and then we can go forward with deliberation. So questions for our staff and ARC representative. Supervisor Gore.
I want to start by thanking you for your work. And I want to honor the fact that earlier today we talked about microaggression, we talked about conflicts, we talked about underserved populations, we talked about a lot of this within a different context. And I want to acknowledge that you all coming together and the appointment set up to do it was something that you have taken, I think. God, what's the best way to say this? There's so many ways we could have done it better, but I don't know if it could have been done without it becoming a mess, to be able to become a beautiful mess at the end of the day. And I want to thank you guys for letting us know and keeping us up on what you needed to be able to come forward with solutions, capacity building under the timeline that was set up and with the individuals there. I also want to acknowledge that some of the comments made towards you were on par with what we have seen from the same accusations internally with what we dealt with this morning. And how I wickedly ironic it is that this morning we were talking about department heads and microaggressions in the community. And here we have a group of well-meaning individuals who have gotten together and who have, in some cases, been accused of not knowing what they're doing, not following the principles correctly, by a lot of people who haven't followed the process. So I just say that to try and learn from these moments and be an ally and say, I am with you. And I know we all are, and I appreciate your work up until now. There's so many reasons that people who haven't followed the process could look shocked at the end of it, especially when they form strong opinions that are lightly informed, that they don't look at the amount of hours you've spent or the legality and the other things there. So that's one of the biggest issues I believe we have in our community is my biggest pet peeve, which is strongly held, lightly informed opinions. And I'll say it another way that's a little bit more crass, which is people who are fired up and don't know stuff, and haven't looked into it. So outside of that, just a little laugh and a little bit of straight talk and appreciation. I'm going to leave the bigger drama for my other colleagues because there's definitely the discussion about representation in the 5th district for a long time in Roseland area and that being a part of it, and then Rohnert Park and contiguous with Santa Rosa, and I'll get there. But one of the things that I was interested in for the colleagues sitting to the right of me and myself, Supervisor Gorin and I, is really the discussion around Mark West watershed. We have, since I've been on the board for 7 years and, long before that, since the last redistricting, shared that watershed, but shared it in a way that the Mark West Springs Road divides it one side and the other. And I asked this, I asked for your input based on kind of one thing that Supervisor Gorin, and I don't want to speak for her, but we have talked about how it's been a benefit to us to both represent an area of concern out there, because when we deal with fire, when we deal with flooding, when we deal with environmental issues and other things, we are dealing in an area where two voices going out has been, there's been some teamwork, and we've been able to bring issues to the board, without just being like, this is my district, but this is a core issue. It's one of the most impaired streams in California. So anytime there's regulatory issues or others, it's, I just want to be clear, it's been nice to have a partner and not treat it with politics, but just with public service. So there's a couple questions there. One is, I'm interested in the movement of the lines, and really, I don't want to ask you for number by numbers, but I want you to I want to ask that you respond to the overall issue about representation of that area, or take it into consideration and back to your committee. I'm not asking for you to change any maps, but on the same side is like how much of a population really is needed or shifting with that. And so I'll pass it on to my colleague if she has anything with that, since if that's okay with the chair as well, or whatever. And I'm just interested in your thoughts. It's not a
Supervisor Gore, I do want to say that, you supervisors, you all know your districts better than anybody. And so what we're presenting in this map is opportunity for you to make those modifications. If you can do it in a way that doesn't shift population too much, but those modifications we put in definitely your hands, your expertise and knowledge of your own districts to make those modifications.
And I just want to follow up and thank all of you, the committee, the hard work that you put into developing 20 different proposals. Some of them were a little more far-fetched than others, but the really tough decisions that you had to make in trying to keep communities of interest together and honor the requests of keeping communities together. For example, Sonoma Valley. Some of your maps were splitting the valley, which was not going to work for the valley. So I really appreciate that. I knew going into the process that there would probably be tweaks in my district because Sonoma Valley, we've lost population because of the fires. And also we haven't been growing as fast as Santa Rosa. So I knew that there needed to be some modifications there. But before I get into specifics, did the committee consider communities of interest to be encompassed in the burn areas?
Yes.
Okay, because some of those communities of interest have shifted from my district to James' district. So his comments about sharing the Mark West watershed might also be appropriate for recognizing the folks that we worked closely with over our fire survivors over the last number of years. And secondly, did you consider communities of interest a relatively rural area like Bennett Valley, because you've now bifurcated Bennett Valley a little bit?
Yeah, I don't believe that Bennett Valley was closely examined as a community of interest.
Okay. And my last question, and I'll offer some comments a little bit later. Did you consider natural boundaries like the mountaintops for a boundary? For example, Sonoma Mountain. And that plays into the discussion regarding Bennett Valley. So you have a natural division of the mountaintop, potentially dividing two districts, and one of the now District 2 goes over the mountaintop, diving into Bennett Valley area. So I guess you didn't think about the natural features like watersheds and like mountain ridges.
Well, we did take into consideration the easily identifiable ones. That, again, because on the priority within the Fair Maps Act, the prioritization that we used put other interests above it.
Right. And I guess I would say just broadly, yes, you're right. The supervisors know their districts. We're comfortable with our districts. We know the dynamics of the districts. But I also recognize that in my district, with the mountaintop basins, it's easier to access some parts of the district than others. So I'll maybe make some corrections and suggestions going on. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. To my left, those with more dramatic changes in their districts. Supervisor Corsi, any questions?
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. Couple questions. First of all, we see the results of your process, but can you describe the process that the committee used to reconcile the fairly conflicting needs of not making big changes, but also recognizing and honoring communities of interest? How did you get to the point where you decided one was more important than the other?
Yeah, that is an important question. And that's the reason why I wanted to focus so much on the Fair Maps Act, because the Fair Maps Act gives us definitions, and it gives us criteria in order of consideration. And so that guided us. And also it guided us in having a deeper understanding of what communities of interest are. And that then allowed us to prioritize what the county sees as communities of interest. The focus groups that we had, the outreach that was done in identified communities of interest, again, allowed us to set prioritization. We started again with the way that the county currently looks. We took input, some of it input that we've heard for years, but just have not acted on. And we took that into consideration as well. Each one of your districts has identified communities of interest, but we had to use some type of criteria in prioritizing what comes first. And again, that is laid out in the Fair Maps Act.
So you on the slide you had, I can't remember the exact phrase, but basically tread lightly was listed at the top of your slide there, above communities of interest. Was that, am I erroneous in thinking that was a ranking on that slide?
Those were themes. Those were the themes that were identified, but I don't believe it was necessary put in a rank of order. But correct me, Chair
Yes.
Sheffield, if I'm wrong. I also want to say that change is inevitable, and that our population, the composition of our population is changing and has changed. Also, the representation that underserved community deserve hasn't changed much. And if we're really going to be talking about equity and walking our talk, then we need to make changes. Like you said in the beginning of this meeting, those changes have to take place, or otherwise the status quo will continue to stay and remain the way it is. So even though we understand that minimal changes is something that a lot of people have mentioned and a lot of people have said, at some points, we need those changes. Those changes were probably overdue. They're overdue. And again, it's inevitable. I don't know if Chair Sheffield wants to add something to it.
I think that was beautifully said.
Change usually doesn't happen until it's overdue, but you're right, it does happen. I wanted to ask, and you know, I happen to live very close to the border of a number of districts in your recommended map. But I want to know, if, include all of us here, not just me, but was the home location of any sitting supervisor seen as a constraint to your committee in the drawing of any maps?
Supervisor Corsi, I looked, I know most of you very well. I know where you live. I looked and constantly looked at your residents to make sure that you were not drawn out of your districts. Now, that's not what is a requirement.
Let me stop. Yeah, I want to know, is that a requirement? Why would you do that?
I did that personally because I wanted to see how many ripples we could possibly make in the maps that we're going to propose. I wanted to see how much political turmoil would be created by what is being suggested. And that's me personally. I did not share this or take this to commissioners. I have put in so many hours on this, and I've looked at every single angle. So I want to just be clear that that we use the criteria of the law when doing this. But you know, I think that above anything else, we put in the interests of the community first.
And also, I would ask Doug Johnson of NDC to kind of weigh in here, because we did earlier in the process, staff did ask for addresses of the supervisors so that we could take into consideration election sequencing. And so Doug, if you wouldn't mind just chiming in on that briefly.
Sure, happy to. And really just agreeing with Chair Sheffield about, you know, we were aware of where the supervisors are. And, you know, in the recommended map, the districts are very much like the current districts, except in the heart of Santa Rosa, Roner Park. So none of the, only Supervisor Corsi lives anywhere near the area that saw big changes. So we didn't really have to take it into account in the recommended map. With Supervisor Corsi's house, yes. When we're balancing, you know, picking, do we take this neighborhood or that neighborhood, just a population balance in the heart of central Santa Rosa, you know, not nowhere near Roseland or the kind of especially sensitive communities of interest. Yes, we did pick, if it's a toss up of this neighborhood versus that neighborhood, we picked the one that didn't move Supervisor Corsi out of his district. But it was just like they're laid out in the priorities. It was kind of a final consideration only when we're looking at the toss of a coin. Do we take this neighborhood to get our 1,000 people or that neighborhood to get our 1,000 people that we need? It wasn't a driving factor at all in that, in the recommended map.
I only raise it because, and maybe it's just me, but the elephant in the room seems to be that there are ways to keep all of Roner, or make all of Roner Park whole and include it in the 3rd district. But some of those solutions might not include me in the 3rd district. And I think it needs to be acknowledged.
Supervisor Corsi, there's one thing that we also want to respect is the will of the voters. You have all been elected by the public. And that's like wrapped into the respect that we give to all of you when we reached out to the community, is that we don't want to, like you said, we don't want to disrupt things. We want to have as little change as possible. But the reason for that is, again, respect for the democratic process, respect for the people that elected you as their representatives.
Absolutely. And I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that all the cards are out on the table. In the presentation, there was a date, November 4th, which is 2 days from now, listed as the last day to receive input for the next revision of maps. For the public's sake, can you let us know where is that input expected to come from? Is that from us? Is it from the public in general? In what form should that take? And where should it be directed?
So that is for both the board and for the public. So the hope is that today the board will provide direction to staff and also to NBC in terms of any map modifications or even on communities of interest that may be a priority for you in your districts. But that the public can also submit feedback either to the supervisor directly or to the Redistricting 2021 email address. And the November 4th date is there as a line in the sand because it does take time to turn around that feedback and come up with balanced maps for consideration in just a few days. And all the redistricting consultants out there are just running as fast as possible to get those maps done for everybody. So
I'll bet.
Yeah.
In case I forget, let's just put a pin in it to remember and remind folks of that at the end of this item. My last question is about the way these maps are drawn and particularly, well, specifically the 5th district. Why the westerly line of the 5th district goes out into the Pacific Ocean? Are these territorial waters of the 5th district? What is the necessity for that?
This is Doug Johnson. I'll take that one. It's just a technical way that the Census Bureau draws census blocks. So the census blocks of the county extend 3 miles out to sea, and so those are part of the county territories defined by the census. But obviously, it doesn't have any substantive or policy impact.
We do have a few liveaboards in Bodega Bay, just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
Some folks do it right on the water.
I think you should have your own Navy also.
And right, and I was thinking the same thing about San Pablo Bay. I want a boat.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Rabbit?
Thank you very much. And first off, I just want to say thank you to the ARC and to all the staff for going through this. And, we started off behind the 8 ball, right, with really, quite frankly, the previous administration slow walking the census and the numbers coming out so late and the difficulty of trying to pull it all together at the same time being handed a brand new process with brand new criteria to look at and so on and so forth. I know you all know that, but I just want to make sure we all acknowledge that the difficulty. And I went through and played with maps, and it is hard to change the way that this county is developed. You're grabbing population along the corridor to balance things out to get to those 5 equal pieces. It's strange. I mean, the population hasn't dramatically changed, to be clear, and that the existing districts are within the deviation at least going forward. I guess my 2 questions really, and part of it is just for me to understand the relevance of priority and how one thinks of this. If communities of interest is a higher priority than keeping cities whole, but I've heard a lot, and specifically down my way, thinking of Roanoke Park. Is Roanoke Park was it considered a community of interest, or was it considered a city? Or you pick and choose when you can be one or the other. I guess that's my first question. And then alongside that is that the rural areas, especially I think as we've all found out this last year with a lot of land use issues, I think rural areas outside of named known communities that we all know of that you see on a map like Bloomfield or Pengrove down my way again, also consider themselves communities of interest. whether it, like Liberty Valley and whatnot. And the reason I ask this is that I'm looking at, again, District 2 coming up all the way on the east side of, basically Petaluma Hill Road bumping into Bennett Valley Golf Course. Is there a community of interest there? What size does a community of interest have to be before it's taken as a priority line in the sand to be included in the map? Or is it that it's just not noticed prior, or how does that work? Because I think as we go forward, we're going to hear from probably more communities that consider themselves communities of interest that might not have been vocal thus far.
Now, there might be a more legal way to define this, but again, if we're going to refer to the Fair Maps Act, it specifically mentions cities and census designated places. These might be hamlets. These might be, not your traditional cities or towns, as a criteria. It uses the language cities. Now that priority comes below what is identified as neighborhoods and communities of interest. So there's probably some legal interpretation, but if you're looking at the Fair Maps Act as a guide, cities are removed from the designation, the classification of communities of interest, because they're specifically mentioned in another criteria.
I want to add to that. I believe that Rohnert Park was treated as both a community of interest and a city. The requests we have had and heard from the community until the weekend or our last meeting that we had last Friday, it was to keep Rohnert Park together. And we did. We didn't hear a particular cry out of which district should Rohnert Park be. What we heard since June until last Friday, it was to keep it together. Then the other important thing I want to mention is that in my opinion, a community of interest is not only defined by the size, but also by the impact that community has suffered from lack of representation, lack of services. And I gave some clear statistics in the beginning about Moreland and Roseland as being one of the lowest HPIs in our county. So again, I don't think it's so much about size, it's about the impact that those communities have suffered historically, and it has been marginalized and underrepresented.
And again, the Fair Maps Act defines community of interest. So that's another area for you supervisors and for the public to look at, to help guide you through any modifications or changes that you choose to make.
If I may, this is Doug Johnson, if I could add to that too, just the relationship of Rohnert Park, where Rohnert Park goes versus where Roseland and Moreland go, is fairly tightly related. One clarification I have from the earlier comments was there was a mention that putting Rohnert Park in District 5 kind of disrupts the rural nature of District 5. Would disagree with that in that if Rohnert Park's not in there, essentially the same number of people from Santa Rosa have to go in as they are today. So it's more a question of, does Roseland and Moreland end up with the big rural area of District 5, or do Roseland and Moreland end up with the rest, with a big chunk of urban Santa Rosa, their neighboring communities that they're with. So in that respect, Rohnert Park may not be a community of interest on its own, but its placement is intimately connected to what happens to those communities of interest.
If I may chime in through the chair, just to give the legal definition might be useful. Elections Code Section 21500C gives your board a lot of discretion to decide, to look at the facts, to look at the ARC's recommendation, your constituents, comments, and your own experience to decide what is this community of interest, what should be considered a community of interest. The law states in the Fair Maps Act as the number 2 order of priority, to the extent practicable, the geographic integrity of any local neighborhood or local community of interest shall be respected in a manner that minimizes its division. A community of interest is a population that shares common social or economic interests that should be included within a single supervisorial district for purposes of its effective and fair representation. Communities of interest do not include relationships with political parties, incumbents, or political candidates.
You know, when we were looking at maps, and I think you and the public can see from the maps that were submitted, there were attempts to find a way to include Rohnert Park in other districts. It was just a really difficult challenge because in the South, you have Petaluma with a population of 60,000. So with Rohnert Park included in that district would exceed that 100,000 threshold. We looked at a way to, one map shows it with District 1, but then you are splicing and cutting up neighborhoods and communities of interest that were identified there. The same thing as Doug pointed out, moving it into District 3 created another population challenge that we try to make up. And then again, it comes down to how you, the supervisors, are going to have to examine weighing the very tough proposals of what goes into District 5, whether it's a portion of Santa Rosa or a portion of Rohnert Park. Each one would not, arguably, would not be considered rural. So again, these are what we have all had to consider. Is there a way to take Rohnert Park out of the 5th and populate it somewhere else? I've seen some maps that do that. I messed around with a map myself that does that. You'll have to consider the benefits and the negatives of doing something like that as well. I actually believe that a map was sent to you that does just that. So something for you to consider.
No further questions? Okay. All right. I have about a dozen questions. I'm going to try to get it down because I know that we're running short on time. But I just want to ask the question very clearly. How does placing Moreland and Roseland into the 3rd district address equity? There was a comment that was made regarding the health indices. How will placing Moreland and Roseland into the 3rd district improve the health indices of the people who live there? Because I will say that, of course, now that there is a proposal on the table, you start to hear people who disagree with the proposal. That's kind of generally how government goes, right? But I have heard concerns from residents of Roseland and Moreland who actually feel that being lumped with the 3rd could potentially sort of decrease the voice that they have. Whereas right now they're sort of that powerhouse voting base within the 5th district. And so I have actually heard questions about, will we have less representation and less of a voice because we'll just be sort of part of the bigger urban picture?
Maybe I'll start that, try my best to respond. Again, this comes down to using Highway 101 as a boundary dividing District 3 and District 5. And as I discussed in my presentation, it's easily identifiable. And so it's kind of been a default for the county to go to every time that we've looked at redistricting. But we've not looked at the impacts through the lens of the Fair Maps Act criteria about keeping neighborhoods and cities intact. So as I had pointed out, the problem with Sonoma County's use of 101 is that it creates this east-west divide that not only splits electoral representation and separation into historically underserved communities as defined by the Fair Maps Act. This ties into economic interests and common social interests, as well as a population that is, been incorporated into the city of Santa Rosa now. So it would continue to create an east-west divide, not only within the supervisorial district, but it would keep that going through the city of Santa Rosa itself, because they would have representation from the city on one side, but then separate, representation from the rest of the city on the other side. And I don't know if Vice Chair Orta, you want to add to the social and economic impact.
Yeah, and again, this comments and the desires to unite these two communities came from the community and the public. So we believe that those areas, their voting power was diluted and is diluted by being separated into districts. So by putting them, uniting them, and bringing them into District 3, they have a lot in common with Santa Rosa, with the city of Santa Rosa and District 3. That's what it came up from the community's voices. We believe that we were uplifting their voices and giving them more representation, creating a stronger front to be part of this city and being united, both communities. Of course, like we said from the beginning, this map is not perfect. We believe we've done the best work we could with the time that we were given, and try to, take into account most of the comments from the themes that we identified that came from public comments. I hope I'm answering your question, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, and a follow-up on that. What about the economic and social interests that tie Western Santa Rosa to Eastern Sebastopol and broader West County? I'm wondering sort of the level of engagement with the farm worker population in Western Santa Rosa in particular. We do have certainly residents who are deeply engaged with the Grayton Day Labor Center, for instance, and that work that come from Western Santa Rosa. I regularly see lots and lots of traffic on sort of our 3 or 4 main arterials that run between Western Santa Rosa and West County in both directions, right? Of folks commuting to and from work or going to the grocery store in Western Santa Rosa, coming from rural West County. So what about the sort of splitting, I guess, of that kind of social and economic bond in that area?
And that's
the physical connectivity, because I think what I'm also, looking at is sort of the way that, now the Fifth has this odd little peninsula, whereas before there was sort of this broad economic tie and all of these main arterial roads that sort of, carry workers kind of to and from these areas in both directions, right? Guerneville, Occidental, Highway 12, Sebastopol Road, right? The heart of Roseland, interestingly called Sebastopol Road. And so just kind of wondering about that element and what you heard and what you saw in terms of the economic and social ties that I certainly have noticed in those areas.
Yeah, well, and those challenges are presented, I think, in throughout other districts. When you look at income or you look at employment as a factor, you see low income or maybe hospitality jobs in the metropolitan core of Santa Rosa as well. So you do see a lot of commuting from the west to the east for crossing over supervisorial district boundaries for work purposes, or also for school purposes. So yes, that is something that was considered. I can't speak to every interest or every employment sector, but we definitely did consider the economic interests. And again, when we're looking at shared interests, and an argument that I heard made about Rohnert Park being in the 5th district and trying to find commonality between that city and rural West Sonoma County, maybe the coast, The same thing is to be said about the Roseland Moreland area and trying to find commonality between that community of interest and Sea Ranch. It's a pretty big jump. I think those are two polar extremes, probably the most polar extremes that we might be able to find in Sonoma County.
Why does no one identify with the Sea Ranch? It was in the Rohnert Park, Nixle. I feel like it's an area that for some reason people are like, what do I have to do with it anyway? Another question that I have is that, right, the whole point, one of the main points of redistricting with the census every 10 years is really to make those population adjustments as we see growth and decrease. This proposed map actually just deletes about 8,000 people from the 5th district, makes it the smallest map by population. In addition to obviously the huge population swings, we just overall shrink. And I'm just wondering sort of how that happened and why there wasn't an effort to more equally balance the populations in the districts. It's far and away the smallest.
It could be done. You just need to find out where and does it make sense. I think that some of the drastic changes to that are presented in this proposed map might be addressing years and years of issues that we know have existed in Sonoma County, but because of the Fair Maps Act and the consideration that that this commission has put into the process, we're trying to undo a lot of what's been ignored for many cycles of redistricting. And that also creates the challenge because instead of taking little bites every 10 years and adjusting to population shifts, we're having to take a really big bite. And as a result, we're kind of choking on it. We need our water to wash it down. So that's why, as I said before, any proposed change is going to be controversial. But I think that might be some of the reason why it seems even more so in District 5 and District 3.
So I also want to reiterate again that, the county allowed us to hire, the commission to hire Chairman and Herman G. to conduct these groups of interest. And the idea, the concept of bringing Roseland and Moreland together into District 3 came out of those groups. And those groups have said that they clearly identify themselves more with District 3 than with another district. And I also believe that just because there are economic ties, between Roseland and Sebastopol, Roseland being part of District 3 it's not going to cut that economic interest. It's not going to stop people from traveling and going and moving across district boundaries. So again, I feel like combining these two communities and adding them onto District 3, it really brings up their voices, and it really provides with equity-based representation.
And
So
I would add just,
sorry, I think my question is more like, why weren't additional communities added to the 5th district, right? I understand the justification for shifting Roseland and Moreland, and that was an earlier question, but my question is why stop at 92,000 when all of the other districts, I think that the next lowest population is 97, and it goes up to almost 100,000.
Yeah, I can address that. So the border of District 5 over in Santa Rosa and Rohnert Park is very strictly defined by the community of interest of Moreland and the city border of Rohnert Park. So the only place where 5 could pick up without breaking through those boundaries is by taking some of the small communities from District 4 or some of the small communities from District 2. So the thought was it wasn't worth disrupting those existing relationships and those placements of those relatively small towns just for a couple of percentage points. It could certainly be done.
Because we are making dramatic changes, but then we're not making the sort of changes that would bring, I guess, the population into balance. So it sort of feels like there's a tension, I guess, between those values. And another tension that I wanted to get at was, the election sequencing, which came up. Do we know how many thousands of folks in Roanoke Park will not be able to cast a ballot next year who would otherwise have been able to cast a ballot and will have to then wait for 2 years to vote in the next election?
I don't know the numbers on this now. We could calculate it.
And just a reminder too, that these ultimately is the Board of Supervisors that's going to make the decision on these maps. This is the best we could do, given a very constrained timeline that we had. And it will be the Board of Supervisors' job to decide which map you will be adopting.
I appreciate that. And I think I want to reiterate just my gratitude for your work. This has been, I think, a monumental task in an impossibly small amount of time. And I think that ideally, right, we could have probably had another dozen meetings to really hammer this out and draw the line.
No.
So on that note, I do have a couple more, questions, which was, can I ask a little bit about Forestville and sort of that as a potential community of interest? Because it's something that I brought up in meetings before. It's a very odd line around Forestville. It actually follows Mark West Creek and the river, which aren't really sort of community boundaries, although they're natural boundaries. So someone's literally across the street almost from Forestville, but they're in the 4th district. And so if you're looking at kind of spheres of influence, or, we talked about sort of, I don't know, you think of it as a grocery store shed, right? I think that Doug mentioned that of where do you go to the grocery store? Where do you shop? Where are your schools, right? Forestville looks like there's this little kind of weird jog in, and it looks like you should sort of be able to smooth that. Was that given any consideration at the ARC?
Yeah, yes, because again, it goes back to your knowledge of your own district. These areas aren't going to, capture or lose any population, any significant population by making these shifts. The reasons for the lines looking the way that they are in that area is because that's what they've looked like before. We've wanted to try to work on not disrupting things, or disrupting as little as possible in areas. Now, if there's a need, communities have changed, communities have grown, population shifts happen. If you identify these needs, you will be able to work with DNC to move those lines. Those are fixes that are more easily done, that aren't going to cause ripples everywhere else.
Thank you. And then now sort of, I think the last hardest question, right, which is that I have certainly been hearing quite a bit from Roanoke Park, and I've actually heard Roanoke Park lifting up concerns of equity. And, some of our BIPOC leaders asking why were our BIPOC communities not sort of considered in terms of what district they wanted to be part of. And so, how would you answer that question? And then also kind of, I mean, honestly, if I were to look at this map and I didn't, listen into the meetings of yours that I did listen into, right? I listened into that first meeting a couple weeks ago when you were getting sort of the initial round of maps. And then I listened to the tail end of your most recent meeting. I would look at that map and I would say this is gerrymandered. What it looks like someone, it was in that district and needed to run for re-election or whatever. And so we drew this weird little peninsula, out of the corner, very clearly in my mind, not meeting that compactness criteria, right? Because you are bypassing Katati and other communities, right, in order to grab that population in Roanoke Park. I've heard frustration from Roanoke Park residents and leaders that they sort of felt like they were a population pawn here, right, and just kind of literally drawn in to accommodate that shift in Western Santa Rosa. So how do you address those concerns, in the conversations that I've been having over the past week since this day was daylighted?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that is the definition of gerrymandering. It's complicated, again, in the sense of what is identified in the Fair Maps Act. Roanoke Park, again, being identified specifically in language in the act as a city, shifts its prioritization from other communities of interest that we did look at. So that's one thing. Now, as far as it looks funny when you zoom in on these blob out areas in all the maps. That particular area looks rough because we went along city boundaries. Okay, if you wanted to find a way to smooth that area out, you could. but there is a cost. You could make it a straight line if you really wanted to, so it doesn't look like a jetted out peninsula. You could definitely do that without the loss of too much population or the gain of too much population. I think, and help me out, Ken or Doug, but I think if you tried to do that, then you would be, in the case of the fifth and the second, you would be adjusting current boundaries. You would just be disrupting the people that live along that line right now. And that would then be disrupting their voting cycle as well. So again, we try to keep existing lines when possible. And that's what you see around that, Northern District 2, Southern District 5 area.
Yeah, just following up on the chair's comments, just from a pure numbers perspective, Roanoke Park and Petaluma, just the two of them combined are too big for a district. So Roanoke Park can't go into District 2 without splitting Petaluma. It just, the numbers don't work. So if you're going to keep Roanoke Park together, it can't go in District 2 just from the math. If Roanoke Park doesn't go into District 5, then District 5 needs to get that population somewhere. And we should look at it. If District 5, obviously, could go back into Santa Rosa and split Santa Rosa a fourth time, which is what the current map does. The only way to avoid that, we looked at, could District 5 take all the rural area of District 4? And even if you take all of District 4 except Windsor, Larkfield, Wickiup, and Santa Rosa, that's still not enough people to make up for losing Roanoke Park. So really the only option is Roanoke Park into 5, or Roanoke Park into 3 and 5 goes into Santa Rosa and split Santa Rosa a fourth time. So obviously the logical community ties would be Roanoke Park with District 2, but the math just doesn't work if you're trying to not split Roanoke Park.
Yeah, but I actually did mess around with a map that would put Roanoke Park in District 1 too. But by doing that, you're throwing away everything that we tried to do with District 1 and also trying to keep District 1, giving it some resemblance to what it is now.
And again, Roanoke Park expressed that wanted to be united and not divided into 2 districts. And this map it's showing that is actually bringing the whole city and the community together. And just a reminder that the board can direct the demographers as well for the creation of another map or like the modifying maps as you want to see fit you.
The problem is Roanoke Park is a big kid now. It's grown up, and it is an area in the county that is growing faster than others, respectively. And so it presents a challenge now. And this, no offense to our mayor and council member of Roanoke Park, but it's going to present a problem 10 years from now too, if you're looking at population growth and where it takes place in the county.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Horta and Chair Sheffield. And I also just want to clarify, I said that it looks like gerrymandering. I didn't accuse you of gerrymandering. So I just want to be clear, but like, if you
absolutely.
someone, they're like, what is that? People have had that reaction. So, I know the process that went into this, but I think a lot of people just see that map and think, oh, who lives there that they wanted to loop in, or, you know what I mean? It's sort of, it looks really odd.
That's it exactly, and the reasons again why much of my presentation was directed to the public for their benefit, for their information, is because it's really complicated, and if you were to just look at a sudden change compared to the current district, it looks just like that, just like you said, gerrymandering. But I want that when that term gets thrown out there by folks who haven't given much thought or consideration to what that actually means, then it gets reused, and then it gets used again, and then people are using it in public comment, and then we're having to at every opportunity have to explain that that's not what this is. And, I've been doing that since last summer in the community, in the conversations that I've had. And people kind of carelessly throwing out the term gerrymandering without, without further consideration for what that is. Not that it's being done by supervisors, I know you understand, but again, it's for the public's benefit, and so the public knows that there's complete transparency in the process that we're doing.
Thank you very much. Well, that concludes my exhaustive list of questions, and I'm really grateful that you all were patient enough to answer all of them. Are there any remaining questions from members of the board? All right, with that, we are going to take a brief break. So we'll try to get back here right at 11:10 to restart this and to launch into public comment, beginning with in-person and then progressing to Zoom.
Welcome back. We'll begin when we can get the slide taken down and everyone unmuted. Thank you all, and Chair Hopkins, we are ready to resume.
Thank you so much, Marcy. So with that, I will ask if any members of the public are in person and would wish to comment on redistricting. Is there anyone there? Not seeing anybody in person. So Marcy, I would go ahead and see if there are any public commenters who wish to speak via Zoom. Just checking to make sure. Nobody there? Okay, great. And we can go ahead and accept public comment remotely.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins, and I'll continue with your initial direction. If you can please provide us the time for comment on this item.
2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Okay.
And Marcy, could I ask how many public commenters we have, just to get a sense of timing? And if any members of the public do wish to make a comment, please do raise your hand at this point in time, just so we can estimate for time.
And as a reminder, if you are a phone-in attendee, you raise your hand by pressing *9 on your phone keypad. About 10 right now, Chair Hopkins.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. And our first commenter is Jackie. If you could please unmute and state your name and begin your comment.
I need to step out a little bit. Thank you so much for your time. First, I want to say good morning, President Hopkins and honorable members of the board, and thank you for having me this morning. Thank you to all the 19 members of the redistricting board for the hard work. It is appreciated. I am Jackie Elwood, and I'm here today to plead for you not to choose map 51-162 NDCD. Roanoke Park is an urban CD, and putting it in District 5, which is coastal and rural, doesn't make sense. And everyone can see that. If we are talking about equity and equality, this map is far from doing that. District 5 has an amazing supervisor. We love her, but this map will stretch her thin. The need of Roanoke Park is 100% urban. Our need aligned to the 101 corridor. I would like to see my town stay in District 3. Again, if we are placing Santa Rosa as a whole in District 3, and argue that it is because of equity reasons, I believe that Roanoke Park is strongly arguing for the same thing. The big difference is that Roanoke Park has more rural areas than can be included in District 5 or Southern District than Roanoke Park does. Saying that it is impossible to give us what we want doesn't make sense. It is doable. The population in Santa Rosa that share District 3 with us now would not be negatively impacted because we share a common need, and that is the social economic equity that we are all after. Let's not put power over our population. Please do not treat Roanoke Park like a token that can be tossed wherever, because we are asking you to keep us as a whole city. Let's do the right thing now for everyone, not just Roanoke Park, or not just Santa Rosa, because we are Sonoma County.
And thank you so much for the comment. That does conclude the time. And the next commenter, really, if you can please unmute and begin your comment.
Okay, great. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Admittedly, I had to jump on and off the call because I have work meetings. I did want to thank the commission for their work. I don't think that this conversation should feel as an attack to anyone. We shouldn't react with emotion. This is work, and this is the work that we're all looking to do. And the work that they are doing is not taken for granted. I know many of them, if not all, have done this because of their love of Sonoma County. But today I'm here to advocate for the people of Roanoke Park. You know, as a product of district elections, I know the importance of this process. So what I'm here asking is that you please consider all the mandatory criteria. I'm not asking those to be thrown out, but I'm also asking that you consider our entire population, our character, our geographic location, and focus on a community-centered map. Roanoke Park is asking that a map allow us to elect a representative that represents us for who we are, for our culture, our common interests, and our urban city. We are, as was said earlier, the big kid, and we should be recognized and put into a map because of that reason. I acknowledge that it is not allowed to gerrymander a map based on racial dominance, but the Latinx population is not the dominant race. And I'm asking that you place us in a map where we share similarities with our residents that share the district. Lastly, I understand that we cannot favor, again, the racial group, but please consider that Roanoke Park has the same racial and ethnic composition, socioeconomic, cultural identity, and language as other parts of Santa Rosa. We are proudly 30% Latinx. My personal hope is that we can empower our districts through this process to one day have diverse representations at the supervisor level. Again, I thank you all for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And if our next commenter, Kristen, could please unmute, state your name and begin your comment.
Good morning. This is Kirsten Lange. I participated on the ARC and wanted to share a few words with you this morning. You started this meeting with calls to, quote, learn more, listen, and to dismantle racism. But that to me was just another example of the weightless statements made by you all constantly. The line of questions on this redistricting process was riddled with your ignorances and the surplus of work that you all need to do as individuals and leaders to unpack the biases you hold. Supervisor Gorin, your questions and nitpicking considering mountains over the desperate needs of humans of Sonoma Valley are indicative of the blinders you have up. Their irresponsible use of gerrymandering by Supervisor Hopkins was absurd. The spread of misinformation begins with just that. Use of terms and information carelessly is not helpful to those who are not well versed in this process. You all now have an opportunity to take this equity-driven map, add in the minor tweaks that you lifted in inquiry, and provide those questions to NDC as this process remains. The community has already modeled calling you out for your short sights on equity through the appointment process, the lack of resources that we were provided for the ARC, and now we've modeled for you centering equity in map drawing. If there's any truth to the words that you continue to speak this morning and throughout this session, you will need to work from this map and not continue to look for a legal out to dismiss the hard work that was conducted by the ARC. I'm physically exhausted at the continuous efforts to center the needs of the white and fragile at the expense of the continued disparities facing people of color on the daily. As a Black woman, I continue to question why I love this place, but it is that deep love, commitment to social justice, and ensuring my 2-year-old Black nephew can live out loud and proud in this county just as his white counterparts. Mapping is not an easy task. And once we take out the emotions, the politicized and polarized influence, you will be able to see more clarity with this task. Good luck.
Thank you. And if the next commenter can please unmute, state your name.
Hey everyone, this is Zyra Garcia, pronouns she, they, them. I just want to echo what Commissioner Kirsten Lang had spoken up about. It was actually something that I was going to comment as well. Because if you notice how your questions are tailored, it's more about your interest than the underserved community's interest. This map was guided by the pillars of the equity through equity lens and also met the legal criteria. If you are doing and saying what you say you're going to do, please support this, the map that they've already presented. And it's been historically, I think the ARC chair had mentioned, and I apologize, I'm a little bit frustrated. I'm frustrated on how you don't listen. You don't hear what folks have been saying for years. This map has been worked on countless hours, and I know you recognize that, but what they're actually doing is undoing what has been ignored for centuries. It's why it's controversial. It's controversial because it's declining power and it's declining the money. Hello, I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we had a little break there.
My apologies.
Did you pause?
No, I did not. Sorry, I think I'm cutting in and out. I'll just end it with this: is I support wholeheartedly what Kirsten Lang had said, and I really hope that you support the maps that the commissioners have done for you. Thanks.
Right, the next commenter, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Good morning. My name is Mike Martini, and I want to thank the board for the opportunity to serve on the redistricting committee. It was an incredible lesson in civics, as well as an opportunity to meet and to listen to a broad range of ideas and experience. I want to acknowledge county staff. They were absolutely incredible in their support to the committee and did an incredible job. I remind the board that you didn't need to do anything with redistricting. The existing district boundaries were balanced in population, and an argument could be made for federal and state laws. But the board decided to take a chance. And the result of taking that chance is that there was an adoption and implementation of equity principles. And not only were they applied here, but these are principles that can be applied to many of the board's future decisions. The result also could be the impact of voices that have not been heard before in this county. Ultimately, the decision is in your hands. But I want to remind you that the recommendation comes to you from this very diverse commission in a unanimous form. You would think that listening to the comments that there'd be a lot of division, but the commission came together and unanimously supported this. I thank you for the work that you do, and again, thank you for the opportunity to serve.
Thank you. The next commenters are Fred, Michael, and Renee. If you can please unmute and begin your comment.
Hello again, Fred Allebach from Sonoma Valley. I find this as a very good public hearing. I think the Board of Supervisors can fix representational inequity in the whole county. Pockets like the Springs will remain, but the Board of Supervisors can address one major area of historical problems with Roseland and Moreland. The Interstate Highway Act divided people of color nationally, and this is a known legacy. And the 101 divided this area of Roseland and Moreland from the rest of Santa Rosa is something that can be fixed here. I found Chair Sheffield and Vice Chair Horta to be very persuasive with very strong data-based arguments. And the focus on equity here is the real zeitgeist that we have in the county now. And using the Fair Maps Act as a basis loops in many other current equity trajectories that we have going on in the county. I think that the ARC District 3 map is the best choice to move forward and to enfranchise people in Roseland and Moreland. Can't do it for the whole county. Do the best you can with what you got with this map. And who are the people of color and the historically disenfranchised in Sonoma County? The Latinos tracks with, and this is not racial gerrymandering, this community of interest goes along with many other census categories that happen through this whole mapping process of low annual income, renters, multi-unit housing, educational deficit. It's just, to me, it's the right thing to do, and all districts are going to end up with big unincorporated areas, and the math just doesn't work out to have Santa Rosa and Rohnert Park and have everybody have their cake and eat it too. So I think that it's the right thing to do to address historical inequities and to go with this map. And there's enough Latinos in the county to merit one supervisor, but they're all split up. So I think the map here.
Thank you very much for the comment. That does conclude the time. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
I am calling in support of the awesome work that the commission has done. I believe they have really valued equity. They've done the work with very limited time and personnel. And I believe that, the map that they've produced, it might not be perfect, but it really has taken equity very seriously. And while I respect the arguments that I've heard about, Roanoke Park needing to be in District 3, I don't hear a reason for that that's rooted in equity and in the county's legal obligations to not disenfranchise people of color. And so I would weight that very high. I would weight the work that the commission has done very high. I would trust the people who've gone through this process for months and have put all the time and energy into it. And yeah, I don't think a lot of the considerations that have been brought up are necessarily the issues with Roanoke Park voters possibly missing an election. I mean, it's not ideal, but we're talking about centuries of oppression and disenfranchisement that need to be addressed. It's not going to be the cleanest, most simple solution to that problem. It's going to require you to do things that make you uncomfortable. And so I would really echo some of the comments before to check your white fragility, check the issues that you're holding on to that you think are really important, but they might not be rooted in inequity. They may not be the most important things that the county needs to go for. Thanks.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Renee Saucedo, and I am a resident of Roanoke Park. I'd like to support the comments on the side of empowering the Latinx community here in Roanoke Park. There are many of us who live here, and we do desire to be able to maximize our decision-making power in this community. In addition, I'm here to support ARPA funds to go to the most needed communities. Besides being a Roanoke Park resident, I am a program director at the Great and Day Labor Center and Almas. And based on the experience of our low-wage worker members who happen to be farm workers and domestic workers and day laborers, they have been disproportionately negatively impacted by the pandemic in both COVID cases and economic hardship. We believe that the priority for ARPA funds should go towards immediate financial support, hazard pay, and paid leave to Black, Latinx, immigrant.
I really hate to interrupt you, but this is the redistricting item. So we will have the ARPA funds item coming up next, and you could have a full 2 minutes to share your thoughts. And were you unable to make that agenda item, or could you keep your comments sort of tailored more towards the redistricting conversation for this one? Is that possible?
Yes, I'm pretty much done on the ARPA funds issue. Again, as a Roanoke Park resident, I feel that the Latinx community is somewhat invisibilized, and we need to be made visible, and this is one way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Renee.
Thank you. The next commenters are Eric, Anna, and Rocio. Please go ahead, unmute and state your name.
Eric Koenigshofer, thank you. Recent addition to ARC. I attended 3 of the 8 meetings, but prior to joining, I watched all of the videos of prior meetings. I'd point out quickly that the biggest problem we have to go through this process is the result of the time crunch due to the federal census late release, combined with the COVID overlay and the difficulty in having meetings and outreach. I don't believe that adequate time to do comprehensive, effective outreach throughout the county worked. And I refer to my experience as a member of the task force that was created after the tragic killing of Annie Lopez, which spent nearly a year and a half engaging the public. The assignment by the board to ARC was to come up with maps, plural, one map was presented. I am among the 19 members that voted to advance that map. I voted with the expectation that we were advancing that map and probably a couple other maps. That didn't happen. My vote was to advance the current map. It wasn't an endorsement over any other options. The options should include alternate ways to satisfy the population move from District 3 to District 5. There was no time to do that. The frequent reference to the Fair Maps Act with priority 3 regarding cities put over priorities 1 and 2, communities of interest, I think is a defect. I was surprised that the consultant didn't know how many Roanoke Park voters would be displaced, since that's a critical issue relative to the criteria. And I just want to note, not to dismiss the concerns about the Southwest, but that the Southwest recent history is that in 2008 and 2012, the 5th District, including the Southwest under the current boundaries, did elect a Latino supervisor, and the subject area to be removed to the 3rd is currently represented in city council seats by 2 people of color. Thank you.
The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Thank you, Marcy. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ana Lugo, and I was a member of the Redistricting Commission. First and foremost, I want to thank Chairman Sheffield and Vice Chair Ana Horta for their amazing work, for their support, and for the amazing presentation that they have put forward this morning. In line with Commissioner Lange's comments earlier, I do want to say that we cannot keep having conversations about equity. We cannot keep having conversations about dismantling racism and yet continue to endorse and act such behavior and belief systems and biases that continue to further racism within our systems. I think that the map we put forward took a lot of work and a lot of learning. We did a lot of work around equity, and Supervisor Hopkins and Supervisor Gore know that this was not an easy task. Commissioners of color within this commission face microaggressions themselves and various challenges just to be able to have equity at the table. It was an impossible task, and yet the commission was able to come together and put forward the recommendations and put equity principles together that I hope and urge that you will learn. I also hope that you will educate yourselves and resource yourself so that you're able to make the best decision possible. I think that when we talk about Roanoke Park being too urban to be linked to rural areas, so are the Southwest areas of Santa Rosa. So I think that when we're talking about equity, yes, we are equitable when we're saying that the areas of Santa Rosa should be unified to the best of our ability. Our kids in the Southwest area also go to the Santa Rosa city schools. So I think that when we're talking about equity, we also have to walk the walk. And in order to truly dismantle racism within our larger community, we have to start with policy change, and this is a part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, good morning. My name is Rocio Rodriguez, and I was also a commissioner on the ARC. I fully support what Commissioners Lugo and Commissioners Lugo and Lange also stated. This is a crucial moment. This is a moment. This is a big moment that will be in history when you take the tides of equity, all the words that you've used, all of the conversations and presentations and platitudes towards equity. This is it. I really challenge you to make that Roseland Moreland City of Santa Rosa D3 the standing puzzle piece. Keep that in place, lock that in place. If you want to shift around and look around and see what happens, then absolutely go for it. That is what we did over months, whether on our own, together with NDC, taking into consideration all of the input that was given to us, all the work that was done with outreach so that we could meet the requirements with this map. We put forward this one map because it did meet all of the requirements that we set on ourselves and that was asked of us by constituents. This was the only one that put together Moreland, Roseland, and the city of Santa Rosa together. So we thought this is the one that we have to put forward. We cannot give options because the options would go against our own equity, ethical, and legal principles that we had set upon ourselves and was set upon us by the state and federal government. So I also ask that everybody who is here also look into the history and culture of this areas that we keep talking about. It is obvious that folks are not aware of the challenges of the inequities. The recent annexation of Roseland, people still don't know about this. I heard that several times during public comment, not this one, but during ours. And how Moreland is still unincorporated. So please consider this when you're talking about equity. Thank you.
Next commenters are Allegra, Gina, and then Thomas. You can please unmute, begin your comment.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much. I wanted to say that I also am in support of the work of the commission and understanding that this isn't going to make everybody happy, no map would, but that the commission did do their best work with an eye towards equity and an eye towards making sure that different communities are represented as best as possible. I do want to say to the board just that when a group of white people who are in power ask a group of many people of color to do work and then dismiss it, that is a form of white supremacy. And so to just be cautious about that, it's not a good look. Again, I really support the work of the commission. They have done a pretty incredible job for a quick turnaround time for something that people are going to react to one way or another. And I think that I just appreciate them a lot. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, Board of Supervisors and Chairwoman Hopkins. This is Thomas, and being uniquely positioned in a way as an anthropologist and as a civil engineer doing community development, this is a really fascinating moment. And it's interesting to hear the discussion, particularly of the commission and the commissioners themselves, their positions. The question of equity and an equity lens is more than just a map. It's about hearing the voices, even if they're not in your district, because it's still going to come down to a vote of the members, and you have to hear the people. And this is one of the opportunities to hear the people and their voices as to what they want. Again, they're talking about Roseland and Moreland, which again, partially was recently annexed. And my point that I'm going to is that Hearn Avenue has a legacy design. The overcrossing, the new overcrossing has a legacy design from decades ago, which continues the process of isolation of Roseland and Moreland, and is strictly designed in order to benefit the commercial district on the east side of 101, exacerbating the divide that 101 provides, or that 101 causes. And so beyond what happens directly with this district and this vote is to continue to look at the equity aspect of what is going to happen with that $100 million or so of development. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenter can please unmute and state your name. Sorry about that. Let's try that again.
Hello, this is Gina Kuklis from
Great,
Boys
please
Hot
go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This is Gina Kuklis from Boys Hot Springs. I also want to speak in general support of the work of the commission. You appointed 19 people. They worked as hard as they could within the time constraints, and I appreciate that. I really feel like they heard my community and they got it. And by that, I mean no one in the county is more impacted by county government than the residents who lived in the unincorporated urbanized communities, whether it's Moreland, the Springs, Larkville, Wickiup, the West County areas. This is why these communities like mine, the West County, Larkville, Wickiup, want to be kept together in one district. So our voices and our needs aren't carved up totally by the urbanized areas. And by that, I mean the 101 corridor primarily. So the commission heard us. So I appreciate that. Now, I do want to say, having reached out recently to one of my contacts in rural Bennett Valley, I think you're going to hear from them soon. I know that community from knowing a number of people. They do consider themselves as a joint community of interest. They haven't been paying attention to this process, which is the next point. It happened fast. The publicity was limited. And by the time Mr. Hernandez got involved, the process was well on track. I was the one who had to go out and get our local Sonoma newspaper to do an article about it when the focus groups were scheduled. They weren't paying attention. I don't know if press releases were not coming out, but this was a real problem with the whole getting the word out about this process. But in light of that, I think the commission has done a good job. And you assign them the job to do, listen to them. Thank you.
The next commenter is a phone attendee, so you will be prompted to unmute by pressing *6 at the appropriate time. And please state your name.
Thank you. My name is Susan Kirks. I live in Petaluma in the 2nd District, and I've been listening to your entire meeting, all of the comments, and I wanted to support Commissioner Lang's comments to you this morning. I had the opportunity to participate in a workshop that Commissioner Lang generously provided to members of the community. I observed the incredible diligence of members of the commission and the prioritization of equity, and I fully support what they are providing to you today, and I encourage you to also support and listen to the commissioners of color who have been part of the commission and process. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next commenter, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Kimmy Barbosa. First off, I would like to thank the commission for taking on this daunting task with limited resources and limited time. The Board of Supervisors and related institutions have been talking about equity and their shock around racism and microaggressions, but simultaneously engage in this exact behavior to a diverse commission whose job it was to bring forth equity with limited tools that they have. This work is clearly undervalued and underappreciated, and the needs of the community have been expressed loudly for years, but they have been unlistened to by most of our structures. This commission finally listened and did something with what they heard. Community members are tired of talking and lip service and are ready to finally see some action. With that said, I fully support this map, and I hope the board will take seriously the recommendations by the commission and also take a look at their own lack of support to this commission and other behaviors such as microaggressions that lead to brilliant professionals to leave this county or this field. I yield my time. Thank you.
And thank you. That does conclude public comment.
Thank you very much. Obviously, this is a topic that really brings out a tremendous amount of passion and interest in the community. And I do again want to say thank you so much to the tireless work of the Advisory Redistricting Commission that has worked on this for so long. I do want to address the sort of idea of the lack of support to the commission. I want to recognize that early on there was frustration with how the commission proceedings were going. And so I actually personally met with the equity ad hoc, and we worked through the county and through the CAO's office to bring additional resources, including the consulting support from Herman G. Hernandez, specifically to support the work of the commission. So I do believe that that work has been valued and appreciated by the Board of Supervisors, and we have worked diligently to try to get them the support that they need. With that, I will be bringing it back to my colleagues on the board for deliberation and thoughts. We have a few different possible pathways forward at this point. We can sort of suggest some modifications to this map, right? We could express support for the map as is. Those, I think, are really the paths that we have to look at, as well as considering, of course, the current map with the existing supervisorial boundaries. So with that, I would see who would like to take a stab at sharing their thoughts on the map, their concerns, and any other responses to the map that we have before us now. Supervisor Corsi?
Thanks. And I didn't say it before, but thank you to the 19 commissioners, to all those of you who spoke today, to Ed and Anna, and to our staff who's been working on this hard for the last 4 months. I not only want to thank you for the work, I want to honor your work. This is an effort that is clearly based on equity, and beyond equity, to me, it represents direct empowerment of communities in this county. Specifically, Roseland and Moreland, I do believe that they fit better with the city of Santa Rosa. The two districts that were created in the southwest of Santa Rosa by the Santa Rosa City Council in 2018, one of them does cross the freeway and includes South Park, which I believe it fits well in that district as well. At this point, this is the best map that we have. And it's not only the only map that we have, it's the only map that has been explained thoroughly to me, that I understand the reasons behind it. I understand the objections to it also, but I actually believe in the reasons behind it. So I'm not going to pick at it. I'm I'm open to other suggestions, but anything else that we see, including keeping the status quo, is going to need to convince me why it is better than this. The narrative of additional maps and changes needs to be strong and clearly tell me why it addresses the issues of equity and empowerment that I think are paramount in this map and should be paramount in everything that we do. Thank you again.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Who else? Supervisor Rabbit?
Thank you very much. And again, thank you to everyone, and thank you for the comments and of those that we've heard. And I'm concerned with this. I think that it's a good place to start, and I think that having the 4 districts, 4 of the districts have immovable barriers, right? Borders. You got the Pacific Ocean, San Pablo Bay, and the 3 counties that surround us, and obviously the lines in between are the difficult ones to sort out. I do think that the issue of Southwest Santa Rosa was of a primary concern, and it obviously is adequately addressed in this, but it solve one problem and create cascading others. And I think it's the cascading others that we need to go back and really look at with a fine-tooth comb. The exact borders between those districts, as we know, where they actually turn to and what those communities are. And I do worry about those that have been left that haven't necessarily stepped forward and don't understand what the future holds for them. Because quite frankly, I know that even in the ARC, the issues of equity took some time, but until you have a map to draw, to look upon, you don't get a lot of true diving in. And I think that's just human nature. And I think that part of that is to make sure that that graphic can be out there, that the input can come back. I'd like to understand from those that I represent now in Roanoke Park, what their feelings are and whether they've really been engaged, or even up around into Bennett Valley that gets split. And as was mentioned, I think they consider themselves a community of interest, as far as I know. Not as familiar since I haven't represented that area. But I mean, those are the things to me that we need to really kind of continue to hone in on and truly understand before that final determination is made. But I agree with you. It is difficult to solve the one and not have a cascading domino effect that affects the other. And you know, it's just making sure that it makes sense overall. And I can tell you personally, I don't think it matters to us personally how that turns out, whether those borders are within or without a district, in or out of a specific district now. But I do know that we know what it's like to know where those natural barriers are and where people turn for their representation. And I'm talking more in the rural areas, quite frankly. And I think that, and again, I think this is a different process, because while the cities, I think we heard from a lot of city residents, it's really the rural residents that turn first and foremost to the county supervisors. And the work that we do really is focused a lot on the rural residents who have no other local form of government. So I think that's really an important factor that we need to take into consideration going forward, at least to know that they're comfortable in the process that we've gone down and what the end result will be. So thank you again for that.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hopkins, and everybody for your comments and for the opinions and the research and everything that's out there. I'm interested in what comes next. We're not in a point where we're deliberating maps at this point, but as I said before, I appreciate the work done. Sounds like the biggest question that we have to ask ourselves is the Southwest Santa Rosa and the Roanoke Park area. While at the same time, the only thing I would request from the side of North County and Northeast with Supervisor Gorin and I is just to look back at the actual numbers of the difference in changing our district from Mark West Springs Road down further south. So just kind of interested in those numbers next time we take a look at that, and in how that plays out. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all of the commenters, to the members of the committee who worked so hard in a very short, constrained time period, and especially our amazing staff and our professional expertise to help guide us through this process. I was surprised that there were sort of a personal, critical comment made on me about blinders. I assure you, you don't know me. You don't know what my attitudes are. I encourage you to call me up and let's have a conversation. But all supervisors are entitled to ask questions. So I asked the question about what boundaries make some sense for the district to keep communities of interest intact. So when it comes to that, I have a number of suggestions on the fringes of the recommended changes. But I really want to thank the committee for keeping Sonoma Valley intact. That community of interest, the municipal advisory councils, are very important for cohesion, understanding, mutual support. They've been working together through COVID very, very intently, and we don't want to separate that community going up Sonoma Valley. And I recognize that I've served as mayor and council member for the city of Sonoma, and there are a number of other larger areas in the city that might be added to my district, and I'm totally comfortable with those choices moving forward. So I guess my question is, at what point should we have some tweaks in the proposed boundaries, not wholesale changes, but tweaks?
If I may weigh in on that question. So today, we presented the recommended map from the advisory commission. Staff is looking for any direction from the board today so that we can prepare additional maps. The advisory commission is done with their task. So now it's up to staff based on direction or options given to develop additional maps and bring them back on November 16th. So if we don't get any direction today, we don't necessarily have any new maps to bring back on 11/16. You know, the additional comments can be taken until November 4th. And depending on the number of comments or suggestions, potentially staff could take those and bring some of that back to the board for 11/16.
Thank you. With that being said, I'll offer some general suggestions, even though one member was critical of my question about the mountaintops. That actually does keep communities of interest in common because it's easier to access those communities from the basin up to the top of the mountain. So I would look for some boundary realignment along the top of Sonoma Mountain, going down to the raceway. Because some of those roads coming from Sonoma Valley, emptying into Sonoma Valley Groundwater Basin, run along the top of that basin overlay over the top of the mountain. So I would be looking for some changes there. I want to make an observation. Supervisor Zane took great pride and offered great suggestions and support for the creation of Taylor Mountain. And I am concerned that District 3 no longer has Taylor Mountain, I think, in that district. And so we may want to think about a boundary realignment along Taylor Mountain so that Supervisor Corsi could have at least one regional park in his district. I'm comfortable with the boundaries in Santa Rosa. Some of them look a little strange because of the dog legs, but if that works for the numbers, then I'm comfortable with that. Interestingly enough, that was where my home was before I moved a number of years ago. So I'm very comfortable with that area around Chenate campus and certainly the Fountain Grove Sky Farm area. I would ask that we think about a boundary modification with Supervisor Gore and me sharing the boundary along Mark West Springs Road, Porter Creek, and Petrified Forest Road. We share a passion for the watershed up there, but we also have a lot of experience representing the fire survivors up there, and all of that area was involved in 1, 2, or 3 of the fires. So those are my suggestions for the tweaks, other than, oh wait, I want to grab all of Napa County. No, not really.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gorin. I just want to start off again on that note of gratitude for all of this work. And I really do appreciate the focus on equity, and in particular, the focus on Western Santa Rosa and Roseland and Moreland. And to that point, I do want to note that Supervisor Corsi would actually have a regional park in his district, Andy's Unity Park, as well as the Joe Rodota Trail linear park that we have. However, I also can't ignore what I am hearing from, honestly, a couple of the few leaders of color that we have in Sonoma County. I have had multiple conversations with Vice Mayor Elward and with Councilmember Linares, and they have raised concerns regarding the BIPOC community in Rohnert Park. And I want to share some statistics from Councilmember Linares, which is that he represents a district that is 43% BIPOC, including 36% Latinx, 3% Black, 4% AAPI. He represents an elementary school, John Reed Elementary, that is 87% BIPOC students. And so I am wondering if there is an interest in the majority of the board to look at some new maps that would unify Moreland and Roseland with the 3rd district, but could look at sort of picking up population elsewhere in terms of the 5th district. By the way, I'm really excited to represent the district that apparently nobody wants to be part of. So it's, it's sort of like, where do we get that increase in population and what has been a traditionally very rural district? And when I look at the map kind of from the overarching perspective, I sort of see a few possible population centers. There would be sort of first, so you could sort of look up at the north side, right, and sort of Cloverdale as a possibility. There's sort of Windsor and Fulton and that kind of area, which I would say actually has some connectivity with the lower Russian River, especially the Fulton area, in terms of that economic corridor along River Road, sort of extending over to 116. And then there's sort of the Cotati kind of south into Western Petaluma. And I would just be curious to see maps that might consider those kinds of possibilities. And if we did want to throw in there, I don't know how we could unify Roseland and Moreland in an urban district if we did this, but there is a request from the Roanoke Park City Council to look at what Roanoke Park would look like in the 3rd district. So I would be interested in taking the tremendous work of the ARC, but also hearing the real-time feedback that we are hearing from Roanoke Park and seeing if there are any other possible maps that would create balanced population. I will also say that I do have an interest and I would love to see the populations balanced. And I didn't really understand why we were just short at 8,000 people when that's, I think, about the number of people who were in Cotati, 8,000. And that actually is a community of interest. Quite frankly, I've heard that repeatedly. Roanoke Park and Cotati just collaborated on the new SAFER program, right? And so they're sort of they're sister cities, even though they have distinct identities. I also remain interested in looking at that area around Forestville. That's a really small change that I think there's probably a handful of people who live there. It's largely sort of larger agricultural parcels, but just in sort of drawing lines that make sense more based on community identity and less on the vagaries of Mark West Creek and the Russian River. Although I think that would give me the bridge that is currently still closed for several weeks, little Wooler over there. Anyway, those are some of my thoughts, and I'm just wondering if there is interest in the board in looking at alternative maps that, again, trying to meet the ARC priorities, but also hearing in real time from some of our Roanoke Park colleagues regarding their feedback on the map. And I would offer that as a suggestion. I almost called you council member, Vice Chair Corsi.
Yeah, I said I wasn't going to pick at this map, but I do want to respect the requests from the council members in Roanoke Park and many residents of Roanoke Park who've contacted me over the past week and ask that we put a map together that includes Roanoke Park, all of Roanoke Park, because I believe that empowerment is important, but includes Roanoke Park in District 3, along with Roseland, Moreland, and parts of downtown Santa Rosa. And I want to make it clear, if the best way to do that draws me out of District 3, I want to see that map.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Gosh, what is up with me? I'm going to have Roanoke Park on the brain and I'm thinking like a city council member. Thank you, Vice Chair Corsi. Supervisor Rabbit.
I agree with you in terms of, I know that I believe that the city of Roanoke Park has drawn a map that is similar, keeping them whole, but perhaps is something that we need to look at as well. So I do agree that, and I think everyone has pretty much stated that the map presented is the best that we have in front of us right now. Going forward, if we can continue to meet the overall goal of the redistricting committee, but look at those areas. As someone who represents Cotati, I've looked at a blow-up area of that East Cotati corridor. There are some strange pieces in there as well, and I do think that there's some additional areas that we probably haven't heard from that need to have that little fine tuning that make sure that they fall in the right spot.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Rabbit. Comments from my colleagues who were looking at less drastic changes over to the right. Seeing that. So are you okay with that idea of bringing back those additional maps? Okay,
Absolutely.
I'm seeing nodding heads.
I really want to respect the great community comments about Roanoke Park and the integrity of that community, but I also want to thank the committee for recognizing the integrity of Moreland and Roseland neighborhood. It's always been sort of a strange partner with the city of Santa Rosa, and I think combining it more closely with the city of Santa Rosa is a really good thing, and keeping those communities of interest intact. How you do that and how you balance the population is a work for the technical folks of the committee. But I want to thank the mayor and the vice mayor of Rohnert Park for calling in today and making it clear that the map we have before us is not serving their needs. So I appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Warren. You know, I think at the end of the day, one of the things that's most important about this process is that we do it with people and not to people. And I think that is the work that so far the ARC has done, right? Making sure that the community concerns were uplifted. And as much as it breaks my heart, right? And as much as I actually have loved and enjoyed every minute that I've had the opportunity to represent Roseland and Moreland, also when you love people, you listen to them. And so if they are saying that they feel like they would be better served by being in the urban core of Santa Rosa, that is what I want to support. And I do think that it's important to sort of, to Vice Chair Corsi's points, sort of keep our personal feelings out of it and to really try to listen to folks. But that's also why I do feel it's important to at least see what some maps could look like, having heard now from other representatives and from other residents of Rohnert Park who might not have engaged in the process until they realized that they would be potentially part of a rather dramatic change. So is that I will ask staff if that sort of provides clear enough direction for the sorts of maps that we would like to see come back to the board. And I would say that absolutely we want to keep the current map on the table, but also have sort of some alternatives that could maintain the integrity of Roseland and Moreland while also potentially incorporating some of the feedback from Rohnert Park or looking at other ways of balancing the population.
This is Yvonne. I'll just chime in, and perhaps NDC may want to chime in as well. I have on the timeline that November 4th is the day to receive input for the next revision of maps for consideration at November 16th. This is with the goal of trying to post that next iteration of maps by November 9th, which is it's a very ambitious goal, but with those comments that we have received, we can certainly look at maps that have already been drawn. I think some of them already take into consideration some of these thoughts, and also probably add a few more. And so, Ken, I don't know if you want to chime in at all, but I think it's probably doable by next week. Oh, you're muted.
And I believe we have
yes.
Right.
I'm sorry.
November 16th.
It's certainly doable, and in fact, it's helped by the fact that there are some previous maps that have been drawn with that in mind. As Doug mentioned in the beginning, the real issue is if we have to balance population and we have to get to Santa Rosa and split it into 4 to do that, that may be the only way we can do it. Some of the previous maps did that. So we can certainly try, and to the chair's comments, the nibbling part is a little easier, you know, with Forestville and that. Those are easier to accommodate in this map. It's the issue of trying to keep Roseland and Moreland with Santa Rosa, as well as in the same district as Rohnert Park, which is not challenging. It's almost impossible, given the numbers where the population is. But we'll take a look and see as best we can.
Thank you. And in terms of process, oh, sorry, go ahead, Yvonne.
I just wanted to confirm my understanding of what your board has requested in terms of changes to the current map and or looking at additional maps, so that I and staff, other staff and NDC are perfectly clear. So if you wouldn't mind indulging me for a moment as I go through my list, I would appreciate it. And so the first one is looking at the boundary alignment up Sonoma Mountain down to the Raceway, looking at the Mark West Springs area and further south what that number looks like. Taking into consideration Taylor Mountain within District 3 potentially. Considering the boundary in the Mark West Springs, Porter Creek, Petrified Forest Road area, especially in the context of serving fire survivors. In looking at Moreland and Roseland, perhaps picking up population in Rohnert Park. I'm not sure I have that one correct as Supervisor Hopkins. That was from you. Is that what you were stating?
Katati with Rohnert Park as sort of a slightly shared community of interest. And that would also, I think, balance the populations a bit, although you then have to nibble out someplace else. for a second. That's one of the challenging things. You make one little tweak and then everything else has to shift. So I do recognize that this is a challenge.
Okay. And then, of course, I'm looking at the possibility of getting Rohnert Park into District 3. That I think is going to be a different kind of map than our starting point ARC map. Looking at the numbers of District 5, and you had a question regarding that. And then looking more closely at Forestville and the lines there, and considering that more as a community of interest rather than looking at the physical lines there. And then, getting back to incorporating Rohnert Park in District 3, Supervisor Corsi is like, take his location in that district out of the equation, and what does that look like? And then looking at the East Katati corridor in relationship to District 2. And then supporting, okay, I'm sorry, I'm just restating. So is that an accurate recap?
Yeah, and I had offered a few suggestions because if Western Santa Rosa is to go into the 3rd and Rohnert Park is potentially going to go into the 3rd, the 5th district needs to pick up population somewhere. So I was sort of throwing out some ideas that I was just looking at in terms that would make sense, partly looking at the compactness criteria of you could go up in the north to Cloverdale, you could sort of bulb out into sort of Fulton and Windsor, or you would be sort of going down towards Western Petaluma. I also don't know, it's not feasible to put Rohnert Park and Petaluma in the same district due to population. Is there any way of adjusting that in any way, shape, or form to sort of make a South County urban 101 corridor district? And it looks like Supervisor Rabbit's leaning in too, so I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Well, I was just going to add, I didn't hear Yvonne mention the Bennett Valley and how that comes into play. So that northeastern side of that's it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. That was one that was mentioned as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Chair Nichols, I can adjust your issue. You can, but that would be, you'd create significantly different maps. A significantly different map because you, as you mentioned, you would ripple all the way around. I mean, those are where the population districts are. So balancing the needs of the Sonoma Valley voice. We did hear about Rohnert Park and Katati. We tried to keep them together, but there's a lot of people there. And so, the question I might ask is, are you comfortable and are the folks in Santa Rosa comfortable with being split 4 different ways instead of 2 or 3? If that's the case, we can try and do this in a population balanced way. But that's where we'd have to gather the people.
Well, I do think that it comes back to, I'm sort of channeling, which we don't have the ARC reps on the Zoom anymore, but they're, talking about the communities, right, of interest. And so I think that actually really Santa Rosa is comprised of many communities of interest. The city obviously is far too large to hold in one district. But I think it really, we heard that Coffee Park wants to stay together, right? Roseland and Moreland and sort of their alignment, with sort of South Park and potentially Rohnert Park. I mean, I think that it would be good to look at those communities of interest as opposed to thinking really about the city as a whole, because obviously it's impossible to get the whole city into, but that's just my personal thoughts from my colleagues. I feel like Supervisor Corsi has the best perspective probably of all of us.
I'm okay with that. We have this map in front of us that creates 3 districts in Santa Rosa. I understand that, asking for different maps is going to create 4. We'll have to make a choice at some point. So I'm fine with seeing that.
By the way, I'm turning my camera off because I'm getting internet instability here, so I'm trying to reduce the load. Sorry.
You and the rest of the world, congratulations.
Sorry.
And I represent a good part of Santa Rosa. I'm comfortable with whatever boundaries make some sense based on population, but recognizing that there are some neighborhoods, communities that you don't necessarily want to separate because they have geographical interests as well as emergency response interests. So see if you can keep those neighborhoods intact and together.
Will do.
Supervisor, or give a thumbs up. My sort of last, I guess, thought, and I almost wish that Chair Sheffield and Vice Chair Horta were still on, but is the sort of rural versus urban Western Santa Rosa, and sort of, I don't know if there's any background perhaps that you could provide in sharing why the ARC drew the line the way they did, because there's actually substantial population in the unincorporated Western Santa Rosa area as well. And so, I'm just curious why, because that did bump it out into the unincorporated section of Western Santa Rosa, I believe, including a bit of the Dairyland.
I believe Chair Sheffield is still on. I see his name. Chairman, are you there? Do you want to address that?
I am still here. I just, I'm just thinking of the best way to address it is that, in this work, we based everything we had on the community input and what made sense to us. And, in the end of the day, we turn it over to you now to make sense of that. I do want to caution, you're proposing making significant changes, and in those areas where you're proposing making significant changes, to again be guided by the MAPS Act, be guided by the input that you will gather from this meeting. You also have very little time to do this. But the other thing is, why we wanted to make the borders and keep them somewhat, as best we could, resemble the current borders is, again, because we hear from the public. They don't want significant changes. And when at all possible, that, was what guided us as well, is making little change to the existing boundaries as possible, except in those areas, that southwest area and Roner Park area, where we heard from, and again, because of population, we made the changes that we did. Those were our recommendations. But again, it's now in your hands. It's now in your hands to continue where we left off.
Thank you very much, Chair Sheffield. I appreciate that. I think it would be really helpful to me, and just as maybe this is a process question for staff. Once we sort of arrive at the big picture concept, will we then have an ability to sort of dive into the details? Because I am really curious at looking at sort of the street by street, and I actually heard some feedback from Roner Park that, well, if we do wind up in the 5th district, what about taking sort of the sphere of influence of unincorporated Roner Park right in there? And so, kind of making the concept decision based on those principles brought forward by the ARC, and then sort of diving into the nitty gritty sort of street by street, oh, there's a grocery store here, or, oh, there's this, sort of development over here. We don't want to split that development in two so that the neighborhood is cut in two.
So what has been done with the previous draft maps is that the feedback goes back to NDC, and then they produce the maps, which are then loaded into one of those online tools, primarily the interactive review map, where you can then zoom in on that particular map and get really, really granular, which you cannot do on a static PDF. And so once we get those revised maps from them, they will be loaded into that viewing tool, but we're under super compressed time frame between today and our targeted goal of posting those maps on November 9th, so that the public also has a chance to review them ahead of the November 16th meeting. But there is an opportunity to do it once we do get those maps.
Great. Do we have any final sort of thoughts or suggestions from members of the board? Sounds like we will be revisiting this in a couple of weeks. Thank you so much, Chair Sheffield, for your work, and thank you to staff for your diligence in seeing this effort through. And I really appreciate the community engagement and look forward to continuing that as we drive this process forward. So thank you all. And I'm just going to check in one moment in terms of timing. All right, we are going to take a lunch break and sort of go into closed session, and then we will look at the ARPA item in the afternoon. Council Pittman, how long are we estimating for our closed session calendar? Yeah. I feel like we need to get out here by 1 p.m. at the latest to begin ARPA. So we may just sort of see what we can take in terms of the closed session calendar and then postpone the rest until at the end of the meeting.
I believe we can do it in about 30 to 45 minutes.
So you think we could actually eat and get it done by 1 p.m.? All right, let's go for it. Okay. All right. So with that, we are going to be adjourning into closed session. So we'll go ahead and take public comment on closed session items, which is our items 37, 38, and 40 through 40B. 39 was continued by addendum. So I will ask if any members of the public wish to comment on the closed session calendar. Seeing none in person, Marcy, do we have anyone who would like to participate via Zoom?
Thank you. If you can please raise your hand if you'd like to comment. These are on the closed session items before the board today. There are a couple commenters here. And again, I'll just reiterate for the public that they'll be revisiting the ARPA item in the afternoon. If the first commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Ellen Opsler. I use the pronoun she, her, and I'm commenting about 40A on your closed session calendar about the appointment of the Director of Health Services. In the summer of 2020, there was a sign seen at many Black Lives Matter protests that read, "Treat racism like COVID-19. Assume you have it, listen to experts about it, don't spread it, be willing to change your life to end it." With the loss of 2 Black women and 1 Black man as department heads, there is no need to assume racism here. About listening to experts, one would think an Office of Equity would have some answers, but these losses came under their watch. I hope the board will scrutinize the functioning of that office to learn why. To take meaningful steps to remedy the unacceptable situation we find ourselves in, I hope the board will listen to the only true experts about racism, Black people. Please meet with all the Black people who are willing to talk to you and pay them for their time. We must fix this. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Vero, and I'm also commenting about the closed session item relating to the resignation of our an additional local Black leader, or someone who was going to come, others who have resigned, citing microaggressions and racism in their own departments and in the county. And yeah, we just want to say that we find this totally unacceptable and really disturbing. It's not necessarily a surprise, but to have it be so prevalent and so harmful that even the people who have been helping us write out plans to deal with racism and equity in our county have to leave to protect themselves is an absolute disgrace and a stain on our county. It is not only our leadership and our officials, it's also a workplace, and we want to see obviously real change and transparency around this process, including questions about what the plan was and the meetings that were had in before the resignation happened. Clearly, whatever the board was meeting about and making a plan to address it was not sufficient to prevent the loss of these leaders. And I agree that only those groups and those people and the officials themselves or the leaders who left will really know the answer as to what needs to change. And so we need to find out and listen to them without questioning their experience. And we're waiting to see what plan comes forward to address this immediately and empower the Office of Equity to make sure that it can do its job to protect our Black leaders. Thank you.
The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Michael. I'd like to echo what Kelsey and Ellen have stated. I think it's not surprising that another Black woman has left county government over complaints about racism. I don't think any of you should be surprised about it. I believe that we have, if you want to address racism in county government, you have to be courageous. You have to take strong stances. You have to put yourself in a position where you will be criticized by other white people for what you're saying, and powerful white people. And that's not easy, but that is your job as elected officials. Right now, I have the impression that there's a lot of talk about equity, about racial justice, but there's no action. There's a lot of talk about, hey, we're going to try to, we're having a mission on equity, even though the Human Rights Commission was already doing a lot of that work before and they weren't supported. And now you have this, I don't know, you end up with, when it really comes down to it, when you need to trust people of color to do things that they have been assigned to do to, increase the amount of equity in the county, there's just a lack of willingness to listen and putting yourself first. And that shouldn't, so that's all, not surprising. And that permeates this entire county. It permeates not just the government, it permeates, all kinds of groups, businesses all around the county. And, my hope is that someday having the appearance of supporting equity and supporting anti-racism isn't going to be good enough. We're going to get to a point where you have to actually do it, or you will not be able to survive as an elected. Thank you.
Thank you. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, good morning. This is Allegra, and I am also here to say pretty much the same things as the commenters before me have said. This is super embarrassing. It's not surprising, but we should be ashamed as a county that we are losing Black leadership in this way because of racism, because of unaddressed racism. Sorry, I'm driving and there's some scary stuff behind me. Gotta move.
Stay safe. We can pause the time there. Just thanks so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We can't continue to lose Black leadership like this because of unaddressed racism. And when we have board members who state their shock and surprise in the media, that's either ignorance or I don't know, some kind of like playing for the press. It's really like you can't be surprised that this is happening because this is your county. And also, I just want to say, like, if this is happening to department heads, then what is happening to line level county employees? What kind of aggression are they experiencing? What kind of racism are they experiencing? I feel like you need to meet with Black leaders and you need to figure out why this continues to happen, and it needs to be stopped. And we need to stop acting like, oh my gosh, this is such a big, huge surprise. We can't believe it's happening. Like, it's been happening. That's why you created the Office on Equity. That's why we've at least finally started talking about this topic, but it's not moving. And in order to move it forward, you are going to have to face some criticism, face some consequences, and make changes that the business partners aren't going to like, that the sheriff's department isn't going to like, that the Farm Bureau isn't going to like. Make those changes for your residents and for your employees because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, this is Kirsten Lange again. Friendly reminder that this is definitely not new. And as pointed out by the speakers before me, this is something that needs to take action for 40A and not having an appointment and the loss of Black leadership. And for those continuing to listen, we had this conversation. Members of the NAACP Executive Committee met with a number of you this summer, giving you fair warning that Black leaders were experiencing tumultuous work environments and still were being expected to perform with no support. It's great that we have an Office of Equity, but without funding the office to allow the work to continue and an expansion of a department, the opportunity for them to be successful is quite frankly not there. 3 staff people cannot carry out the surplus of work that needs to happen across the county from the start to the finish with recruiting, the hiring bias, the bias in the interview process, and the microaggressions that are going unchecked and addressed in all of the departments. And it is at your hands to really take the steps forward to make these changes. This is not new. We cannot fake it. And you should take this feedback that you've been given over and over and over as a gift, or you will be remembered as the county leadership who allowed this to fester in 2021 and beyond. I yield my time.
And the next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors and Chairwoman Hopkins. This is Thomas, and I can't remember a supervisor who was so involved in Roseland as Chairwoman Hopkins was before the annexation and dealing with the encampment and the homelessness in the area, and I thought it was phenomenal, and I really that was terrific, and I think each of you feels that you're really striving to do those things to answer this question. But I would just point out that through the annexation process, the Roseland Village was not processed properly through the city. And when the transfer occurred, that the entire development had to be reprocessed. And so it's taken years to get that affordable housing developed. And it was a characteristic problem, a systematic problem. And so it's not an individual thing that, and I would point to the rest of the annexation. So the rest of the annexation left all those services, which are flood control and street lighting and curbs and gutters and sidewalks and all those things that are not done. And those things usually are handed off with funding or bonding to be able to do that, or some accommodation. There's going to be flooding there due to sea level rise and these additional flooding. We had 8.5 inches of rain in a 24-hour period. It's incredible. So we have a new thing. We have to do more. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins and Board. That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. With that, we will adjourn into closed session. Given the public comment, we will likely come back at about 1:10. Thanks.
Hi, good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. We're ready to begin the procedures to restart. Wonderful, and thank you, Chair Hopkins. You should be ready to begin.
Thank you very much, Marcy. So thanks to everyone for their patience. I know that our meeting has gone a bit longer than we anticipated today, but we are ready to move on to item 36, which is the presentation of community ARPA funding process and outcomes. And I would also like to share a couple of updates in terms of our agenda, which are that we will have our report out from closed session at the end of the meeting. And we will also not expect to go into our land use hearings, which were previously scheduled for 1:30 and 1:45. We're going to be delaying those by at least an hour. So we would not expect getting back to those until 2:30 at minimum. But to be honest, it's likely to be closer to 3 if we have substantial public comment, which we are anticipating. So with that, I will go ahead and hand it over to our absolutely amazing ARPA team. I am very excited to be joined this afternoon by Alegria de la Cruz, our Director of the Office of Equity, Sheba Pearson-Whitley, our EDB Director, Dr. Eiler with Economic Forensics and Analytics, Dr. Marlene Orozco, the lead researcher at Stanford Business School, as well as, I actually don't see her on the screen, but I have Tian Rivera from Health Services also on the list. So thank you all so much, and I will hand it over to you. Oh, and I actually, sorry, I missed Oscar because he was on a different page. So Oscar Chavez, our Assistant Director over at Human Services. And I just want to say thank you, first of all, for all of your work. This has been a really exciting process, a sort of first-time process also for Sonoma County, and the community engagement, the commitment to equity, and all of the work that you have done is greatly appreciated. So thank you, and I'll hand over the mic. Oh, and we also have Denia Candela, our Equity Program Manager over at Health Services. So now I think I have all the Zoom squares covered. Not missing anybody? Great, thank you.
Through the chair, thank you so much. Sheba Pearson-Whitley, Executive Director of the Economic Development Board. We are here with the ARPA Dream Team to present on ARPA. So to just orient everyone with that acronym, that is the American Rescue Plan Act. It was signed into law in March of 2021, so March of earlier this year. And through that work, that package is allocated just over $96 million to the County of Sonoma for ongoing recovery and impacts that our community has faced as a result of COVID-19. And in the previous board action, approximately $19.5 million has already been allocated to ongoing response and needs for the Department of Health. So that leaves a balance of around $76 million. And we are here today to provide an update on the funding recommendations that we have been working on with the community. We're also going to hear reports from Dr. Rob Eiler of Sonoma State and Dr. Marlene Orozco out of Stanford University. We understood early on that there was going to be a need to have quantitative and qualitative data. So today you're going to hear a lot of great data that is really going to be a demonstration of the disproportionate impacts that COVID-19 have really played out on our community and within our community. And we also recognize that behind the statistics, behind the numbers, there's people. There are real lives that have been impacted. There are community members that have been impacted. So of course, we always want to remind ourselves that whether it's the health data, the occupation data, or the industry data, no matter what data sets we're looking at, that there's people here in our community, real life people connected to those numbers, and they have been impacted so greatly by COVID-19. And so, with that, I am going to turn it over to Ms. Candela from the Health Department to provide us an update on some health data. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheba, and thank you for having the pleasure of presenting to you today. As Sheba mentioned, it's really important that we start our presentation and grounding us in data and recognizing that each of these data points is a person who experienced some of the worst impacts of this pandemic in our community. This first slide shows us a geographic case distribution over time throughout Sonoma County. It's important to know that this slide also serves us to show us the disproportionate impacts depending on someone's race and ethnicity. Over the course of a pandemic, the cumulative case rates of residents of color have far surpassed those of white, non-Hispanic residents. when taking population size into account, of course. Latinx residents have been most disproportionately impacted by total case rates per 100,000 residents. They're 3.7 times higher than those of white residents, as compared to the case rates of white non-Hispanic residents. American Indian Alaska Natives have also experienced disproportionate impacts of rates of 3.1 times higher. Pacific Islanders case rates are 3 times higher. Black residents are 2.3 times higher. Asian residents case are 1.4 times higher. And multiracial residents who identified as multiracial are case rates 1.2 times higher. In the first map to your left, you can see the geography of these cases and the way in which our county's segregation contributes to these areas of focus for the investment to address disproportionality. To the right, you can see that those hotspots layer with the Human Development Index, or HDI, from the latest portrait of Sonoma data. The HDI is a composite rating of overall well-being based on health, education, and income, which enables us comparisons over time across race and ethnicity, place, and also gender. With this image, and those areas with the lower HDI score are highlighted in darker blue. The areas of HDI outlined in lighter blue. And here we can see the way the COVID-19 cases layer right on top of historical inequity. Where there were people who experienced greater burdens from the pandemic's health impact are the same places where communities have experienced historical disinvestment and where there is a heightened segregation, particularly for Latinx populations. Population size is an important factor that is critical to the way we run analysis. Seeing data through a lens of disproportionality takes into account communities who are often not seen by traditional methods and can further contribute to increased marginalization. There's a need for us to expand our ability to understand the importance of both qualitative and quantitative data. Next slide, please. Okay. This slide shows us the 3 different data sets on top of each other. This first data set added here is the Healthy Places Index, which combines 25 community characteristics into one single index HPI score. The HPI scores for each census tract can be compared across the state to paint an overall picture of health and well-being in each neighborhood in California. The creators of HPI share the following. The field of public health recognizes the significant and well-documented role that race and ethnicity play in shaping health outcomes in our communities. Areas with high concentration of people of color have often endured many years of disinvestment and high rates of poverty, substandard schools, and trauma. These neighborhoods typically have higher pollution, unhealthy housing, and limited access to healthcare, parks, fresh fruits and vegetables, all impacting their health. While the HPS does not include race and ethnicity because of Proposition 209, our state's prohibition in the use of race and ethnicity of certain funding allocations, we can still see the way in which historical inequity has driven the pandemic's impact deeper into communities of color. It is critical for us to humanize this data, to recognize that this disproportionate cost to inequity that sits squarely on the backs of community of color. In 2020, life expectancy decreased 2.1 years compared to the 2017-2019 average for Latinx residents, in comparison to those who are white, which is 0.7. The premature death rate from COVID-19 was almost 10 times higher for Latinx residents compared to white residents. COVID-19 was responsible for 7% of all premature lives lost for Latinx residents compared to 1% of white. COVID-19 sorry, I'm gonna get myself together, contributed to 12% of deaths for Latinx residents, compared to 3% white. Significantly greater than expected deaths were observed among Latinx residents in 2020 due to drug overdose, suicide, chronic lower respiratory disease, kidney disease, and unintentional injury. This was only racial ethnic group that experienced greater than expected suicide rates. Latinx, Asian, Black African American, American Indian, Alaska Natives, Pacific Islander residents are also overrepresented in COVID-19 hospitalizations and deaths. In honor of Dia de los Muertos, and in honor of the people who've struggled and died, we invite you to take a moment of silence for our communities, our children, and our community as a whole. Please sit in silence with me. Thank you. I'm gonna pass it over now to the wonderful Sheba Person-Whitley.
Thank you so much, Dinya, and thank you for giving us a space to really think about all the people in our community who have been impacted the greatest as a result of COVID-19. At EDB, we understood really early on that we needed to really understand from the data perspective what was happening within our community. So last year we contracted with Dr. Rob Eiler to do an economic impact study to really understand what industries and occupations will be impacted the most, as well as to understand what recovery might look like. We also went back to Dr. Eiler earlier this year to ask for an update on that. And in addition to that, we also contracted with Dr. Marlene Orozco out of Stanford University so that she could help us understand some of the disproportionate impacts to our Black and Brown and Indigenous people of color owned businesses, women-owned businesses, and others. We do know and understand and respect that the impacts of COVID-19 have not been equally distributed, that they have been inequitable. And even when we think about recovery, that is not going to be equal or equitable as well, that there are some that are going to take longer to recover. And so first, we're going to turn it over to Dr. Rob Eiler to provide a brief presentation on his work and his findings from his study. And then we're going to move into Dr. Orozco and give her an opportunity to share her findings as well. So thank you so much.
Sheba, do you need me to share my screen?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you so much, Dr. Eiler.
No worries. So thank you for having me today, and thanks to Sheba and Ethan for guiding this research. And what my task is today is to walk you through the following. I basically was asked to provide some data that would identify industries and occupations that may be most at risk as the recovery continued through at least 2021 and then on beyond to 2023 minimum. But the point really is trying to also identify where to put the federal funding that's here in such a way to sort of get the biggest bang for buck. So that's another piece of this, is where do we put the rescue plan money such that Sonoma County is better off, but the communities generally are better off based on what we believe we have in terms of data, and also on the qualitative side to follow with respect to making sure that we pinpoint resources and their use for the betterment of everybody. And the idea of that the BIPOC communities have been disproportionately affected in the negative is something to keep an eye on. And I'll reflect on this with the data we have currently available. Dr. Roscoe probably has a much more deep and wide look at this with respect to other data that have come out, but on the official data, it's still emerging. So please keep that in mind when you're hearing data from an official sense and not from a pinpointed survey, that these data are still emerging because they usually lag about 1 year. Okay, so to start with, we're going to look at employers or organizations and where people work. So one of the toughest things to talk about when we talk about labor market data and the effects of recession and recovery on labor markets is that we need to look at both who the employers are, the industry sectors, and then the jobs that people do, which are the occupations. And as we'll see in a minute, there's risk across both groups. And so when you're thinking about the distribution of funding that's meant to help, part of it is to try to say, where can we put our money with respect to potentially providing relief to specific industries that might help across both the salvation of certain industries and giving them a bridge over troubled water, and also thus helping some occupations that might be at risk. And you'll see some of those linkages as I go through. Some industries have a little bit larger multiplier effect. So one thing that government can do with this money, and you're seeing some of these discussions around California and throughout the United States, is if I put money someplace, will I actually get the sort of reverberative impact, this multiplicative impact that will grab onto other industries that may be at risk and help our communities more broadly if I do it in a sense more strategically, thinking about that bang for buck. But that might leave certain communities behind. So as you'll see in a minute, there's some filtering you have to put on those kind of decisions. And then finally, unfortunately, there's also going to be some cross effects with government. So I'm looking at the private sector only because the supposition is this is going to be very private sector based. But we know as government recovers and as government from state on down to the local starts to think about rehiring in a sense where it's going strategically over the next few years, that can act, unfortunately and fortunately, as an interference process with respect to how the labor market moves toward the private sector. So it's a good thing to see that coming back because government also has a multiplicative impact, but it can slow down private sector activity depending on what type of jobs are being hired and at what speed. Okay, so I started with a filter about organizations at risk. So I'm going to walk you through these data. These data are through the end of June 2021. The far right-hand column, which says forecasted change through the end of 2024, these four industry groups were the ones that looked like they would have the most risk, relatively speaking, meaning that they either had very small changes in jobs over the next few years to the end of 2024, or actually did not expect, in terms of the current forecast, to completely recover the jobs lost from the pre-pandemic level. And you can see those three negative numbers for accommodation and food services, which is one part of leisure and hospitality. The other part, which is arts, entertainment, and recreation, you can see below, has very little growth over the next few years. But the key is that in the first instance, when the pandemic began, there was a sharp downturn in all these industries where administrative and waste management, which is kind of an amalgam of garbage services, remediation services, and an array of contract office services, had a much smaller change, but has a negative change through the end of that time period, through the end of 2024. The other two above that, educational services, which includes childcare, and then accommodation and food services, hotels, motels, restaurants, and bars, had a severe impact and look like that impact is going to linger. So that's one of the main filters that I use to say, where did we see the most impact initially, and where may the most risk linger in terms of looking at specific businesses to which you may want to allocate funds. Another thing to think about is the probability of working from home. So you'll notice, which makes total sense, hotels, motels, restaurants, and bars have a relatively low probability of working at a remote site, which means that for folks that had lost their job there, it isn't just easy to snap your fingers and end up working from home. 90% or more of those jobs pretty much have got to be face to face. And to a certain extent, that's why that labor market damage lingers. On the multiplicative side, this just provides kind of a grid to think about, well, if I put money in a certain direction, if I put $1 of ARPA money in a certain direction, do I get more than that dollar out from the multiplicative impacts throughout Sonoma County? And the answer is yes, you do, through every industry, but some industries are relatively larger than others. One I bolded, which is the very bottom one, is so-called other services. Hair salons, nail salons, auto shops, fitness centers have also been relatively damaged in terms of their labor market outcomes during the recession, and also have kind of slow recovery forecasts going forward to 2023 and 4. But this at least provides the Economic Development Board and you all as supervisors a way of thinking about, well, if we put money in a certain place, should we expect a little bit larger impact one direction versus another? So that's the industrial side, thinking, okay, those are the most risky, or let's say the most at-risk industries going forward over the next few years. And this is the potential multiplicative impact of money that would be put towards certain industries. Let's now talk about what people do for work. So while you do want to support vulnerable industries, you also want to look at what people do for work, because that's where workforce development can actually help bring workers to bear on job openings. So there may be some vulnerable occupations, meaning while you have an industry that's rehiring, there may be specific occupations within that industry where the trajectory and projections for where hiring may be do not look as good as other ones. So if you're thinking about financing workforce development, some basic filters are thinking about where rising demand may be with respect to the lingering effects I showed you before. So if certain industries don't look like they're going to recover, the main occupations within those industries are also unlikely to recover at a very rapid speed. You want to probably look at occupations that might be flexible between industries. So for example, food services jobs are not totally dependent on restaurants, bars, and events. They can also flex to other industries that would hire. For example, in education, we hire workers that have food service knowledge and actually provide food services. You want to think about how flexible some of those occupations are that can move where they're needed the most. The idea that there's having specifically one industry that has a rising job forecast, if you can pinpoint occupations that they're going to need, and I'll come back to this theme at the very end, you want to think about how it's going to match. And then if there's risk of automation, there's a lot of discussion about artificial intelligence and general classic automation replacing jobs because machines do not get sick, machines do not quit, especially now when we hear a lot of rumblings about the so-called Great Resignation. You may see businesses want to think about whether or not they can automate and what are the long-term impacts of making that decision. So if you're thinking about that, one thing you can do in terms of occupations and workforce development is look to see if you can provide workers to not force businesses into those kind of marginal choices. Okay, so the next few slides talk about those occupations and some of the ways I looked at risk filtering and where most of the problems may be, including in our BIPOC communities. So this first stop looks at what occupations have seen change demand and have forecasted demand over the next few years. And that's, you can see in that shaded column, these are the occupations, production, which includes manufacturing, but most of these are personal services related. And again, mainly hired in those at-risk industries, bars, restaurants, hotels, motels, event centers with food services, those kind of industries hire most of these jobs. And you can see there's an easy crosswalk between what we looked at before and these that are most at risk for not recovering back to where they were pre-pandemic. What these other data show are some of the initial effects from the pandemic, which is the third column in percentage change, but then also thinking about how concentrated those jobs are, which is that OQ or that occupational quotient within Sonoma County. The higher that number, the more concentrated those kind of jobs are in Sonoma County versus the state on average. So this gives you one filter. Now, if I look at our BIPOC communities for what the data suggests, at least in an official capacity for right now, the bolded occupations are the ones that are more at risk with respect to how weighted our BIPOC communities are in terms of providing workers into those types of occupations. So not only you look at the far right, those negative numbers suggest the damage that happened within the recession time and the weighting, and that's the fourth column to the right, what percent of the workforce that provides workers into those occupations are from our BIPOC communities. The higher the number where there's negative change from the recession, the more at risk those workers are in those occupations. So one strategy might be to focus on retraining workers who used to have jobs in those occupations who may not see those jobs come back at least over the next few years and perhaps maybe over the rest of this decade. So that's the second filter, really focused on separating the white workers from the BIPOC community in sort of a binary way. What I was also asked to look at briefly was looking at models elsewhere. How else is ARPA money being put forward in terms of filtering? Well, a lot of it is about local headquartering, whether or not there's a viable business plan, because one thing a lot of communities worry about is financing businesses that are already teetering and were already teetering pre-recession and simply not getting much bang for buck at all with the money. Where does the bang for buck have the most impact? Whether or not businesses utilize local residents and specifically BIPOC residents in terms of a workforce, and where do they see hiring going? Now, a lot of this boils down to business planning. And so if thinking about whether or not that should be a filter because you see a business plan and this is why you should receive the money, in many ways that answers a lot of these questions. Most of the models around California are migrating around most of these these criteria, if you will, as filtering agents to figure out where the money should go. The final stop was to look at an updated forecast. So as Sheba suggested, EDB had asked me last year to put together a simple forecast in just whatever data we had coming out of the recession looking forward. This is what has changed. So if you look at Sonoma County, this is, in a sense, the possible trajectory of jobs going forward to the end of 2024. You can see these data are quarterly from January 2005 forward. The Great Recession is that little dip at the beginning, then up the ladder we go, and then you see the sharp dip as a result of COVID-19. You start to see the beginnings of recovery, and then I estimated there'd be a little bit of a slowdown as we went into fall. Unfortunately, that looks like it's actually going to come to pass. How deep it will be is unknown. The orange line is the better outcome, meaning I don't have as much job loss or job flattening going into the beginning of next year as I do in the gray line. The blue line shows things slowing down a little bit as labor force comes back to bear and may not find jobs as quickly as people come back looking for work. And then as we move through 2022 and into 2023, things start moving back toward that blue dotted line, which is where we started pre-pandemic. For California, the shape of the forecast for the state of California from the Department of Finance is very similar. Sonoma County generally has followed the state on average, moving up toward the black line. But the good thing is that if you look at where the forecast was 12 months ago, the recovery was more into the 2024 range in terms of just getting back to pre-pandemic conditions. We now look like it's going to maybe be it's going to be 18 months earlier when we get back to pre-pandemic conditions, which is great. But the composition of that recovery is also important given what we've talked about so far today. So we know there's going to be lingering impacts probably through 2024. There's going to be some industries touched by this, most likely through most of the rest of this decade, one way or the other, in some lingering way. What we hope is it's not lingering in the sense that we actually don't have very good job prospects, specifically in those entry-level jobs that speed a lot of careers for a lot of people who are initially high school graduates and get started with their adult lives. If those jobs go away, like let's say we get back only 92 or 93% in leisure and hospitality jobs, it's going to be a longer recovery for our lower to middle income workers, and unfortunately for some folks in our BIPOC communities. The supply chain issues are slowing down the national economy, and that's a reflection of Sonoma County and California economy. So watch for some of that business uncertainty to unfold in slower hiring patterns. A lot of the forecast I showed you, in a sense, the more sanguine look than it looked 18 months ago, is really dependent on how the global economy emerges, not just the national or not just the state or not just the regional, but the global economy emerges from most, if not all, of the effects from the pandemic. We know the specific industries at risk, and that's going to hurt our jobs economy. We know there's weighting towards certain industries. We hopefully will get clear of this relatively soon. But when we think about workforce development, we're really thinking about job matching. I've mentioned this before. It's critical to think if we're going to finance additional workforce development, where will the jobs be that will accept those workers and take them into the medium and long term, not just a short-term 12-month gain, but thinking more like 12 years. So that's all I have. Thank you so much again for having me do this work, and I'm hoping that this is helpful in terms of your resource allocation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Eiler. Before we move on one of your previous slides, I just got a question about farming and about the percentages and the breakdown, the demographics of the people who are comprised within the industry and occupation. And it looks like Caucasian 62.4%. And so I think there's a little bit of a question about that because I think we hear and see so much in our local farming community, who's in that workforce, who's out here doing that work. So if you could just, quickly address that. Thank you.
Sure. So the first column is California. The second column is Sonoma County. And then the third column is BIPOC California. And the fourth column is Sonoma County BIPOC. So you can see for Sonoma County, it's much more heavily weighted on the farming side toward our BIPOC communities than the state overall. And that's because thinking about the agricultural data, a lot of agriculture in terms of the official data is dominated by the Central Valley. So a lot of those payroll workers, where we see the data come up in California, tend to be dominated by the relatively larger farms in the Central Valley, not the more boutique farms that we see in coastal California. So, but again, I said, I made this warning earlier, these data are noisy around the ethnic distribution and racial distribution inside the workforce, because a lot of this, for better or for worse, is self-reported. So just think about that noise, and that might be why we see a little bit of disparity versus what you think anecdotally may be true.
Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, with that, we are going to turn it over to Dr. Marlene Orozco. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you and good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Hopkins, Board of Supervisors, Sheba Person-Whitley, Economic Development Board, and ARPA Committee for all of this really data-driven work that you all are sharing today. I join you to share out research from a study commissioned by the EDB to inform strategic investment and allocation of the ARPA funds. My area of expertise centers on BIPOC-owned businesses, Black, Indigenous, and people of color. So let me say up front that research and lived experience continue to show the consequences of racism and implicit bias that permeate our economic systems and multiple facets of social life. Our nation's history of slavery and colonization appear in our rearview mirror, but the legacy of policies and intergenerational inequality remain. And I'm not here with a personal agenda. There are social and moral arguments to be made about leveling the playing field, but I want to hone in on the economic reality and opportunity. The San Francisco Federal Reserve released a paper earlier this year that shows that the persistent educational and labor market disparities by gender and race are costing us big time. Closing these gaps by the next 20 to 30 years would increase the US economic output by 22%. And contribute an additional $8 trillion to the US economy. This would obliterate the current federal deficit 2.5 times over. Which brings me specifically to the experiences of business owners in Sonoma County. Dr. Eiler's report, which you just heard about right before, depicts pandemic industry effects with a focus on occupations and workforce. And this current study complements the research by focusing on business owners as the job creators in Sonoma County, and specifically on BIPOC-owned businesses for 3 reasons. The first is the economic gains that follow an equity agenda. The second is the disproportionate impact of the pandemic on the BIPOC community. And third, the increasingly racially diverse population and business trends reflected locally. So with that context in mind, I want to start by looking at some long-term business trends before we get into the study findings, which I hope will inform the work of the board ahead. So I'll go ahead and share some slides with you all. And first, as shown in this graph, the US is experiencing a 2-decade-long growth trajectory in the number of BIPOC-owned businesses, coupled alongside entrepreneurial decline in the non-Hispanic white population of business owners. Since 2007, BIPOC-owned businesses have grown in number by 38%, compared to white-owned businesses, which have declined by 3%. And if we were to consider the most recent economic downturn with the Great Recession, there would have been fewer businesses in 2012 compared to 2007, were it not for BIPOC communities starting businesses. And in Sonoma County, over 20% of all businesses are BIPOC owned. On average, BIPOC-owned businesses generate $224,000 in annual revenue, compared to $364,000 among white-owned businesses. And part of this revenue gap has to do with industry differentials. BIPOC business owners are starting businesses at a faster rate, though, across virtually all industries. So it's important to note that BIPOC-owned firms also employ, on average, roughly the same number of people as their white counterparts once they become employer businesses. One of the biggest hurdles for BIPOC entrepreneurs is going from a solopreneur, a self-employed individual with no employees, to an employer business with employees on payroll. And I frame the opportunity up front, but I think it's worth repeating and mentioning here again, that supporting the growth and scale of BIPOC-owned businesses to generate average revenue of their white-owned business counterparts would provide $1.4 trillion economic opportunity at a national scale. And in Sonoma County, if today's BIPOC business owners were equitably funded and scaled as their white counterparts, they could generate an additional $1.3 billion in annual revenue. Which leads me to a critical challenge contributing to this opportunity gap, which you may have heard consistently around small business. And this is the legacy of discrimination and lending practices through redlining, which has really stalled intergenerational wealth among BIPOC communities. And this is the capital that is often leveraged to build additional assets like businesses. Studies show that implicit biases prevail in small business lending practices, with Black business owners experiencing unequal treatment at the point of initial loan request, as they're often asked to legitimize their business, proof of registration, and they're shown different banking products, oftentimes more expensive products. There are also disparate outcomes in funding. After controlling for business performance measures like revenue, industry, profitability, and credit scores, we found that the odds of loan approval from national banks for Latinx business owners are 60% lower than their white counterparts. And most recently, studies surrounding the Paycheck Protection Program have shown that many of the challenges that existed prior to the pandemic were exacerbated by the immediate need for relief aid. There are lessons learned here about the types of lending institutions that are bridging capital gaps, which I'll cover in just a bit. And these include community development financial institutions and fintech companies. So I want to move on now to a survey that was conducted in the summer of this year, alongside several organizations that helped disseminate the survey, which you can read about in the report. Extra efforts were made to oversample BIPOC business owners. They make up 45% of the sample. And you can see the rest of the sample distribution here, with 37% representation among Latinx-owned businesses, making up the majority of the BIPOC-owned business sample. For comparative macro trends, data are presented in relation to a nationally representative survey of 15,000 business owners across the country, with half the sample comprised of white-owned businesses and the other half of Latinx-owned businesses. It's also important to note here that these are employer businesses, or those with at least one paid employee other than the business owner. So first, the COVID-19 pandemic impacted small businesses across the board. This figure shows that 3 out of every 4 businesses in Sonoma County experienced moderate or large negative effects. And in the aggregate, the impact appears almost indiscriminate. But if we consider specific negative impacts, BIPOC-owned businesses experienced large impacts on a few critical fronts. This table here shows 4 of these impacts in Sonoma County, with significant gaps across revenue, networking opportunities, financing, and layoffs. So compared to national trends, a greater share of businesses in Sonoma County report revenue decline, with BIPOC-owned businesses experiencing the greatest impact. And importantly, BIPOC-owned businesses were 6.5 times more likely to experience lack of financing, which again was a persistent challenge exacerbated by the pandemic. And certainly the pandemic has changed the way we think our environments, with a need to conduct some work remotely. And while some of this work was an option for roughly half of all businesses, this figure shows that 53% of BIPOC-owned businesses represented here by the blue bar on the right, report that this is not a viable option, which was echoed here by Dr. Eiler's comments prior. This is due to the overrepresentation of BIPOC-owned businesses in the service industry. And it's also clear that these practices, I should note, they're here to stay though, with those that conducted some form of remote work throughout the pandemic. Only 14% of those, particularly white-owned businesses in Sonoma County, report that they are likely to return completely to on-site in a post-pandemic environment. So now I'd like to consider federal pandemic relief aid for small businesses, which has been dispersed through the Paycheck Protection Program, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, where over $800 billion were deployed to small businesses across the country. The findings displayed here from Sonoma seem to suggest a strong network of business support, given that 50% of BIPOC-owned businesses, again, employer businesses, and 50% of white-owned businesses surveyed applied for and successfully received funding. However, BIPOC-owned businesses did report that they experienced greater challenges in applying for and securing the PPP. Among those who were interested in the PPP, 21% of BIPOC-owned businesses report a lack of response from a banking provider, compared to 14% among white-owned businesses. And additionally, over 1/4 of BIPOC-owned businesses report a lack of guidance on how to apply. I also want to note the most active lending institutions. supporting small businesses in Sonoma County with PPP. And these were regional local banks and credit unions. They accounted for nearly all of the PPP loans among those who were surveyed. And among white-owned businesses surveyed that obtained PPP, 53% obtained their funding from Exchange Bank. And among BIPOC-owned businesses that obtained PPP, 29% received funding from Exchange Bank and 29% received funding from Umpqua Bank. Now, to provide a broader look at financing, what this figure here shows is that the most common reason for businesses seeking funding, and it's to meet operating expenses. BIPOC-owned businesses were more than twice as likely to report seeking financing, however, to expand their business or to pursue new opportunities. This is 29% compared to 13%. So whether this is an extension of an existing business or a completely new startup idea, the need for additional capital to pursue these opportunities is rather apparent. And there are many challenges ahead that impact the future growth of businesses. It is clear that for BIPOC-owned businesses, the pandemic remains top of mind, along with trends in the general economy, obtaining new customers, business taxes and regulations, and getting the financing that they need, whether it's for these operating expenses or startup costs to fund a new opportunity or business idea. So this study, alongside the broader context of ongoing research, advances 5 recommendations for how to optimize support for small businesses. So first, it is clear that local and community banks really stepped up when small businesses needed them the most. Working hand in hand with local banks is a good way to keep the pulse on the business community's financial needs. And the pandemic challenges persist, with businesses seeking new ways to make up for the loss of revenue that they incurred. Creative financing through grants and stimulus opportunities will encourage new entrepreneurship. And while not directly highlighted today, business serving organizations were critical in providing information and resources throughout the pandemic. And certainly with the support of chambers of commerce and other local business organizations, this survey would not have been possible. And part of the PPP findings that I reported on are really a result of this organizational effect. Local government can also continue to work towards enhancing supplier diversity and procurement programs, as businesses that have opportunities to diversify their customer base and product market have a greater likelihood of continual growth. The US government is the largest buyer of goods and services in the world, and local efforts around outreach and technical assistance can make for greater opportunity on a local, state, and federal scale. And lastly, the pandemic has shown us the importance of affordable and an accessible safety net. Prior research, for instance, has found that employer-based health insurance is a barrier to entrepreneurship. And the pandemic revealed just how closely tied a healthcare crisis is to an economic one. So other safety net options are being created, such as a retirement program through CalSavers for self-employed and employer businesses, which local government can support. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over back to Shiva.
Thank you so much, Dr. Orozco and Dr. Eiler. Before we move on, I want to acknowledge that Dr. Eiler does have a hard stop at 2:30 for another commitment. And I want to just also express my deep appreciation for both of them for hanging on for several hours, because we know that we had really important other important board items that came up this morning. But I did want to provide the board through the chair an opportunity if they have any questions for Dr. Orozco or Dr. Eiler before they have to hop off.
Thank you very much, Director Person Whitley, and I will bring it back to the board for questions of our economic experts. And I also, before I start that, just want to say thank you. That was a phenomenal presentation, and I think that together, sort of the marriage of heart and head was really, really beautiful, right? The sort of hard-hitting statistical figures documenting the racial inequities that we are experiencing, but also the personal touch. And Denny, I really appreciate the moment of silence in recognition of the lives that were lost. And that is also part of what was being honored actually outside the board chambers earlier today. So thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. And I'll bring it back specifically. Let's start with Dr. Eiler and Dr. Orozco for the questions, since they do have those hard stops. Supervisor Gorin.
I wanted to echo the chair's thanks. Great information, great reports. I loved reading all of the information that you provided in the white papers. And thank you, Dr. Eiler, for really looking at those industries that had declining employment. And you'd mentioned that, and others suggested the same thing. If we were to invest in BIPOC businesses or any businesses, what would that look like? I don't know what that program might look like.
Dr. Roscoe may be able to answer that better than me, but it just means you have to declare that you're ready to provide that kind of support. I mean, if the money is there, it's just really more about commitment and trying to think about it from a business standpoint. Also, what filters should you ask for those businesses? As with other businesses, reminding yourself that some of those businesses might be challenged in terms of record keeping versus others, and really just, you know, being as sophisticated as other businesses. But that's, to a certain extent, I think the first thing is just having a declaration that you're willing to make that kind of commitment, and then provide the assistance needed to gain access to the information you need to make the best decision with the money.
We recognize, whether it's a BIPOC business or other business, that employers are struggling to entice employees to come back to work. And I probably would think that it may be job and compensation as well as working condition related. But in all of your surveys, did you survey businesses that were specific to Sonoma Valley, Central Santa Rosa, Petaluma? Do you have any geographical information on the complexity of what we're experiencing? Obviously, Sonoma Valley is more hospitality and agritourism based. Are they having more difficulty than businesses elsewhere?
It's a really fair question. So, part of the challenges that surfaced, it didn't rise as a top 5 challenge here, but we do hear repeatedly that there is a challenge in getting employees back to the workforce. Folks are getting creative with offering, sign-on bonuses. And part of this is really a fine balance of ensuring that the safety needs are met of the employees. So for those in the hospitality and the front lines, folks still don't feel 100% ready to come back to work. And so, per the question about whether it's disparate here, I mean, I think you'll see the disparate outcomes across industries that are more service oriented and client facing, customer facing.
Thank you so much, both of you, all of you, for your great statistics and information.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Supervisor Rabbit?
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the work. I think the data, love to see the data presented in that way, and agree with the chairwoman regarding, at the end of the day, and I think it was already stated, it's really about people and making sure that we're there for them. To that extent, I'm wondering if either of you can tell us about any kind of lag that occurs with the data, because I also know that the job shifts that have happened, the people that might have left one industries were closed, and obviously work was needed. Just to know, I don't know if it's called a margin of error within the numbers that we have, but if people have moved into other, so that we know that we're targeting the right body going forward.
Dr. Roscoe, you want to do that? You want to go first?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So the survey results that I shared today, it is a cross-sectional survey, so it occurs at a snapshot in time, and those data were collected in the summer of 2021 throughout the months of July and August in particular. And so, unfortunately, with a survey that is a snapshot, you won't be able to gauge movement. And so for that, I'll defer to Dr. Eiler.
So on the official data, the labor market data, especially at the more local level you get, they generally have a higher margin of error. They lag in detail level, especially on who is employed in those areas with respect to what jobs are being done in the industry level employment. Lags about 18 to 24 months. The labor force data, which is who lives there and who has a job or who doesn't have a job, who's officially counted in the labor force, is updated monthly, but those data are extremely noisy and may take a year to be fully dealt with in terms of having a final official estimate, which then transmits itself to a change in the data, kind of backcasting based on the new benchmarks. So and I've been saying this since April 2020, we're not really going to know anything official probably until sometime in the summer of 2022. And that's just when the data are going to fully start slowly rolling out with detail. And there are margins of errors that rise the closer and closer you get to your neighborhood.
But even though the numbers might ultimately be slightly different, the trend overall and the areas of concentration would be much the same, correct? Is that safe to assume that?
Yeah, and it's also safe to assume that the industries and the occupations that are at risk, the more weighted your local economy or your community is to jobs and employers in those industries, those trends should be somewhat generalized. So you can make a relatively strong educated guess that if leisure and hospitality is something that's dominant in your local area, it's likely that there's a little bit more suffering than, let's say, if construction's a dominant player or if professional services is in your local area.
Great, thank you very much. And just before you go, I hats off to I think EDB and for the outreach done on the Paycheck Protection Program, and knowing that when all that information was out there and the fast and furious of trying to understand what you couldn't do and how you do it, EDB was front and center. So it looks like we were very successful in terms of that number reaching kind of that 50-50 split. And I think that's a good thing that we should also acknowledge going forward. And I do appreciate that very much. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. Supervisor Corsi?
Yes, I really appreciate the information from both of you. I don't have any questions right now.
Supervisor Gore? He says ditto. And I also just want to thank you so much for your work and really appreciate your patience. Also, I know this was quite a bit later than your originally scheduled time, so thank you very much. And with that, unless there are any further comments from Dr. Eiler and Dr. Orozco, I would hand it back to Director Pearson-Whitley.
Thank you so much, Chair Hopkins. Thank you so much, Dr. Roscoe and Dr. Eiler, for hanging in with us for 4 hours in this marathon. We really appreciate all of your brilliance and all the great work. So we will let you go now, and we will get back to our presentation. So we heard that great data, right? We understood, the ARPA team, all of us, so that is EDB, the Office of Equity, Upstream Investments, and Health. We all understood how important it was going to be for us to look at the quantitative and the qualitative data. So what you've heard just now is a lot of research and data from Ms. Candela, as well as research and data from Dr. Orozco and Dr. Eiler. So, we also understood that we needed to give the community an opportunity to weigh in on the priorities, to weigh in on what their lived experience has been to date. And that, again, just reinforcing that there's people behind all of those numbers. Next slide, please. Jake, we got to give a shout out to Jake. He's our behind the scenes guru here running our PowerPoint. And so from EDB's perspective, outreach and community engagement are critically important. It really is about meeting people where they are. In this particular case, we know and we've learned through experience that there are people historically who've always had access and not really had a lot of barriers to accessing the programs and services within the county. But if we really are thinking about disproportionate impacts and we're really thinking about who are the hardest to reach, then we needed to be very intentional about that engagement and how we bring people to the table and how do we meet them where we are. We knew that we needed to do a lot of targeted outreach, particularly when we think about language access and our monolingual, bilingual, bicultural communities, as well as individuals who might have barriers, whether that be technology barriers or others. And so from EDB's perspective, we try to use every avenue and every platform that we could to make sure that we were getting the word out to the broader community and to the business community. So you see this slide here that we use all these different channels to get to that level of engagement, to pull people into our process for our community briefings and the town halls, to allow them to provide that feedback to us, because the last thing any of us wanted to do was to go out here and feel like we were talking at people without them really having an opportunity to feel like they were able to participate in the process. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Oscar Chavez. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sheba, and good afternoon, Chair Hopkins and members of the board. I'm Oscar Chavez, Assistant Director for the Human Services Department. I want to briefly share the process we utilize to solicit community feedback from the community members and organizations. As all of you know, a town hall was scheduled in each of the supervisorial districts to gather input on where and how Sonoma County might best invest in its American Rescue Act funds. The format of the town halls provided an overview of the American Rescue Act plan, information about how and why the county is supporting the equitable distribution of funds by elevating the experiences and needs of the low-income communities and communities of color most disproportionately impacted by COVID, as well as high-level data on how COVID-19 has impacted Sonoma County's health, businesses, and community. After the presentations, we facilitated breakout room discussions to solicit feedback and ask participants to help identify unmet community needs and to lift up programs or services that have helped them or members of their community access services during COVID, and past successes that might inform future investments to support an equitable recovery for those hardest hit by the pandemic. Each town hall had a Spanish language breakout room to allow for our Spanish-speaking participants to fully participate and express themselves in their native language. All town hall meetings were also translated to Spanish, and all slides were in English and Spanish. In all, we had 228 non-duplicative participants attend the 5 town hall meetings. District 3 and District 1 meetings, a poll on the funding priority areas was administered during the Zoom. There were multiple challenges with the poll, including technical issues and poll limitations within the Zoom platform. The in-meeting polling was removed from the remaining meetings, and instead, a more accessible poll was created in SurveyMonkey. This poll was emailed to all registrants of every town hall and included in the chat section for districts 5, 2, and 4. In addition, the poll was made available on the county's ARPA webpage, and the questions asked during the facilitated discussions were also made available to the public on the ARPA website via SurveyMonkey. Next slide. In terms of outreach, we utilize both traditional and non-traditional methods, including geographically targeted social media using Facebook and Instagram, community and department websites. Outreach materials were provided to departments and department heads, county PIOs, and supervisorial district staff to disseminate to their mailing list. Information was also advertised on several county newsletters, as well as direct outreach to organizations. We utilized existing county collaborative tables like the Upstream Investments Policy Committee and Health Action to engage policy committee members, as well as providing information to the Health Action chapters for dissemination in their local communities. We also held many one-on-one sessions with community-based organizations and groups seeking to better understand the purpose and eligible uses of ARPA. We also engaged the ARPA Equity Work Group to help in sharing outreach materials within their own networks and through word of mouth. Again, all information was printed and made available in English and Spanish. And now I want to turn it over to Director De La Cruz to talk about the role of the ARPA Equity Work Group in this process. Alegria?
Thank you, Oscar. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Alegria de la Cruz. I'm the Director of the Office of Equity, and I'm really proud today to talk about the work that we did with the wonderful people who made up the ARPA Equity Work Group and to share how we engaged and worked with them in this effort. Our county's definition for equity recognizes that a path to different outcomes lies in a new process, and a process that creates spaces for people who are closest to the challenges so that they can help us find and implement solutions to those very challenges. And so based on that definition and our understanding of the data and what it told us about the disproportionate impact of COVID on certain communities, we created an external work group made up of people who represent Black, Indigenous, and people of color, members of the LGBTQI+ community, people who have experienced houselessness and who live in those intersectional spaces as well as work in those spaces. We sought and received and considered a number of wonderful applications from people throughout our community who were interested in serving and working with us. And we chose 14 incredible people, offering them also a stipend to value the time and energy that they took to offer their time and their brains and their hearts in this effort to really bring those solutions to the forefront. So I'm so proud to share the names: Daniela Bravo, Grace Chung Schulman, Mary Sandberg, Faith Ross, Patrick McDonald, John Wilden, Regina Brennan, Chelsea Rose Kernick, Sandra Uribe, Gregory Fearon, Hester Velasquez, Rebecca Samet, Herman J. Hernandez, and Yvette Miner. And the vision and the mission of that work group was stated as follows. The vision was that the needs of disproportionately impacted low-income communities and communities of color are addressed through an equitable distribution of American Rescue Plan Act funds. And the mission of the work group was to establish priorities, metrics, and accountability measures for the use of ARPA funds towards the recovery of Black, Indigenous communities of color, as well as low-income communities, and to nourish effective community partnerships rooted in racial equity to ensure broad access to ARPA funds. Next slide, please, Jake. We have worked with the group for the last several weeks to center race equity as we develop these high-level funding areas to present in our recommendation today, and to learn and also apply an anti-racist, results-based accountability approach to ensure that we achieve the race equity principles embedded in the ARPA legislation, as well as the county's race equity and social justice strategic planning pillar in our recommendations today. Developing these new skills was challenging, especially at the pace that we were moving. It was very quick, and typically the work that we undertook can take up to a year and maybe two. And we did it in just over a month and a day. And what we did was we asked folks to identify issues and problems, but also to really dig deeper and to understand the why we were seeing these issues and challenges. And the goal behind that effort is to truly understand the underlying issues or the roots, what those roots are and how those roots are linked to other problems that we see throughout the community. And if we chose a superficial root, then a solution to addressing that root wouldn't make as deep of an impact. And so our goal was to really choose an issue or a root that sits deeper and that emerges and manifests itself by showing negative symptoms throughout the well-being of communities of color. And on the other hand, this is some of the fun balance. If we dig too deep, we're going to have a hard time finding a solution big enough to solve that deep root. And as a result, be trying to solve some unattainable and hard to measure challenges. So we also understood that ARPA funds are limited and they're one time. And the goal here was to identify those mid-level roots, right? Not so superficial and not so incredibly deep, and linking the why to a solution. So by identifying this root cause and understanding the why, we come up with solutions to address that root cause. We're also avoiding Band-Aid solutions. And what we've done is kind of group these different solutions in some different high-level funding areas that I will share with you as we move through the next few slides. But before we do that, we're going to get grounded in the requirements of the legislation. So I'm going to turn it back to Oscar.
Thank you, Alegria. And just as a reminder, we want to let our community know that ARPA funds have limited use based on specific categories determined by the federal government, and that funding proposals and their projects must fit within these eligible funding categories that are listed here. They include supporting the public health expenditures, addressing negative economic impacts caused by the public health emergency, providing premium pay for essential workers, and investments in infrastructure, including water, sewer, and broadband. One of the requirements for receiving and using coronavirus state and local recovery funds through ARPA is to provide one interim report and subsequent quarterly reports detailing expenditures. And to meet this requirement, and as part of this presentation, we are asking your board to authorize the Human Services Department to execute a contract with the selected winner of the request for proposal for a cloud-based enterprise resource planning system to report ARPA expenditures on a quarterly basis. Next slide. This slide illustrates the needs that were identified as high priority through the community input survey that was emailed to all town hall registrants and made available on the ARPA website and during the breakout sessions at town hall meetings. Emails sent to the ARPA inbox were also included in this qualitative data analysis. We received 1,091 responses to the survey, and as previously mentioned, there were 228 unique participants involved in discussions across the town halls. And as you can see, the survey results and data from the town halls mostly align and fall in two major eligible use categories of negative economic impacts on households and individuals and premium pay. What came up consistently across categories in the town hall discussions was the need to target funding to those most impacted by COVID in our community, further highlighting the need to approach funding with a race and equity lens. Next slide. During the town hall meetings, I had the opportunity to help facilitate the Spanish language meetings. It was a sobering experience to hear firsthand the challenges, trauma, and heartache faced and felt by so many members of our Spanish-speaking and undocumented community. It is important to share a few quotes to ground ourselves in the reality that so many of our community members are facing during the pandemic. The stress is heavier with each day. I don't have documents. I have to pay for the medication for my anxiety out of pocket. I also have to pay for my therapy appointments. My daughter's anxiety, depression, and stress were too serious for the clinic. Access to mental health care is one of the things that we as immigrants need. When I hear all these facts, I start to feel anxious again, and it makes me fear for our children who are our future. That they see our instability, small ailments get big because we don't have access to medical care. What does this do for our kids? Next slide. I'm now going to turn it over to Alegria to highlight some of the potential solutions that came out of the work group discussions. Alegria?
Thanks, Oscar. So something that I really want to lift up here, which was just such a beautiful experience to work with the ARPA Equity Work Group, was the asset-based frame that they came with, recognizing that there is a wealth of untapped richness, skill sets, and experience in our community, and that when we work with our community members to both develop those strategies as well as to lift up those solutions, it's a very different conversation to engage in that richness and that wealth rather than understanding it just as a need. And so in our work, we really reflected a philosophy that's expressed best by Glenn Martin, who's the founder of an organization called Just Leadership USA, which is those closest to the problem are closest to the solution, but they're also furthest from resources and power. And our charge here, as directed by your board, is to make sure that we're lining up those solutions with resources and to share the power in making decisions about how we allocate those resources with the communities most impacted. And so our work here really recognizes and elevates the many beautiful and powerful efforts that came directly from communities of color who were also experiencing deep distress. And the urgency of these folks on the ground both required and inspired creative and innovative solutions, and in many ways faster and more efficiently than the way in which our county systems did during the pandemic. And throughout the pandemic and in this work group, as well as in the Equity Health Work Group, our community has asked us and at times demanded that we really move and shift the way that we do our work so that we can provide services respectfully and more effectively, serve people in hard to reach communities. And these are folks who don't speak dominant languages, people who are undocumented, people who work in migrant work, farm workers, people experiencing houselessness, LGBTQI youth and adults. And this frame recognizes that when we design with those folks in mind, they're no longer hard to reach, right? They're the people that we are actually serving and designing to serve. And when we center them in our program design and our decision making, our entire community benefits and our entire program delivery service benefits. So that urgency and that creativity and that really loving and respectful focus is what so many of our community members who have been living this experience brought to our shared work and resulted in the following areas of focus. So really want to elevate kind of these four main areas that we arrived at. And the first is really recognizing that there are these incredible networks that have been created out of need and out of that creativity and innovation. And so the ways in which we can really foster and nourish those support networks to continue allows us to also not only recover from the pandemic, but also better prepare for the next set of disasters that we know our county will face. And so this includes providing technical assistance and support to small BIPOC-led or focused nonprofits or other community-based organizations that may not be 501c3s that are working in disproportionately impacted areas to increase capacity and connectivity to county funding, to county resources and services. And we have this kind of highlight here around promotores networks, and really heard, the importance of citing and resourcing promotores to engage families and individuals and to connect them with those community resources. Other examples of ways in which we can foster these networks of mutual learning and support are to provide or support leadership training in underrepresented or underserved communities, to create mini grant programs, and to target support to smaller BIPOC-led or focused community groups. Again, that kind of lower level, not necessarily a 501c3 or a nonprofit, but folks who are working in more, we say that they're informal, they're very clear about their structure and their connectivity to each other. And so how do we get at that level, right? And we also really identified that paying for and really recognizing the value of community health workers or promotoras work is critical as part of this mutual support network. The second area here reflects that the best way to get people out of poverty is just to get them out of poverty, right? The best way to offer families more resources is to offer them more resources. And so this area here really talks about making sure that we're providing flexible and unrestricted emergency financial assistance to reduce poverty and to reduce income volatility and those families that are more disproportionately impacted, whether it's their industry that they work in, the geographic area that they live in, as well as the community members that surround those areas. We really heard how important it was for us to have that flexibility and that unrestricted nature in our funding to ensure that undocumented workers and undocumented families are also included in this aid, and that it also allows people to prioritize their own needs, right? So instead of saying you can only use this money for this particular need, we really heard the importance of empowering families to make decisions about how they needed to spend that money. We also really heard that UndocuFund continues to be an area, an organization that very quickly and easily and effectively gets resources to the communities that we understand are most disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. This third area, it was really wonderful to hear the ways in which our community also recognizes the need for our county to invest in our own systems and our own human infrastructure, as well as our hard infrastructure. And so this area here recognizes that when the county builds its own capacity for cultural responsiveness, it strengthens our ability as a whole to really see and celebrate and serve and advance the intersections of those cultures within our own staff community and our own leadership community. So we had community members really talk about the importance of examining and improving recruitment, hiring, promotion, and retention of staff who are Black, Indigenous, bilingual, bicultural, and from communities of color. They talked about the importance of investing in a county-wide accessible system, something that's very easy and transparent for people to see, that collects and analyzes and tracks data, including demographic data throughout the county as a whole, both our own staff as well as the way that we spend our money. They talked about the need to ensure that we are humanizing demographic data collection and analysis and utilizing the data and that system to create accountability and equitable performance metrics. We also heard in this area the need for hazard pay for farm workers and for other workers who are working outside during disasters, given the increased vulnerability that their health and well-being can suffer during these times. Kind of last area here was recognizing that spaces for community members to come together to, whether it's to pick up flyers or to get, updated information or to collect and connect to each other in those spaces, that those spaces are actually really lacking in many underserved and under-resourced communities. Those same communities where you see those COVID hotspots, there aren't easy spaces for community to access in those areas. So they really talked about the importance of the need for kind of resilient community hubs so that folks can come together and really effectively work at the nexus of community resilience, emergency management, climate change mitigation, and social equity. And that those things together in those spaces really provide opportunities for communities to become more self-determined, to be more socially connected and more successful, both before, as well as during, and then after a disaster or disruption in our community. We also really heard the need to support facilities that can house individuals where traditional shelters can't do that. And I want to lift up a particular suggestion that came from Rebecca Samet around, we've got a need for really clear and quick rehab for people who are experiencing houselessness, that there is a real increase in the use of self-medication efforts to help people who are experiencing trauma on the streets. We also heard the need for kind of physical community hubs to support county engagement with smaller or more informal community efforts like the Roseland CBI, the Just Recover Promotora partnership, and other community efforts that have really kind of flourished during this time. And let's see, I'll just end by saying here that the categories of these solutions were determined both with the ARPA Equity Work Group and some of those more focused groups that we did, specifically with groups of promotoras. And you'll also see here that there's a combination of programs and investments, but there's also policy options that have arisen from these community solutions, like expanding, living wage ordinance, increasing the requirement to provide paid sick leave for workers in the private sector, to increase the provision of health and mental health benefits to workers in all sectors. So, Board, a ripe area for direction and discussion today is to understand what policy options you are interested in investigating further, including the timing and the scope of those policy options, like hazard pay, like disaster insurance, like a county-wide paid sick leave policy, or health benefits to employees, because there really is a combination of both of those kinds of solutions that have come out of our community work here. Next slide, please. Oscar, we're going to tag team this last one here.
Yes, thank you, Alegria. Well, as we have shared, we're still compiling and analyzing data that we'll bring back to the board in December to further aid in identifying community needs and potential opportunities to address them. They include, as noted on the slide, the newly updated Portrait of Sonoma report that will be released on November 10th. The report will update the Human Development Index data from the 2014 report and will provide additional information related to housing and the impacts of trauma as a result of the constant stress our community has experienced due to the wildfires since 2017. Earlier, Dania shared a map illustrating which areas in our community were hardest hit by COVID, overlaid with data from the Portrait of Sonoma report, which paints a picture of the limited access to opportunity many of the hardest hit communities had pre-COVID. This information is powerful in that it also points to where we might want to prioritize investments in the future. We are also analyzing the results of the survey sent to community-based organizations asking for information related to funding requests and projects or investments to aid in our community's recovery. This information will be used to also identify potential synergies or collaborative opportunities with county department proposals. We also know that all cities and school systems receive their own ARPA allocation, and several cities have reached out to us to better understand our ARPA process and to inquire about potential collaborative opportunities. Some examples of the calls that we've gotten are around expanding childcare services and a guaranteed basic income pilot. And while engaging other jurisdictions and electeds have not been in our scope, we see value in working with other local jurisdictions and school systems to determine opportunities to leverage and align ARPA projects or investments. This is an area where we would welcome a direction from your board to staff on how you would like us to engage with other cities and explore collaborative opportunities related to ARPA funds. I'll turn it back over to Alegria.
Thanks, Oscar. So we also are going to continue analyzing the information that we received from our ARPA community work group. So what we've done so far is kind of organize some of our thinking in these broad areas, but there's a lot of need for us to look at this kind of cross-validation between the different areas where we receive feedback from the community as a whole, and then to really elevate and look at the ways in which the health data and the impacts can be layered on top of those areas of focus and for investment. And so those areas for prioritization ultimately will be set forth in the request for proposals that will be released late January, early February. And that's the work that we'll be doing from now until the next time that we come before your board. I would just wanted to say that we're also doing a lot of work to make sure that we're processing people's narratives, and that those narratives and those examples are not anecdotes. We understand those as data, and people's experiences can really light a path to action and become qualitative as well as quantitative data. And that work takes some time, and we want to make sure that we're doing that well. So it's really exciting for me today because the Office of Equity has also welcomed 2 new members of our team as approved by your board at the end of July to really help with this effort. And so I just want to say hello and welcome to Lindsay Frankel, who is joining us as the Race Equity and Social Justice Data Analyst. This marks the kind of middle part of her first week. And then also Rubith Olvera, who is going to be our Community Engagement Analyst. And this is her first day on the job. So we are really starting to see the benefits of those additional resources to support both this deep dive into data with a very clear lens on disproportionality and understanding that well as on the need to more deeply engage community members in these efforts. Next slide, please. So what's next? So today, what we're asking your board to do is to authorize the Director of Human Services to execute this contract to increase some of our capacity to really clearly comply with ARPA and also to help our community-based organizations meet these increased needs for reporting with ARPA. And with this important focus on both collecting and analyzing and using demographic data in this effort. So that's the action here. And the second area is really trying to understand a little bit more about what you need to see on December 14th, as well as recognizing that in September, your board received many excellent departmental proposals, as well as recommendations from the CAO's office that included input from the Office of Equity that really were grounded in the earliest criteria that we heard from your board, and also grounded in the data that showed us about the need to really make focused investments that were deliberately directed towards those disproportionate impacts in communities of color. So those 37 proposals are still floating out there, and some direction and some discussion from your board about how to align those department proposals with some of the work that has come out of this important community outreach and engagement effort is a rich area for discussion today. And next steps that this kind of Dream Team ARPA folks will take is, as I mentioned, analyzing that additional data and doing some cross-validation, making sure that we have some very clear areas for priority funding on December 14th that include this kind of big crunch here. And then as Oscar has mentioned, the Portrait of Sonoma is a really important effort that we've also been leading in. And there's an opportunity for us to really figure out how we're aligning and creating a bigger scope for what it is that we're able to do with this important data around the creation of an agenda for action. And that's a little bit longer term work, but we are really excited about that effort, starting to be lifted up here with this ARPA work and our focus that we've really undertaken with this deliberate approach here around a race and equity lens and around focusing our investments and our efforts. So we see some real opportunity there as well. And I think with that, we are done. And we are going to turn it over to you for some questions, and excited to talk through what comes next.
Thank you very much for an excellent presentation. And I am actually going to be handing the gavel over to Supervisor Corsi to chair the meeting because I have to go join remotely as I'm traveling to a conference, but I will have some questions after I hand it over to Supervisor Corsi to hear from other supervisors.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
I'll start the questions then, which is, when it comes to identifying potential buckets of need and, sort of all of the population data and the information that was shared by Dr. Eiler and Dr. Orozco, what would you sort of think about, like if you were to take a stab at sort of top 5 community needs that you heard as recurrent themes throughout the supervisorial districts, sort of focused on our, addressing these racial disparities that were experienced during the pandemic. I just kind of want to throw out that big question, right? Because that is, I think, what we're going to be trying to do here, is to try to identify those top needs so that we can start to design programs and start to assign funding. So I'm curious what your thoughts would be on top 5.
Well, I think I'm going to try to take 1 or 2 and then make sure that I share the last few with the folks on this team here, because we are each coming at this from really important sectors of our community, sectors of our economy. And so, I just want to lift up that there is still a significant amount of suffering and need in disproportionately impacted communities of color. And so we really heard, a dire need for emergency financial assistance to continue. And that's that second bucket that we talked about, providing cash and other direct resources to disproportionately impacted community members. And there's a lot of creative ways to do that, also working with the promotoras and making sure that we're investing in that layer of work that has just been so critical to county information and county money and county resources getting out to the community in areas where it's most needed. So I really, I think there's a couple of options within those first 2 buckets that I can really see being meaningful right now in the immediate, that would also go to start building some of those structures to make them long term and to make them part of our expanded and extended safety net. Oscar or Shiva?
Yes, I would just, based on what we've heard from the community, from the presentations, and as Alegria alluded, there's still a need to provide some direct support to families who are still hurting from the impacts of the pandemic. We also heard a lot about the need to support ongoing capacity building for BIPOC businesses and smaller community-based organizations or community groups. We heard, some of the challenges of actually applying for county dollars and the need to figure out how we can best reduce some of those barriers to be able to participate and have an opportunity to apply for county dollars. I think there's an opportunity there for working internally and with our community. We also, heard a lot about the fact that many of our workers have been displaced or are in occupations that it's going to take a long time to recover. So thinking about how we can upskill or reskill or retool some of our workers, particularly in those occupations where we see greater wage potential and family supporting wage opportunities, as well as the need to continue to think about how we can support our early childhood education community, particularly around the loss of childcare slots, increasing the availability of childcare to get our workers back to work, and to also support growing our workforce relative to childcare. So, as I think about what I'm hearing from the community and from the data, those seem to be some ripe opportunities.
Oscar, I'll just jump in, and then please feel free to cross jump in here as well. I think the other thing that we really heard of great need was around mental health and connection to health services generally. That the combination of people not having a kind of a health home and not having regular health services was something that we clearly experienced throughout the entire pandemic as a really, difficult barrier in being able to serve people who are so disproportionately impacted. And the mental health impacts that also follow from not having a regular place to get services for health of all kinds was something that we heard, in the extreme from people who are undocumented and from people who are the working poor, as well as the need for those services to be culturally responsive and truly accessible. And Shiba, I'm done.
Yeah, no, it's all good. So what I was going to add is there is a huge push for removing barriers to participation. So whether that be acknowledging the digital divide, acknowledging that people might have technology barriers, that people might have transportation barriers, that there might be challenges with people even knowing how to navigate county systems and where the resources are. We heard a lot of acknowledgement that a lot has been done to date, but also that it was not necessarily easy for people to access any of those things. They didn't know where to go, that the deployment was actually pretty complicated and that it was a bureaucratic nightmare, quite frankly, for people. And so removing those barriers to access, we heard a lot about that. I want to echo everything about mental health services, but also we heard a call for community-based services, being able to meet people where they are. So that could be community resource centers and other hubs that are located out in the community that could provide counseling, that could provide safety net services, that could provide childcare services, and how do you make them culturally responsive, but also make them truly accessible to the most impacted members of our community that historically really have had a lot of barriers that have prevented them to accessing those programs.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Supervisor Gorin.
I want to thank you all. Great outreach, great information coming back to the board on the really pressing needs of the community. And a special thanks to you, our Executive Director, Sheba Pearson-Whitley, for your intensive work with small, medium, and large businesses over the course of COVID. They've been struggling, and now we're really talking about the best way to use one-time funding, very scarce resources, to solve some of the inequalities and wealth distribution in our community. Not easy. And so let me ask you about the best delivery system. You had mentioned and highlighted the work of promotores, that they're great in communities. Not everybody in the county has access to the work of promotores. Also, our Economic Development Board really is positioned well to understand the needs of smaller businesses and how to be very specific and intentional about those services. How about our human services eligibility workers? Are they positioned to manage some of the resource distribution? We have this discussion a lot, and we do our best, and still I hear concerns from the community that the funds are not getting out into the community for lots of different reasons. So I guess I'm asking, if we identify some buckets, are you going to be in a position to recommend distribution on how we actually get the resources into the hands of those who really need it?
So I think I understand the question, and I would say we would probably want to turn it over to Oscar, because what the framework that we've developed to date really understands that there needs to be a very thoughtful process. There will be an RFP that will most likely come out in January. We would certainly do a lot on the front end around technical assistance, around addressing barriers to participation, around really reaching those hardest to reach nonprofits and really, organizations who've been out here in this community doing this work for a very, very long time, that understand the need, that understand their parts of the community, that understand the barriers, and are trusted partners, quite frankly. I think it is really important that we always be really careful to not think that we at government have all the answers or all the solutions. So with that, I'll turn it over to Oscar to address, what the proposal is with the RFP and what the timing is going to be around that, and the ways in which the upstream team and others are really going to be targeting this outreach in a way that's going to get folks that historically might not have had an opportunity to participate in county contracting to have an opportunity to effectively compete through that process.
Yeah, thank you, Sheba, and really good question, Supervisor Gorin. Once the way that we envision this process is that once these buckets are identified, we'll develop an RFP, a request for proposal, asking community groups to give us your best thinking and your best evidence-informed ideas for how we can address this particular issue. There will need to be some selection process and criteria for vetting and selecting those organizations. Once they are selected and they are awarded a contract, we will be working with them to develop some performance measures that we will track and monitor and require that they report on a quarterly basis. This is the kind of information that we're going to collect moving forward through the end of the ARPA funding of 2024. Prior to that, because these are federal dollars, we're going to be providing training and technical assistance and supporting our community-based organizations for how to apply, recognizing from what we heard that we want to streamline the process, not to make it so cumbersome, but we do intend to provide that training and technical assistance. Regarding your other question about the promotores and some other potential opportunities, because all of us here are currently working on the county strategic plan, we also see opportunities. We've been talking about the no wrong door approach, where we want to make it easier for us to transition and refer clients between and amongst not only internal county programs, but other external providers. So there I think are some strategies that we can leverage with the ARPA opportunity that will further move along the work that we have slated to do as part of the county strategic plan.
I would say that, just adding one more thing onto that, one of the things that we find that we've heard so clearly from the promotores is the need for us to incentivize larger, more well-established, more administratively capacitated community-based organizations to work collaboratively. So Supervisor Gorin, it's interesting that you say like not every community has promotores, because actually every community absolutely has promotores. And that's one of the beautiful things that came out of the Cura project, which really was designed, with that collaboration in mind and with that asset frame, recognizing that there are people who are trusted and who are out in every community doing this work. And what our job is to make sure that we're finding them and that we're valuing them and we're calling that work, and that it's work that should be paid and recognized and included in our larger safety net. So thinking about the ways in which we need to shine and create, more visibility on the work of those folks who typically don't get seen in some of these larger community-based organizations or these larger nonprofits is going to be one of the main ways in which we can set forth criteria in our RFP, and also say, like, this is not going to be a something that any one organization working on its own will be able to solve. And the goal that we have here is to really kind of come together with some strategic asset-based frames for all of us working in this, to say like, hey, we do this well, you do this well, and this person does this really well. And they actually also serve the Indigenous farm worker community, or these folks have, language capacity in Fijian and Eritrean and Vietnamese that we otherwise wouldn't have, but for our kind of deliberate pulling them in and creating that kind of collaborative. So I think, you'll see, I'm hopeful some of those things really coming up in the RFP to add the depth of the kind of criteria that otherwise doesn't really have that kind of directive, but is something that has very clearly come from an equity design process that, has been successful to the extent that it was resourced in the COVID-19 culturally responsive effort to reduce those spikes. So I think, that, go ahead, Dania.
Again, I'll follow up to understand exactly how the promotores work in some of our rural neighborhoods. So I look forward to having that conversation, but food for thought, not the organization, but recently in Sonoma Valley, North Bay Organizing Project came together with Food for All and community volunteers to hold workshops and filling out rental relief forms for the folks coming in, Spanish and English. That kind of hands-on cannot be understated. It's really valuable. Thank you.
Thank you. Great example.
If I may add to the response and the question from Supervisor Gorin, today we're primarily focused on what we're calling the community ARPA dollars. And these are dollars that would go out directly to the community through this RFP process. But we also had several departmental proposals that we identified as really very much aligned with kind of community investments. And so the delivery system for those projects may be different than what we're talking about today through the RFP. So there are opportunities to have multiple delivery systems, whether it's through, I'll say, traditional government resources, and I'd ask you to look at some of those department proposals, or through this RFP approach that we're talking about today.
Thank you, County Administrator Bratton. I think, we definitely see the benefit of having departments engage with promotores. And I want to lift up the work that Denia is doing right now in holding actually a group of promotoras who were the focus group promotoras that we were able to speak to. And that kind of direct connection between a county department and its work, as well, as the folks who are really boots on the ground, is a lot of, where we're seeing just enormous amounts of value added to the work that we're doing in order to really get it to the people who are there. So I think that point is an excellent one, that there's, both and opportunities here in the ways in which we're investing these dollars, and also making it very clear that, it is the work of county staff to engage with those communities and to be out there with them and to be able to identify who to go to as you're designing programs. That was something that we heard time and again from our community members. Like, do any of you have a job to go out in the streets and talk with us? And the answer is until relatively recently, no. And so they talked a lot about the city of Santa Rosa, and that they have actually really invested in community engagement in terms of having a whole department. So these are some of the rich areas of feedback that we got from our community that show us a clear path to also investing within our own institution.
Alegria, to provide a concrete example of a county proposal, as many, I think the board knows, the Human Services Department, as well as the Child Support Services, have put forth a proposal for a mobile van or a bus to be able to go out to these outlining areas to deliver services. And so we've had conversations with the clinics to look at how we can leverage when they go out with their dental or clinic to be able to reach more clients. So that's an example of a county proposal that could very much well align with a promotor model of going to where the community is to maximize those opportunities, so that we're actually, as Shiva said, we're meeting people where they are.
Okay, let's see if there are more questions from the board. Supervisor Abbott.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And thank you for the work. Thank you for the discussion yesterday. Very much appreciate that. I think at the end of the day, and the presentation earlier, look forward to continuing to shape this process to make sure that we, I think it would be great if we could leverage dollars, and if we can get those dollars to those obviously most impacted and really defining those areas. I think it becomes a little more difficult. That time has passed since the initial impact, but the foundational work that needs to be done existed long before the pandemic, as we all know, and looking forward to making those investments to make sure that we can keep that ongoing. I know that as the county administrator said, I kind of look at it as those community priorities that we've heard through the community process, the department projects that might be addressing those priorities through programs, that maybe that's where the leveraging can really come into play, so that we can carry it on longer than and expand upon these one-time funds. And I don't know if this is true, I mentioned this yesterday, if there's an expenditure that needs to be made that frees up dollars in the future to, again, allow projects to roll out for a longer period of time, that might be another approach that we can take, or another bucket, as it were, to look at that. So, again, from what we heard from the two doctors earlier, on that side, to the human element side, to make sure that we can, obviously get the money to those that have been most adversely impacted, but also at the same time laying that foundation and building, rising all boats, so that we can be in a much better place in the future. Looking forward to that as it comes back to us.
Further questions, Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to ask a question and kind of take on and address is something that came up during our ARPA town hall and subsequent conversations, and it really concerns not just what we decide to put the money towards, but how we do it. And I don't know if any of you'd like to touch on this, but Shiva, I know that you and I talked about it a lot, which is our current contracting. Basically right now, even during the pandemic, I can think of 4 or 5 different nonprofits that worked with us on translation services and other things, who called me afterwards and said that they were having to wait 6 to 9 to 11 months to get refunded or not refunded, to get paid for services rendered. And so I want to make sure that we are considering that kind of work on the front end. And so any thoughts about how to, how to make sure that we don't just, say we're doing business in a different way because we choose different conduits, but then at the same time, we still put organizations under duress by not forwarding money appropriately or having an accounts receivable that appropriately gets canceled out.
Supervisor Gore, that's a great question. And actually that is right now one of the main areas of discussion with kind of a really awesome mashup of multiple departments around disaster response. So health, human, DEM, to really think about, how do we have an unrestricted kind of pot that can very quickly allow us to move forward into quick emergency contracting with people. It took us 9 months, right, to create Cura and to start getting emergency financial assistance out to the community. And by then, it was very, very, very late for a lot of people. And so we've really heard that feedback from the community. And right now, that kind of combination of departments is discussing, kind of a revamped ARPA proposal from the first couple, where we saw each other's ideas and are coming together to really solidify, tighten that up, and bring it back in line with these community recommendations. So I think that's a really important point. I think, some of the challenges that we're recognizing here is that, especially with federal funds and especially with the way that the feds have designed ARPA, there are heightened compliance kind of needs with this pot of funding in particular. And so this goes to this kind of question between there's an ARPA opportunity, there's a larger policy opportunity, and there's also a way to direct unrestricted county money in a different kind of a way. And so I think this gets to the Supervisor Rabbit's excellent point around how do we leverage these opportunities to really make sure that we're lining up multiple options here and kind of making sure that the ones that we set forward are the ones that are going to get that biggest bang for our buck. But that is both a conversation that is happening with program design around the RFP, as well as inside with county departments talking about revamped ARPA proposals.
Okay, I think that's a good one. I'm looking forward to hearing from comments and then coming back. Appreciate you all.
Great. If there aren't any other comments or questions, I'll save my comments and maybe a few ideas until after public comment. So we will take public comment now, but given that we are at almost 3:30 and we're still on our morning calendar, I'm going to ask for 90 seconds on public comments. Do we have any folks here in person? Yes. Good afternoon. We'll be just a minute while we get the microphone warmed up. There we go. All right.
Who do I give these to? Okay.
Welcome.
Hello. Thank you. I'm Jennifer Wirtz. I'm a volunteer for a community-based organization called the Russian River Alliance. I feel like I'm a little bit late to the community engagement. I hope not. Just sitting out there listening, it seems like maybe you've kind of already identified the priorities. And one of the things in my area that hands down is the biggest problem for workers that have been affected by COVID, a lot of which are service and hospitality workers, many of which are Latinx population, the lack of affordable workforce housing. And I didn't hear that come up as a priority, which I'm very worried about that because I tried to bring more workers with me today, but they can't even get away from work. They're not engaged. But they'll tell you across the board, we're seeing our workers leaving every time there's a disaster, especially during COVID, because now there's people coming from San Francisco to buy houses to live full time in. And when somebody buys their property, they can't find another place to live, especially not one that they can afford, right? So I came here today to bring you a proposal that I understand I have to bring back or submit in January or February as part of the RFP. But I'd like to see if we can start a pilot program that I think can be a really good solution that'll ultimately save money. You know, we all know how expensive homelessness is. And, you know, we've been working on prevention for a while and proved how, you know, financially efficient prevention actually is. So if we could start, you know, we've been doing like emergency disaster relief from the floods and the fires, you know, pandemic, public safety power shut off, and emergency rent utilities, but everything's always been a crisis. And I feel like we need to come up with a more sustainable solution. So what I'm proposing is a pilot program to do a local worker rent subsidy program.
Thank you for coming in.
Okay.
So your
Is
time
that
is
my
up.
time?
If you brought a proposal, we'll be
Yeah, I
glad
did.
to distribute that to the supervisors and staff. And decisions have not been made yet. It's never too late for a good idea.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hi, my name is Erin Lane. I'm one of the local workers out in Guerneville. I'm also a full-time college student in the culinary program at the JC. Basically, currently I'm working 4 jobs over in Guerneville, nearly 80 hours a week. Basically, like 2/3 of my income goes straight to rent. But I also know that I'm not the only local worker out in, you know, West County that's, you know, working multiple jobs and still, you know, living paycheck to paycheck or barely even making it. I personally think this is like a great idea that Jennifer Wirtz is, you know, proposing. I know just sometimes even just, you know, like a little bit of help to take a lot of stress off of, you know, a local worker, especially during COVID, or, you know, if another, you know, landlord, you know, decides to sell, or a flood, or a, you know, wildfire, which, you know, we've had 30, you know, over the course of 1 month recently. So I just like really think that, you know, like this program will like benefit like myself and a lot of other local workers out in West County. I know like a lot of the local businesses out there are kind of like working on a skeleton crew, you know, hard to find even like, you know, one person to pick up a few hours. So, you know, I really think it would be a good idea to even consider this program. So thank
Great.
you.
Thank you for taking some time away from work to come talk to us.
No worries. Thank you.
Any other folks here in person? All right. Marcy, you go ahead and lead public comment on Zoom and the phone, please. You're on mute, Marcy.
Oh, after all these meetings, had to do it once.
Gotcha.
Anyway, so for all the folks in Zoom, there are many hands raised, but for anybody who would like to comment, a reminder, please raise your hand or press *9 if you are a phone attendee. And I will begin with the first commenter, who is Regina. If you can please unmute and begin.
Good afternoon. I'm Regina Brennan, and I'm from District 5. We know that the pandemic has hit BIPOC communities the hardest. In addition to the pandemic, Blacks have been disproportionately affected by decades of institutional racism. We see, for example, a lack of Black generational wealth through home ownership. We're still seeing the consequences of redlining and racialized real estate steering. There is a home ownership gap that exists primarily between whites and Blacks. Black home ownership has declined over the past 20 years, and in the first quarter of 2020, for example, 44% of Black families own their home compared with nearly 74% of white families. In Sonoma County, Blacks represent 2% of the residents, yet comprise 5% of the unsheltered population. We're advocating for an increase of Black home ownership and a decrease of unsheltered populations. One-time ARPA funding will not solve these 2 key issues, but it's a start. Targeted financing and investing in programs such as down payment assistance and home buyer education, as well as innovative housing models such as tiny homes, rapid rehousing, transitional and permanent housing with wraparound services, including mental health support, will address some of the needs of the unsheltered and narrow the home ownership gap.
Thank you. If the next commenters are Darius and Thomas and Gregory, if you can please unmute and begin. I'm not hearing you at this moment. This is for Darius. Looks like you're still muted. And I'm sorry, we're not seeing any activity, Darius, but if you are able to rejoin or you're having technical difficulties, you can email bos@sonoma-county.org. Move to the next commenter.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. This is Thomas. And first of all, I want to say I'm really encouraged by what I hear from the Office of Equity on social and cultural programs. It's really great. I also would like to add that what I'd like to see is how this can be combined with the existing programs to address the physical environment and infrastructure which divides us. We are currently talking all day long and greatly in this country about correcting historical wrongs. And we would agree that the freeway divided us. And we still have at this time a plan to further accomplish division, which is the Hearn Avenue overcrossing, the way it's currently designed. And so the question I have is, how would you feel if this was happening to you? You can leverage these funds that are gonna be paid from traditional sources, don't have to come from the county, to do this overcrossing work on this projected funding of almost $100 million. That's low-hanging fruit. That's available to you to correct a wrong that hasn't even happened yet. It's going to happen, but it's on your watch. We need you. Thank you.
The next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
My name is Gregory Farron. I want to say that the committee and the staff have defined the chances of true systematic change rather well. I hope you've listened. I hope you take their advice. I believe that the only additions I would add would be that you need to think about it broader than just the core departments that have been participating. It's no accident that Human Services has been at the core, but you need to bring in all the departments, and you need to make sure that the system changes that they're talking about extend throughout the whole county, including the cities. The second thing you need to do is look outside the county. There are 5,000 counties in this country that are all trying to figure this out, and you need to listen to what they're doing. There's plenty of videos on YouTube that simply say, here's what they're doing. We need to find out what all the best ideas are. We haven't plumbed Sonoma County well enough, and we don't know well enough what could be done. I see this as a tremendous opportunity to restart the federal poverty program at the local level, and the unrestricted nature of the funds, the ability of the talent that's available to you. We can do a whole lot better, and you'll be pleased at the many times you've often said to yourself, well, if I had a little more money, well, now you do, and you have a lot of intention on the part of the community and the staff to do a good job. Please do it.
The next commenters are Fred, Marty, and Matthew. You can please unmute and begin.
Hi, I'm Fred Allbach, member of the Sonoma Valley Housing Group, and I'm happy to stand here today with North Bay Jobs with Justice, Alliance for a Just Recovery, Food for All, and NBOP. It makes me sad to hear of Director Person Whitley's resignation, and I'd like to ask her to reconsider and give us well-meaning but bumbling and learning whites a second chance. The maps Denia Candela showed of C19 and HDI overlap are shocking and shameful. But we've seen data like this for years, from the Great Recession, fires, and now C19. When is enough data enough? I think the priority for ARPA funds should go towards immediate financial support, hazard pay, and paid leave to Black, Latinx, immigrant and indigenous workers and their families. Community-based solutions like on DocuFund are the best way to get the needed funds to people. Please also consider Food for All in Sonoma Valley as an ARPA funding recipient. This is direct community aid with no overhead, with NBOP as nonprofit sponsor. Food for All can help ID the greatest needs in Sonoma Valley. Money to bridge the digital divide can be used here to get families and students computers and to pay for higher internet costs. Try Food for All as a new flavor in Sonoma Valley, one that is right in tune with the greatest needs. Farm workers have also continued working throughout the pandemic, including fire, smoke, extreme heat, and day laborers, hospitality, domestic workers have lost a tremendous amount of income. The lowest paid county workers have been stretched to the
Thank
limit.
you so much for the comment. That does conclude the time. Marty, if you can please unmute and begin.
Hi, my name is Marty Bennett, speaking on behalf of Unite Here Locals 2850 and 49, unions representing hotel, restaurant, and gaming workers. The county should prioritize ARPA funding for hazard pay, paid sick leave, and direct financial assistance for essential workers, particularly low-wage, immigrant, and workers of color, including farm workers, hospitality, day laborers, grocery, nursing home, childcare, and domestic workers, most of whom cannot work from home. The county should also prioritize hazard pay for all full-time and part-time county workers. 1 in 4 Sonoma County residents are members of working poor families earning less than $53,000 per year, with at least one member reporting income from work. Disproportionately, these residents are essential workers who are women, workers of color, and immigrant workers. Most county workers enjoy decent pay and benefits, but still not enough in high-cost Sonoma County. During the pandemic, county workers have delivered vital public services that benefit all residents. To do so, many have worked overtime and endured stressful working conditions. We should replicate what the county of Santa Clara did last October. Santa Clara provided all of that county's employees with a one-time $2,500 hazard pay bonus. Highly compensated management and elected positions should be excluded. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please unmute and state your name.
Hi there, my name is Matt Calloway. I live in Santa Rosa and I'm with Sonoma County Conservation Action. Thanks so much for the board for having this meeting and thanks for all the great data on ARPA funding and needs. One of our organization's mottos is our community benefits when we act together with a common goal to protect this amazing county. When we say community, we mean our entire community, including and especially some of the most marginalized, underpaid members of our community. As we heard today, farm workers, laborers, hospitality, and domestic workers have been disproportionately affected by the pandemic, as well as the recent fires, and have lost an immense amount of income and had to face some of the most unsafe and uncomfortable working conditions in the county. SCCA, as many of you may know, is an environmental group, but we strongly believe that environmental, racial, and climate justice and equity are all integral to a strong, resilient, and maybe most importantly, a just community for all. Because of this, we feel the priority for ARPA monies should be used to provide urgent financial assistance, including hazard pay and paid leave to Black, Latinx, immigrant, and Indigenous workers, as well as their families. And Sonoma County Conservation Action urges that we utilize community-based solutions like the Undocu Fund, as community-based solutions are the best way to get the needed funds to people who need them the very most. Thank you very much.
The next commenters are Pedro, Rebecca, and Davida. Please go ahead and begin.
Hi, this is Pedro Conceição. I'm an organizer with SEIU United Healthcare Workers West. I'm also a delegate to the North Bay Labor Council. A majority of our members are women of color, and we believe we can't have healthcare justice without racial justice. Healthcare workers have been on the front lines, and we have seen the disproportionate impact that COVID-19 has had on communities of color. And I want to express support for ARP funds going to immediate financial support, hazard pay, and paid leave to Black, Latinx, immigrant, and Indigenous workers and their families. Our union supports providing premium hazard pay for essential workers, and community-based solutions are the best way to get the funds directly to people most in need, not subsidies to corporations. Thank you for your time.
If the next commenter can please state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is David Sotelo Escobedo. I work for North Bay Jobs with Justice, and I'm also a resident of District 5 in Sebastopol. And I'm calling again because, yeah, we have an opportunity here to be really using ARPA funds in a way that supports our communities in the long run. And we can do that by directing funds directly to the working families and the essential workers that have been hit by the hardest by the pandemic. I mean, farm workers have had to work through the pandemic, as has been mentioned, and on the front lines of climate crisis like fires, extreme heat and drought, and these conditions will continue to face in the future harvest. And day laborers and hospitality workers who have lost out on a lot of income, and those who are documented are excluded from any state and federal safety nets to even keep up on the rent and food. And as has been emphasized presentations here, we know the disproportionate impact is on Black, Latinx, immigrant, Indigenous workers, and so we can be prioritizing ARPA funds directly to these workers and their families via financial support, via hazard pay, towards paid leave. And we can be using, community-based trusted solutions like UndocuFund that already exists. And by doing this, we're not just investing in our workers and in worker families, but that will continue to be on the front lines of ongoing and future hazards. But I think we really have a chance here to be using these funds to reinforce the safety nets that we need to exist to make sure that these workers and their families have a resilient future here in Sonoma County. Thanks.
Thank you. The next commenters are Cherie, Gary, and then Sarah. You can please unmute.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair Hopkins and supervisors and staff. I'm Cherie Cabral with the North Bay Building and Construction Trades Council. BIPOC workers and their families have been negatively impacted to a disproportionate level throughout this pandemic by both the number of COVID cases suffered as well as economic hardships from the greater economic impacts around the pandemic. The county has the ability to use ARPA funds to address negative economic impacts of the pandemic and to provide premium pay for essential workers. We believe the priority for the ARPA funds should direct pay leave, immediate financial assistance, and hazard pay towards BIPOC workers and their families, and use community-based solutions like UndocuFund to get desperately needed funds to those members of our community. We believe that this is not just a matter of need, but of equity in addressing need and impact, and is consistent with the town hall feedback. The pandemic has been hard on Sonoma County as a whole for all workers and their families, and the building trades recognizes that many groups have had historic trends of hardship compounded during the pandemic. Farm workers working through fire, smoke, and extreme heat, hospitality and day laborers that have all lost access to income generating work, and those in our communities that have historically had the lowest income rates, all while bearing an unacceptable share of pandemic hardships on top of compounded COVID risks and ever rising rates of incidents and fatalities that have devastated families. These members of our community are also projected to have the longest lingering impacts as work from home is not an option in their jobs, and those job losses have the longest projected recovery duration, the lowest occupational flexibility, and bear the greatest risk from automation as their recovery rolls forward. The building trades believes that
Thank you so much for the comment. That just concludes the time. And if the next commenter can please unmute and
My name is Dr. Marisol Muñoz-Kini. I'm a clinical psychologist and I live in Santa Rosa, District 1. I volunteer with North Bay Organizing Project's Immigrant Defense Task Force, Oakmont Standing for Justice, Impulso News, and La Voz bilingual newspaper. Thank you for your work towards ensuring that ARPA funds are used to address the collateral damage caused by the COVID pandemic. Given that BIPOC individuals, families, and communities, and essential workers, such as farm workers, day laborers, and service and domestic workers, have carried the brunt of the health and economic suffering, they should be prioritized when assigning ARPA funds. Community-based solutions like UndocuFund would allow these residents, many of whom cannot access assistance from other programs, to receive the financial support, hazard pay, and paid leave they deserve and truly need. It would be the most effective way of telling them thank you for your service. Prioritizing ARPA funding to BIPOC essential workers would honor the neighbors we have lost to this terrible pandemic and benefit everyone who benefits from the essential work of essential workers, which is essentially every resident of Sonoma County. Thank you for your service.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Sarah, they, them pronouns, so many things in so little time. My thanks to the Office of Equity for all that you do. You pour so much into this work, and I wish you were able to impact more areas of the bureaucracy. I feel like there are echoes here of what came up in the previous item, extremely rushed timelines. I have concerns around outreach and turnaround time for appointing members of the equity working group. This, that sort of turnaround time that I heard about really inhibits communities from identifying appropriate representatives. That said, y'all did really amazing work. Big appreciation to Alegria de la Cruz for mentioning additional languages such as Fijian. I always feel like a broken record saying that we need to be more linguistically inclusive. There's also been mention of people who were impacted as a result of the county not having the means or resources to help and protect people through the pandemic. For that and very many reasons, I think we also need to investigate the impact of decisions or inaction from local government, especially as I tie into those historical inequities. There was also a proposal from Dr. Eiler around a return on investment, or it really sounded like he was recommending prioritizing insurance and finance for the use of these funds. And just please don't. It literally goes against every other thing said in this meeting. We really need to invest in ways that serve the community and repair harm done, even if that adds up to fewer total dollars. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenters are Michael, Lee, then Max. Please unmute and begin.
Hey everyone, I'm Michael. I have a lot of the same things to say as many of the previous speakers. I believe that ARPA funds should prioritize hazard pay and paid leave for Black, Indigenous, and Latinx workers who have clearly borne the brunt of the hardship in the pandemic, both in terms of being directly impacted by the pandemic and in terms of the economic downturn. And I definitely support community-based solutions like UndocuFund, Food for All. I am a member of the Sonoma County Tenants Union, and one of our strong beliefs is we want this county to be as livable as possible. We want it to be inclusive. We want to help relieve the great amount of suffering that people are going through right now, whether that's through the continuation of just cause eviction protections or through direct funding to prevent people from getting evicted and to be able to stay in their homes. So yeah, thank you.
Hey, if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name. Lee, are you able to unmute? I'm sorry. One moment. We had some technical difficulties there. Sorry about that. Can the next commenter please unmute and state your name? Max, are you able to unmute?
Yep. Thank you.
Great,
Hi,
thank
everyone.
you.
Good afternoon. My name is Max Bell-Alper. I'm the Executive Director of North Bay Jobs with Justice. Really appreciate the board and especially the Office of Equity really providing the data and the space to really make sure that we're prioritizing the people who are most in need. And I think that the only thing I would add here, you've heard over and over, what are the needs in terms of hazard pay and paid leave that goes directly to workers and their families, not subsidizing corporations, but actually to the people most in need. And I would just add that this is a moment for the board to really take leadership. As many folks know, we've been calling on the wine industry to do the right thing and provide hazard pay, provide paid leave when people are not able to work, to provide trainings in Indigenous languages. And we think that this is a moment for the board to say, this is what Sonoma County really is. And that Sonoma County, we should be proud to be a place where we stand for what's right, and especially around economic, racial, and climate justice. And so the industries, especially wine and hospitality, they're looking to the county to say, what is the direction we need to go? And we hope that you send a clear message that this is the direction we need to go, and we need to be making sure that the people who are doing the work, the essential workers, are really front and center in making decisions that'll make their lives better in our community. Thank you.
The next commenters are Linda, Janie, and then Sam. If you can please unmute.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Evans. I work with North Bay Organizing Project in the Immigrant Defense Task Force. I'm also a literacy tutor and have 2 literacy students with the Sonoma County Library Literacy Program. I worked with UndocuFund immediately after the Tubbs and Nuns fire. And at that time, I came into really direct contact with the stories of immigrant and undocumented families and how they were affected and left out of affected by the disaster and left out of the recovery. We have the same situation, incomparable because the disasters were so different, but certainly the immigrant and undocumented communities here in Sonoma County were disproportionately affected. And the Immigrant Defense Task Force believes strongly that ARPA funds should go to direct financial support for immigrant and undocumented families, because they were the ones that were most heinously affected by these disasters. We feel it's crucial for hazard pay and paid leave to be extended to those workers and to Indigenous people, Black and Latino people, and that UndocuFund is an excellent way for those funds to be distributed because they're trusted in the community and well respected. Thank you very much for your time.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Jamie. I work for the Auditor Controller Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, and I'm a member of the SCIU. I wanted to tell you about my story that when we had to go on home to work, we were not able to get reimbursed for the material that we needed. I needed a hard drive, I needed something else on my computer, and it was rejected from my $500 allowance. So when we ask for hazard pay, it's not just going to be for the risk that we're taking our lives in our hands when we come to work, but also for all that extra expense that we did when we had to be at home working from home. And a lot of people have had to stay home because of childcare, and that is an expense that it's not being reimbursed. We need hazard pay for our county employees that continue suffering that, not only that emotional threat of life while working, and also the family that they have to support. And sometimes they can't take care and they can't come to work, and they don't have the equipment at home to do the work at home. Thank you.
If the next commenter can please unmute and begin.
Yes, hello. My name is Sam De La Paz. I'm Vice President of the Hessel Farmers Grange in Sebastopol, California. I just want to emphasize the importance of the dispersal of direct funds to these communities most affected and the most marginalized communities. And just want to also state that, you know, to be honest with ourselves, this has been a call for action since before COVID, and this is only compounded. I mean, many of our undocumented workers and, you know, workers that fall in a socioeconomic status are not receiving these hazard pays and work leave and things like this that are absolutely important, especially when caring for family members who fall ill or any other myriad of reasons. So I just want to emphasize my support for this. Also, being that I work in the cannabis industry, I want to emphasize to some of the organizations that are on this call and that are participating, I just want to express my thanks and gratitude for standing for what's right. I believe what the previous speaker said when they said that this is what Sonoma County stands for. We stand for social justice, economic justice, and environmental justice. And I want to mention that there are cannabis grants at the state level that can help support some of these efforts. They're designed to go into the communities most affected by the war on drugs. And they're also designed for mental health and other things. So please look into those funds when needed. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenters are Christine, then Attila, and Lee.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Okay. So hi, I'm Chris Hooks. I'm with 350 Sonoma and Alliance for a Just Recovery. I just want to thank everyone for the work that they have done on this so far. It's important work to get it right. So we know now that the communities hardest hit by the pandemic in Sonoma County are Black, Latinx, immigrant, and Indigenous workers and their families. So farm workers have worked, and I want to emphasize this, they have worked through fire, smoke, and extreme heat, and often without proper sanitation and masks for COVID protection. So, you know, they've bared the brunt of this. They have been essential to our economy, and they are essential in Sonoma County, and they deserve hazard pay for continuing to work in these conditions. Hospitality and domestic workers as well have been impacted, and they've lost months of income. So they have, and they are often the least worker protected, and no safety nets, and yet we also deem them essential to our tourist economy and to keep that running. So, so we believe that the priority for the ARPA fund should go to immediate financial support for these workers and their families, and that's direct support, directly get it to them without.
Thank you so much for the comment. That does conclude the time. Lee, hoping that you're able to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. I really just calling to echo pretty much what so many people have said about making sure these funds go directly to the community organizations like DocuFund. I'm not going to reiterate everything, but that's where I'm in agreement. But really, what I want to kind of also say is, like, this is not new. This is not new. To have to go through, I mean, I'm so grateful for the Office of Equity and to do all this work, but we knew during the fires that predatory business owners are being supported by the policies of this past and current board so that they can do things like, you know, have immigrant workers work during horrific conditions. So basically the policies that you all perpetuate are the very policies that uphold these predatory extractive behaviors from giant business. They do destructive, they're destroying the climate, they're destroying the community, and we're actively destroying the most vulnerable of our community, including Indigenous, Black, Brown, and melanated people of all sorts. And so here we are again, talking about this again, but really it's time to act. And all of you have to really dig deeper and do more anti-racism work and see why we're still talking about this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Vice Chair Corsi, that will conclude public comment.
Thank you, Marcy. We'll bring it back to the board. And before we ask for board comments, County Administrator Bratton, can you help focus our discussion a little bit along with your staff and tell us what would be the most useful type of comments, how to organize this in the most useful way?
Thank you for that question. I think I would agree with Chair Hopkins' approach, where if we can identify areas of investment priorities for community dollars. And so we've heard a lot of information today, and not that I think the board would be able to identify an exhaustive list because we're still waiting for additional data, but I think we can start ideally identifying areas of investment and see where there's common interest among the board members. And then with respect to department proposals, if we're able to identify kind of board investment areas for community, I would recommend we have staff with the Office of Equity and the ARPA team review the department proposals to see which of those proposals align with those investment priorities, and we would bring those back in December. So I think it'd be good to give some direction on the department proposals today if we're able to identify larger investment priorities based on the information you've received as of today.
Okay, so priorities and ideas of where department proposals might intersect. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, I think if we're able to identify the community investment priorities today, then my recommendation would be, okay, let's run those department proposals through those priority lenses and bring those back, the ones that align with those priorities identified today.
Thank you. That's helpful. Are either of my remaining colleagues ready to identify some community priorities? Supervisor Gore and Supervisor Hopkins, I do see you there, and I'll get back to you in a minute.
Well, first of all, what a body of work. And thank you. That's it. Thank you. So what I heard on not only our discussions for our forum on ARPA with our town hall, but from a lot of what we're talking about today, it really distills to me is three core areas that I have really heard about community and you all presenting. One of them I would call growing the safety net. And we've talked about this in the sense of we have a government safety net, but the reality is we're talking about a community safety net. For me, that would include staff looking through what are the appropriate groups of promotores, of nonprofits, and otherwise that could be conduits for human services and health services programs and dollars that support those kinds of activities. To me, that's kind of the biggest impact. Our human services division with JobLink and with SNAP benefits and other things is the primary conduit for financial assistance and or subsistence through different areas, and the right kind of partnership with trusted community partners would be vital. So I would say safety net with DHS and HSD, that's Department of Health Services and Human Services Department in the lead. I can obviously look at collaborative groups that work well with this. That's Cura, which was created during the pandemic. That's Health Action. That is really a collective impact hub. Staff could go through quite a few more. The second one for me is I look over at Director Person Whitley, and I really think about the work you've started and that needs to expand and continue with small and medium-sized businesses in Sonoma County, and with a specific emphasis on BIPOC businesses. I think this has been a big issue for us. There's a huge return on investment for capacity building. And at the same time, I also feel that our conversations about reworking our procurement here at the county and with the cities and other areas provides a way to increase capacity building with small and medium-sized businesses, local businesses, BIPOC specific, and leveraging that into not just capacity building for the next couple of years, but opportunities if we can get procurement right with the County of Sonoma, cities, school districts, and others. I think there's huge opportunity there. The third one that I would say is in the world of emergency services, and I really look to some of the applications I anticipate we're going to receive from the COAD, Community Organizations Active in Disasters, and it really links with some of what we've worked with the Office of Equity on, which is SB 160 implementation, which is cultural competency in our disaster plans. Many of the individuals who spoke during public comment, Immigrant Defense Task Force and others have had a primary focus on our management of disasters and the difficulty and the inability and the failures we've had in covering those most vulnerable in our community during the most arduous times. And so upstreaming that work in partnership with Department of Emergency Management and Equity and others to make us stronger and more prepared, I think is vital. So outside of those kind of three different areas that I just am saying for myself that I'm going to be really interested in asking more questions on and hoping to see proposals and other things, I really embedded into the process what I've heard from our leads here, from Oscar, Alegria, Sheba, Denia, others, is a couple things that have been uncovered about how we do business. So with those, I'm looking at contracting that we talked about before, and using this ARPA process as an ability for us to front load outreach work, to not have CBOs and individuals and small businesses have their hands held out 6 months after doing services on behalf of the county. And I think it could be a good pilot for us. And if we need to forward county funding to do that and then have the reimbursements come from federal, from ARPA, I'm okay with that. Whatever we need to do to make sure that we don't continue along the process of asking people to do vital, necessary groundwork and then we leave them hanging. The second part of that is training. And so I really think that one thing that I would hope to see, and I talked with this group about this a few weeks ago, is an ability once these funding agreements are in place, is also equity training for them as a campaign to go and deploy, and for this group and for those who are going to be doing the work on the ground, to be able to connect over the course of the next year to 3 years and find opportunities where they're learning as they're moving through this process and getting money and things on the ground. So for me, this is really one-time money into areas that we could greatly increase capacity. And then at the same time, we could connect it to resources going forward into the future that are not one-time ARPA money. So health services, human services programs, FEMA, BRIC grants that we're getting, and procurement. And so that's something that I'd really hope that we can see as long-term impacts and opportunity coming out of that. So that's what I've heard, and I hope I look forward to hearing from my colleagues. Thank you.
County Administrator Brett. Through the chair, sorry to interrupt, but it might be also helpful to frame some of the input in the context of some of the I think the 4 areas of community feedback that we got. And I think a lot of your suggestions will fit into that. And I don't know, Alegria or Oscar, if that's, I believe
Sure.
that was the slide, if you want to pull up that slide for a moment and revisit that.
Jake, could you pull up slide number 14, please? I think if we can stay in the buckets and maybe answer questions or make sure that we have board support for the way we've laid this out and what our community has said to us, I think that would be really helpful, is for us to understand what more information you may need, or whether or not something, that you've heard or that you think is important, and maybe figuring out, does it fit into one of these buckets here? And I think that the other question that we have is around, is there direction to CAO staff who have been handling department proposals, and we've been handling the community engagement side, to kind of come together on department proposals in these buckets. So I think that's some of the areas that we're pretty clear on, that we need you to be clear with us on. So we could stay in these buckets and figure out how we kind of validate and make sure that this is in line with what it is that you're seeing and hearing as well. Oscar, Shiva, any comments on that?
I think that sounds about right. In hearing Supervisor Gore, I think there's certainly alignment with what he's articulating with these buckets, so we can make the linkage or the crosswalk to these buckets for sure.
I just also want to state that, to me, these were, I am supportive of these. Maybe that's the easiest way for me to say that, is that I don't want to be into a micromanagement position with you all about every application and how it happens. I want to be in a position as a community leader to say, we're investing in the safety net, we're investing in managing during, making sure that we are not leaving our most needed behind when we are in dire circumstances. And I'm interested in expanding in terms of businesses. If you all come back to me and you say that cash and other direct resources are going to help affect that, and that ultimately is going to lead folks into a better safety net program, that whether that's linked to human services and others, that's what I'm working towards. So personally, I just want you to, I hope that's good enough for you, because I don't want to pick between them. I feel like I would love to see those things embedded into the different areas. Thank you.
Excellent. I think the other area where we were interested in having some discussion or some possible direction was also in some of the policy options that have come out of community comments. So these are kind of like funding or investment areas. They could also take the place, they could happen through policy, right? So sick leave ordinance, stuff like that. So I think that's the other place, is program or possible policy.
Okay, I'm going to go to Supervisor Hopkins, because she is connected now, I think, and I'm not sure how long that will last.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Corsi. I just want to say yes, and so I love all of those 4 identified solutions, and I also hope that those ARPA identified needs of 2 slides earlier can feed into those. I really appreciated the highlighting of childcare and childcare facilities, mental health, learning loss. And I also just want to take a moment to say thank you to the community, because that was really one of sort of the most beautiful series of public comments, where I just heard the community speaking in unison and speaking up for underserved communities and communities of color. And I really, really appreciate that. A couple of things that I think are particularly important just to call out and mention is providing that capacity to some of these grassroots community organizations. They always step up in disasters, and we try to give them lots of money during disasters, but they need to have the infrastructure in between disasters, right, to maintain that service provision and those relationships with the community. And also, quite frankly, to ensure that the folks who work so hard to take care of the community have jobs, not just when we're in a wildfire or in a flood situation. I also wanted to mention and call out the need to have conversations around policy. And I hope that this ARPA work can carry directly into our calendar setting for next year. I want to tackle living wage. You know, I want to have the conversation around farm workers. I want to have the conversation around paid sick leave. I want to talk about possible ways that we can incentivize, you know, for instance, employer supported childcare. So I'm really grateful to have the opportunity to have this conversation, and I'm really excited by the work that staff put into this. So I love those buckets. And I guess my last question would be sort of, those buckets will be responsive to those ARPA identified needs of the 2 slides prior. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yes. And so essentially what we're doing right now is kind of crosswalking between what we heard in those town halls and the surveys and these buckets. And if there is going to be, you know, additional areas of focus that will come clear as we work through that data from the town halls and the surveys, there may be an additional bucket that's added to these that came out of that kind of hot roots approach with the work group. So we're really in the process of kind of doing this, and there may be additional buckets that come out.
Perfect. That sounds great. Excellent work. And thank you all so much. And thanks to members of the public for their comments and thoughts.
Thanks, Supervisor Hopkins. Supervisor Gordon.
Thank you so much. It's going to be hard to try to separate everybody's interests out, but let me give it a stab. I'm also thinking of 3 buckets. First bucket, $25 million to the county for county needs. And I include some of the suggestions from Supervisor Gore, the resilient community spaces, emergency planning, community preparation, and I agree, the SB 160 implementation, making sure that we include all communities in our emergency information. And there probably are other county needs as well. You could lump broadband internet into that county need as well. That's what I've heard loudly and clearly from my community. They are really struggling with distance learning and access to Wi-Fi in the underserved communities. So you could lump it into the 3rd bucket, but you could lump it into the county needs as well. The 2nd bucket, we know, because we've talked about the fact that housing is health. It is mental health. It is physical health. It is a boost up in economic health. So the 2nd bucket, I would like to see $25 million, $5 million in each district to finance homeless services or affordable housing projects moving forward. We need a cash and support to jumpstart these programs, absolutely. The 3rd bucket is community needs. Again, could be broadband out of that, but I would encourage us to think not only of broadband, but I really resonate with some of the comments made by Dr. Eiler and Sheba Pearson-Whitley, workforce training and development. We have a lot of folks who are earning substandard wages and maybe horrible compensation packages and working conditions. What training programs with stipends can we construct to help them move forward, elevate, and better the economic health of their families? And I really want to thank Sheba for her continuing support of our small businesses. So I would like to see some support for our small businesses. And I don't know what that looks like. I'm looking to learn from the white papers and Dr. Eiler and certainly our executive director and her amazing staff on that. And I'm interested in having some assistance, flexible assistance for our community, knowing it's a very small amount. And I'm concerned about sending RFPs out that will take months to weed through and distribute to the community. Is there a way that we can get this funding into the hands of our community members who desperately need it now for heating bills, utility bills, rent, groceries? And let's look for some expedient ways to distribute some of this funds. So thank you so much. And that is county, housing. County could be emergency infrastructure, housing, and then community, businesses, and residents. So thank you so much. A workforce training, absolutely.
Thank you. Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, it's a difficult task, given the structure and trying to narrow the focus. I can tell you what I know that I heard loud and clear from more than a few was the whole aspect of access to mental health. And I think, it's a subject that is broken for the entire system, in my opinion, is broken, and it's really broken for those who have a hard time getting that initial access. So whatever we can do there. And I don't disagree in terms of, those that were disproportionately impacted were impacted March, whatever it was, 18th or 17th, and and could have lost their job that particular day. Part of the issue with and the reason I keep bringing that up is just the timing of actually getting money in hands. So I do think that those that are most negatively impacted, individuals, families, individuals, cash on hand, or some sort of direct relief, assuming that there's debt incurred or past rent, or no matter what it may be, housing assistance. I am all for that, because I think those were those individuals that were most directly impacted the quickest, and probably at the end of the day, the deepest. Those that were managing to muddle through, for lack of a better word, and keep going, I think we need to make sure that safety net, that reinforcement, that foundation can be reinforced with whether it's, I also heard about food banks, food systems, childcare, I think is another one that allows people to get up and going. I do think that, and especially after seeing the presentation tonight from Dr. Orozco, talking about the opportunity for cash infusions in the BIPOC businesses that can actually really speed growth, pay down whatever debt was incurred over this last year, to allow opportunities going forward to keep businesses up and running, to keep jobs up and running. I like that idea a lot as one of those items. So I kind of look at it as that individual, family, household, direct help, kind of then that the kind of overall community health systems that need to kind of prop up, that everyone can take advantage of. And then specifically on the business side, I think from the community sense, to me, that would be a good place, notwithstanding the fact that obviously having a roof over your head is vitally important. I would see that more as maybe a rental assistance, and or figuring out what the debt was carried through this last year and a half, too, and maybe providing a mechanism to, again, get people to a place where they're much better off in terms of having that financial future to allow them to be successful and not be burdened with carrying either a debt or having to shift their earnings elsewhere. I do think that there are some important employee needs that we need to address going forward, and I agree with Supervisor Hopkins. I love the idea of additional broadband investment. I just don't want it to be a plan. I think that we need to get beyond, and I don't know how we do that. And I continue to want to make sure that we can make a smart investment there. But I'd rather see these dollars going to people as soon as possible than programs overall that might languish. And I think hopefully there's some direction in there for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. And I'll just start off by saying I absolutely agree with the idea that my preference is for this money to get into people's hands. The idea of direct assistance is the first note that I have. It's at the top of my list. That can take a lot of different forms. I would like to look into a pilot project for universal basic income. I heard at one point someone mentioned that cities or a city, maybe the city of Santa Rosa, has been inquiring about perhaps partnering on that. If we could, I don't know if they're going to do it or not, but if we could set up a framework, one framework for both the city and the county, that would be a good way to make that money work harder, increase efficiencies. And I'd love to look into something like that. But direct assistance can also take the form childcare and preschool dollars, both for consumers of childcare and providers of childcare. Rental assistance, housing assistance, assistance for BIPOC businesses. You know, the best case scenario for me for all of this money is if we can find a way to marry both internal needs of the county and external needs of the community. I want this money to provide relief to the community, but I'd also love to see it build community and build capacity for organizations that don't have capacity now to actually participate fully in the way that we would like them to. And we've run into a lot of those organizations over the past year and a half. I'd like to lift them up into a more formal relationship going forward with the county. Just a few ideas of how that might happen. For housing, we've got an idea put forward by the Bay Area Housing Initiative, I think is the name, Bar High, and the Sonoma County Black Forum. Let's get them together with the Community Development Commission that also put forward a request for $5 million for the county fund for housing. Can we marry those requests together? You already mentioned the mobile units for child support services and human services. Can we marry those together with promotores, community engagement, using those vans to get out in the community? The other way to do that with community engagement, promotores, and the community hubs. We're talking about creating, remote county services. Let's have those county services be located at community hubs that are places where the community can gather, spaces that are devoted to the community, that bring county government and the community together on a daily basis. That's not, service-based, but actually day-to-day living based and working side by side together. I think that there are all kinds of opportunities along those lines. I hope that staff will look for those as you go through some of the priorities that the board is putting forward to you, and that departments are putting forward too. Just want to look at my notes for one more minute. Again, I've got down COAD version 2, and the D in this COAD is democracy. It's community organized organizations active. Community organizations active in democracy, right? Let's marry those with our needs for community engagement. Let's connect them with broadband access. Let's connect all of our community with broadband access to the world, to education, to government, to each other. I hope that some of this conversation has been helpful to you. At this point, I just want to see if there's anything else from the board or from staff. Doesn't look like there's anything else from the board, so staff.
Big thank you. I think we got some very clear direction today, and we're looking forward to continuing to march through to do this crosswalk and this validation, and to come back with some final recommendations that are really grounded in community wisdom on December 14th. Shiva, Oscar, Denya.
I just also want to convey that thank you for greater clarity, and I think there's enough here for us to align with the proposed buckets and what we've heard. And I think the additional data that we'll bring back to you in December will further reinforce those points.
All right. Thank you all for your work on this.
Through the chair.
Yes.
If I may, I'd like the opportunity to follow up on, I think it was Supervisor Rabbit's suggestion, and I'll agree with that. It was a good one, and that's looking at department proposals that allow us to potentially leverage or free up future discretionary dollars that can be invested in areas, underserved areas or needs, community needs. So if I may do that with my staff and the Office of Equity, I think that would be good to bring back.
Great. And I'm reminded that we need to take a formal action on C on this, which is the authorization of the Director of Human Services to execute a contract, et cetera. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. And Marcy, could you call the roll on that, please?
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes, great work, everybody.
and Supervisor Hopkins.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 4:30 and we're going to move to our series of hearings that were scheduled for 1:30 today. And at this point, I'm going to let the rest of the board know that I need to be out of here at 5:15. We will still have a quorum at that point, and Board Chair Pro Tem Gore is prepared to take over the gavel at that time. So we'll move on to item number 41.
It's 41 hour, 41. First.
She won't let me do it.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Corsi and board members. Trish Pisani, Deputy Director, Transportation and Public Works.
Good afternoon, welcome.
Today, we are here to conduct a public hearing pursuant to Proposition 218 for County Service Area 41 for water rates for Jenner, Freestone, Fitch Mountain, and Salmon Creek. County Service Area 41 consists of 4 zones of benefits. We have Jenner with 123 connections, Freestone 28, Fitch Mountain 334, and Salmon Creek 99. Water rates are analyzed every 5 years and approved by the board through a Proposition 218 process. This ensures rates are equitable and sufficient to fund water utility operations and capital improvements in order to continue to provide water service in a manner that complies with safe drinking water laws. On December 8th, 2015, the board executed an agreement with NBS Government Finance Group to independently assess and evaluate each of the 4 zones of CSA 41's existing financial situations and provide recommendations on water rates that would provide each zone with financial stability. Proposed rate adjustments for the Jenner water system. County staff reviewed financial projections and proposed rates with the Jenner community. County staff proposes the following adjustments to rates: consolidate commercial and residential base meter rates, establish tiered meter water rates to equitably distribute the cost of high water use by customers to operating the system. At a minimum, an annual inflationary increase will be assessed on all system fees. The current rate structure will be subject to discretionary rate increases of up to 2% per year over a 5-year period. The rate increase would be applied if warranted after a financial review by county staff. Also proposed is a new property tax assessment annual fee of $60.28 per connection for the purchase of new water rates. 10-year assessment will become effective on the 2022-2023 tax roll. Proposed Gener rates, the chart here shows you current rates as well as the proposed restructured rates and the proposed rates over the next 5 years, which includes the 2% annual discretionary increase. So I'm here now to answer any questions that the board may have regarding the proposed rates for the Gener water system.
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Rabbit?
Could you explain that the 2% as seen by staff's discretion? What's the criteria that would kick in?
Yeah, what we'll do is we will take a look at the performance for the previous year and make sure that the current rates are supporting the cost of the system. You know, if we see that we are going to be running at a deficit or that our reserves have been depleted or are being depleted, you know, we will meet with the community to talk about what we see the needs of the system are, and therefore we could propose, you know, anything up to 2% more over the CPI increase that will automatically occur every year.
Okay, and that's 2% over the 2% per year for 5 years if needed.
Correct. We did something very similar over the last 5 years in the Fitch Mountain system, and the first year we took the 4%, and then the next 4 years we didn't exercise that option.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Other questions from the board? Hearing none, I'll open the public hearing. Do we have any members of the public in person? No. Do we have any public comments on Zoom? Marcy?
Thank you. If anybody would like to make a comment, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad. There are no comments in Zoom.
Thank you. I'll close the public hearing. Trish, do you have any information on protests or anything else you need to let us know about now?
Yes, I do want to report out that through the mail, we did receive 14 protests from the Gener community. There are 115 total parcels, so we did not have a majority protest for the proposed rates.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board? All right. Marcy, can you take a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Gorin?
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi?
Yes.
Supervisor Gore?
Yes.
Chair Hopkins?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Move on to item number 42, similar hearing on Freestone. Trish, I think you might be muted.
Okay, we are on Freestone. Proposed rate adjustment for the Freestone community. County staff reviewed the financial projections and proposed rates for the Freestone community. The county's financial analysis showed that Freestone's current rates do not provide financial stability. County staff proposed the following adjustments to rates: consolidate the base meter charge for various meter sizes, adjust the tier rates to equitably distribute the cost of high water use by customers to operating the system. The new rate structure will result in a 9% overall adjustment to the monthly billing for the residential customers effective January 1, 2022. At a minimum, an annual inflationary increase will be assessed on all water system fees. And the current rate structure will be subject to a discretionary rate increase of up to 3% per year over a 5-year period. The rate increase would be applied if warranted after a financial review by county staff. Here's the chart for our proposed rates for the Freestone community. Again, you can see we've restructured so that we have one base meter rate regardless of the size of the meter, and have a tiered charge for the water usage. The rates here show that over the next 5 years, we could have a potential of a 4% discretionary annual rate increase. And again, that will be based on a financial review by county staff with the community that we'll do on an annual basis.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Any in-person? Is there someone there? Apparently not. Marcy, is there anyone on Zoom?
Thank you. Please raise your hand in the Zoom app if you would like to comment on this item. Okay, there are 2 hands raised. So Trish, we're going to need to stop your sharing so we can put the slide up. And Vice Chair Corsi, I'll just confirm the time.
90 seconds.
Thank you. Right, these are phone attendees, so you will hear that you're unmuted and to press *6. Again, I'm asking you to unmute via Zoom. And for this person, we're not hearing you. This is item number 42 on today's agenda. I'll move to our next commenter first to see if we can get a connection here.
This is Mary Morrison, and
Hi,
I
Mary.
would just like to
Mary,
ask.
this is
I would like to
regarding
ask what
item
kind
number
of
42.
public comment. Excuse me?
This is item number 42 on today's agenda.
I understand it's item number 42, but I'm talking about the public comment that was supposed to take place at 4 o'clock. It's after 4, and I just want to know what time will it be taking place? How long do we have to wait this week?
Thank you for the question. I'll defer to the Vice Chair for.
We are 3 hours behind at this moment. That should give you some idea of when we'll get to public comment.
Thank you. And with that, that does conclude public comment for this item.
Thank you. With that, I'll close the public hearing. See if there's any further questions. No, I'm sorry. Back to Trish. Do you have any information about protests?
Yes, for Freestone Water System, we received 2 out of 27. So we did not receive a majority protest.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board? All right, Marcy, roll call, please.
Supervisor Gorin.
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Gore.
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes.
Thank you very much. That passes unanimously. We'll move to item number 43. Trish, Fitch Mountain Water System.
County staff reviewed the financial projections and rates with the Fitch Mountain community. The current rate structure will remain unchanged, but will include an inflationary increase based on CPI assessed on monthly fees, as well as other system fees, such as water connections and administrative fees. And here is a chart for the current rates as well as the proposed rates over the next 5 years. And do we have any board questions for Fitch Mountain rates?
Trish, we're not seeing the chart. Can you show
Oh,
it?
now I'm sorry about that. Let's see. Let's go back to. Are they there now?
There we are. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Fitch Mountain is pretty straightforward. We've basically just taken, oh, that's not Fitch Mountain though. It's gonna be
Same as
Fitch.
the last one, I think.
Yeah, so hang on a second here. Okay. These are the Fitch Mountain rates, which shows we're basically just projecting an estimated 2% CPI over the next 5 years.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? All right, I will open the public hearing. Anybody in person? No, thank you. And anyone on Zoom, Marcy?
Thank you. One commenter with a hand raised. So again, Trish, we're going to take down your slides for this one so we can put the timer slide up. Thank you, Jamie. And if the commenter can please state your name and begin.
Hi, this is Pat Abercrombie from Fitch Mountain. Contrary to any kind of a protest, I wanted to just take a second to express our gratitude out here on Fitch Mountain for the TPW staff. Johannes, I see you here, and then Trish, thanks so much for the freshwater team led by Glenn Morelli. And with Adrian Diaz, Olivia Welsh, Amanda Buers. We meet with them quarterly, the Fitch Mountain Water District Advisory Committee, and that team is extremely skilled and very engaged, and we feel like we're in great hands with them. Also, the contract operator, Russian River Utility, Jamie Dutton, Robert Sherrod, Greg Pasalakwa, the other operators, Stephanie Voet in the office with Heidi, provide a very high level of customer service to our water district customers out here with leak detection, repairing leaks, really hand-holding for the customers. It's fantastic. The Fitch Mountain Water District Advisory Committee, we take our role very seriously out here, and so do Glenn and his team. And I just want to thank you all for assigning them to us and how much we appreciate them. Thanks for the time.
Thanks for that call, and thanks for your service to the community.
Thank you. That does conclude public comment.
Thank you, Marcy. I'll close the public hearing. Trish, any information on protests?
Yes, for Fitch Mountain, there were 25 out of 352. So we did not receive a majority protest.
All right. Any further questions from the board? Seeing none. Marcy, would you call the roll?
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes.
All right, and that passes unanimously. We'll move on to number 44, another water hearing on Salmon Creek.
Okay, so for the Salmon Creek community, due to a majority protest from the Salmon Creek community at the September 13, 26 public hearing, the county did not implement MBS proposed rates for Salmon Creek. County staff reviewed financial projections and proposed rates for the Salmon Creek community. At a minimum, an annual inflationary increase will be assessed on all water systems. In addition, the rates will be subject to a discretionary rate increase of up to 3% per year over a 5-year period if warranted after financial review by staff. These are the current rates for the Salmon Creek community, as well as the proposed increases should we implement the discretionary 3%.
Thank you, Trish.
Board questions for Salmon Creek?
Any questions from the board? No questions. We'll open the public hearing. Anyone here for public comment? Nope. And anyone on Zoom? Marcy.
Thank you. If you'd like to comment on item number 44, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press star 9. There are no hands for comment.
Thank you very much. Close the public hearing. Any further information on protests, Trish?
Yes, we had 5 mail-in protests out of 100 parcels. So we do not have a majority protest.
All right, thank you. If there are no additional questions, I'll ask Marcy to call the roll.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes?
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes.
All right, that passes unanimously. And since we're on a roll, and since we have TPW staff with us, we're going to skip to number 46, which should be a relatively short item. And we'll take that up now.
Okay, here we go. So good afternoon, Vice Chair Corsi and board members. Trish Pizzani, Deputy Director, Transportation and Public Works. The board item before you is to introduce an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 22 of the County Code to comply with SB 1383. In 2016, Governor Brown signed SB 1383 into law in an effort to reduce emissions of short-lived climate pollutants such as methane, which are generated from landfilling organic material like food and yard trimmings. SB 1383 is the most significant waste reduction mandate to be adopted in California in the past 30 years. Schedule of regulatory timeframe, January 1, 2022, Cal Recycle's SB 1383 regulations go into effect and are enforceable. January 1st, 2024, jurisdictions are required to impose penalties for noncompliance on regulated entities subject to their authority. January 1st, 2025, the state must achieve a 75% reduction of organic materials disposed in landfills compared to the 2014 baseline. In addition, no less than 20% of currently landfilled edible food must be recovered for human consumption. SB 619, which recently passed, allows for up to a 1-year extension to the January 2022 deadline if certain criteria are met. Goals and requirements of SB 1383: reduce methane gas emissions, educate generators about proper separation of organic materials, waste prevention and recycling, develop and implement an edible food recovery program to reduce waste and food insecurity, procure recovered organic waste in accordance with targets determined by Cal Recycle. Impacts to the county: mandatory organic waste collection service for residents and businesses in the county. County must provide organic, solid waste, and recycling collection services to all residential and commercial generators within its jurisdiction, except as waivers may be applicable. Edible food recovery requirements for the county. The county will be required to develop a list of food recovery services and organizations available to service commercial edible food generators in the unincorporated areas. Edible food recovery requirements for the food generators. Tier 1 commercial edible food generators must donate their excess edible food and comply with the associated record-keeping requirements starting January 1, 2022. Tier 2 commercial edible food generators must do the same starting January 1, 2024. Tier 1 and Tier 2 generators must maintain a contract with each food recovery organization that provides a pickup service to or accepts the donated food from the generator. Additionally, Tier 1 and Tier 2 generators must keep records of the amounts and types of food donated, as well as the frequency of donations. Requirements for the food recovery organizations. Food recovery organizations will be required to maintain records of the contact information of each organization they service. Additionally, they must keep records of their kinds and amounts of food collected and delivered or rejected. Procurement requirements. The county and the cities are required to procure annually a quantity of recovered organic waste products to achieve targets established by CalRecycle based on their respective populations. Jurisdictions can satisfy this requirement by purchasing any combination of the following organic waste products: compost, mulch, or renewable energy. County estimates the annual cost to the county of approximately $40,000 in order to achieve the CalRecycle procurement requirements. County enforcement requirements. County is required to adopt an ordinance by January 1, 2022. That's what we are doing here today, requiring all residential and commercial generators in the unincorporated areas to subscribe to organic recycling and solid waste collection services. The regulations also provide that if CalRecycle finds that a jurisdiction is not fulfilling one of its responsibilities to implement and enforce SB 1383, CalRecycle may engage in enforcement actions of its own. MOU with Zero Waste Sonoma. Staff recommends utilizing the Joint Powers Authority to comply with certain 1383 requirements. However, the county remains ultimately responsible for compliance. The proposed MOU will authorize the JPA to perform these services on behalf of the county, which includes education, reporting, and capacity planning. Franchise agreement amendments. The county also intends to amend its 2 franchise agreements with Sonoma Garbage Collectors and Recology Sonoma Marin to conduct route reviews and provide organic collection services as required by 1383. The role of the JPA. The county will work with the JPA through an MOU with Zero Waste Sonoma to provide services including reporting, education and outreach, manage the edible food recovery program, procurement of compost through a voucher program, review of waiver requests if requested, and complaint and violation investigation. Sonoma County Chapter 22 updates. Mandatory waste collection service for residents and businesses in the county with limited exceptions. Expand the prohibition against disposal of recyclable materials and organic waste. Addition of source separation, diversion, and record keeping and reporting obligations for generators who are permitted to self-haul organic waste. Addition of edible food recovery requirements for all edible food generators. Clarification of exceptions to franchise requirements. Elimination of the solid waste collection licenses in favor of franchises. And elimination of the ban on importation of foreign organic waste and sludges. Policy consideration and enforcement. The adoption of the proposed ordinance furthers the climate action and resiliency pillar of the county strategic plan by decreasing methane emissions from landfills. Chapter 22 will be enforced by the Director of Public Works and our county environmental health staff as may be requested by the director. Stakeholder impacts and outreach. All residents of Sonoma County will be impacted by these changes in both practical and financial ways. Most generators who already have and properly use a 3-can system will not need to change their behavior. The majority of fiscal impacts to the county with SB 1383 costs are passed along directly to customers receiving service under the requirements of the new regulations, where they will see noticeable increases in waste collection service rates. Equity outreach. Initial work included working with the Office of Equity and the Economic Development Board in identifying stakeholders. All commercial customers were initially notified in the change of law via a mailer by Zero Waste Sonoma. Education and outreach programs will continue with the new regulations. CARE program. Recently implemented by Recology, the CARE program provides for financial assistance to those who are disadvantaged and qualify for a program to receive solid waste services at a discounted rate. Distribution of new service accounts, absent exemption. So the chart here is showing us the estimated number of new accounts that we see by service type as a result of moving towards the mandatory service. So in the ag section, we have 934 accounts, commercial 379, multifamily 53, and residential 7,915. So overall, we're looking at approximately 9,281 properties that will be impacted by this change. Mandatory service exemptions. The properties are presently undeveloped. The property is inaccessible due to road conditions that are unsafe, severely impractical, or impossible to service in the judgment of both the county and the franchisee. The residential property shares service with the neighboring residential property, and therefore the shared service arrangement will need to be approved by both the county and its franchisee. A commercial property that lacks adequate space for collection containers. And then there are a couple of exemptions that are for commercial only. If a commercial business green collection service comprises less than 20 gallons per week, they will not be required to subscribe to service. And commercial businesses that maintain a backhaul program in compliance with the self-haul requirements will also be eligible for a waiver. Recommendations. The Department of Transportation and Public Works is recommending that the board adopt a resolution introducing, reading the title of, and waiving the reading of an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 22 of the Sonoma County Code, mandating solid waste removal and participation in organic waste diversion programs, subject to certain exemptions, and providing for the granting of related exclusive franchises. And authorization of the Director of Public Works to execute an MOU with Zero Waste Sonoma for administration of specific responsibilities pursuant to SB 1383. So any questions that I can answer for the board?
Thank you, Trish. Any questions? Supervisor Gordon.
I don't have a question. Thank you so much for the presentation and for the staff work on that. And of course, thank you to Leslie Lukash of Zero Waste Sonoma for her work on that. So I'll look forward to hear any other questions.
Any other questions? Trish, you mentioned financial impacts, and I know that the answer is it depends on the service address. But is there a range that you can describe?
You know, there is a range, and we're that's kind of our next step is we're working on various options. But you know, overall, we're probably looking, you know, in the neighborhood of potentially 6%. There could be some. We're going to possibly look at, you know, a zone by zone. And so there could be some with a smaller increase than others, but overall, we're looking at the average to be somewhere about, you know, 6 to 7%.
6% or 7% increase in the current cost?
Well, we have a CPI formula that we go through every April, and so the CPI formula would kick in April, and then there would be an additional increase for the 1383. But we are also looking at potentially 18 months to implement the program. And so the proposed rates may also be phased over a 2-year period. So you would be looking more like 2 to 3% this April with another 2 to 3% the following April.
Okay, thank you. Joe. Supervisor Rabbit.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wasn't going to ask, but because I think I know the answer, and Trish, we talked about this before, but for those people that self-haul now, there is no exemption, correct? This is something that is mandated coming down the pike. I just want to make sure that that's said loud and clear, because I'm sure we're going to be hearing from certain people, especially on the more rural areas, ag areas that do self-haul, especially down my way where it's actually relatively close to the central landfill. Is that not true?
That is correct. It's been a big fight with Cal Recycle to be able to continue to allow self-haul, and we have not been able to get that concurrence with Cal Recycle at this point. So that's how the regulation is being interpreted by Cal Recycle and how we're moving forward.
Yeah, and I appreciate all your work on this. I just wanted to make sure that people were very clear on that particular piece, because I'm sure we'll probably all hear about it at some point or another. So thanks again for the work. I appreciate it.
Right.
All right, if there are no other board questions, we'll move to public comment. Anyone here to make public comment? No. Marcy, anyone on Zoom?
Thank you very much.
Sorry, there may be one here. Yes, there is one here. Hold on just a minute. It's a good thing we're late. They must have just got here. All right, welcome. Come in. Microphone's right there. We'll start the clock when you start talking, and you've got a minute and a half.
Okie dokie. Thank you. My name is Lorna Schrader, and I am an IHSS care provider. I take care of people in their homes, and I am on your emergency registry to take care of those that are affected by COVID.
Or are you here to talk about item number 46?
No,
Okay.
it's not on the agenda.
We're not to that. We're not to items not on the agenda yet.
Oh, I thought that was public comment for
We're-
public comment.
We're running a little late,
Oh, okay.
like about 3 hours late.
Okay, so is there going to be another 3 hours?
It might not be 3 hours, but it's going to be at least an hour and maybe more than that.
Okay, I'll take my dog home and come back.
All right. Marcy, is there anyone on Zoom for this item?
Thank you. This is item number 46. Please raise your hand. And there are no hands for comment.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the board. If there aren't any other questions, we have 2 actions requested today, both of which require a 4/5 vote, or maybe it's just one.
And I move that we approve both of those actions.
You have a second? Second. All right. Marcy, would you call the roll, please?
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, we're going to go backwards to number 45, another 1:30 p.m. hearing. I'm going to hand the gavel over to Supervisor Gore at this point.
Hear you.
John Henry.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. I think we still have Supervisor Hopkins on the line, but I want to move us expeditiously through what we need to. Just for anybody who's still listening, we have 3 items still before us, and it's the ripe young time of 5:05 p.m. The 2 items, we're going to go next to a cannabis review permit. Then after that, We have a item from consent that was pulled off of consent. That is emergency medical services RFP. And then at that time, we would move on to public comment on items not on the agenda. So I'm looking through my chair notes, but I anticipate that I'm going to be passing this over to Mr. Wick and crew, and then I will lead us through the proceedings. But thank you very much, and let's get on with the presentation.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, board. I will hand it over to our project planner, Marina Herrera, for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Let me share my screen. Okay, good afternoon, Chair Hopkins and members of the board. My name is Marina Herrera, a staff planner within the Project Review Division of Permit Sonoma. Before you today is a conditional use permit for cannabis cultivation located at 2260 Los Alamos Road. The project site is located in the northeastern portion of the county, roughly 3.5 miles northeast of Santa Rosa. The parcel is served and accessed by a privately maintained road via Los Alamos Road, a county maintained road. To the east of the project site is Hood Mountain Regional Park. The general plan land use designation on the subject and surrounding parcels is resources and rural development with a 200-acre density. The property and surrounding area is also zoned resources and rural development, and the project parcel has a combining district for biotic habitat as indicated on the green hashed lines before you. Here's an aerial map of the project parcel to orient you. This area did burn in the 2020 Glass LNU complex fire. The 40-acre project parcel is subject to the Williamson Act, and this is a mountainous rural area of annual grasslands, mixed evergreen forest, and chaparral. The project proposal is for 1 acre of outdoor cannabis cultivation, 10,890 square feet of propagation, and distributor and transport only. Irrigation will be facilitated by an existing surface water right via an existing pond. Energy demand is minimal and is only needed to implement security measures and hydraulic pumping, and will be sourced by enrollment in Sonoma Clean Power. The project will utilize 4 full-time employees and an additional 4 seasonal employees during harvest, and the project also includes security improvements at the cultivation area. Here we are looking at the site plan overview, which shows the location of the cultivation areas in yellow, the propagation area in blue, parking, emergency vehicle access, turnouts and turnarounds, water tanks, and fencing. The red line depicts the property line, while the white line following that shows an 100-foot setback from all property lines. In adopting the cannabis ordinance, your board has found cannabis cultivation to be consistent with the RRD general plan land use designation. Under the proposed project, current parcel size and development density will remain unchanged. While the project will preserve the rural character of the area, while the cannabis operation will only involve a small portion of the project parcel. Therefore, staff finds the project is consistent with the land use policies for the RRD land use designation, and as it does not preclude potential future resource development or conservation land uses. In regards to the RRD zone district, outdoor cultivation and propagation is allowed by use permit, provided that the development criteria in the cannabis ordinance is met. The proposed project does comply with the development criteria of the base zone district. The subject property has a combining zone district for biotic habitat. The BH combining zone was applied county-wide generally in areas which have potential for biotic resources. Therefore, the BH combining zone triggers the requirement of a biotic assessment for discretionary projects. A bioassessment was prepared for the project. The assessment determined that the project site and buffer area do not lie within any U.S. Fish and Wildlife designated critical habitat areas for protected wildlife or plant species. The bioassessment observed a fresh emergent wetland vegetative community in the project buffer area, along the upland water interface of the pond to the southeast of the northern cultivation grow area. The northern cultivation area is set back 165 feet from this vegetative community, and therefore the project complies with the requirements of the biotic habitat combining zone. This table here demonstrates that the proposed project meets the allowed cultivation square footage limitations, residential and sensitive use setback requirements, lighting and security requirements as outlined by the cannabis ordinance. Again, this table demonstrates that the proposed project meets these additional requirements as outlined in the cannabis ordinance. Additionally, the project parcel is subject to the Williamson Act contract due for phase out in December of 2022. Cannabis is a compatible use under the Williamson Act contract, while the property is currently contracted for grazing, and the applicant has demonstrated such compliance with the current contract. Public comments were received in response to public notification of this project. Items raised as areas of concern were primarily fire risk, access, and groundwater related, but also included odor, traffic, and safety. To begin, as previously stated, this area is within the fire perimeter of the 2020 Glass Fire. Per the Sonoma County General Plan, the project site is located within a high fire hazard severity zone and is within a state responsibility area. Sonoma County Fire Prevention has also required that a fire protection plan that documents fire access roads, including gates, emergency water supplies, and location of hazardous materials and vegetation management, is submitted as a condition of approval. Access to the project site is provided by a private, partially paved and gravel road, Weeks Ranch Road, accessed via Los Alamos Road. The California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection for fire safe regulations requires that developments within the state responsibility area shall provide for safe access for emergency wildfire equipment and civilian evacuation concurrently. In general, this includes requiring that 2-lane roads have 2 10-foot traffic lanes and that 1-lane roads have 1 12-foot traffic lane. Currently, the state regulations allow for exceptions to these standards due to environmental conditions and physical site limitations where the alternative provides for the same practical effect towards defensible space. The applicant has submitted a request for an exception to the Board of Forestry's width and dead-end road standards. The Sonoma County Fire Marshal evaluated the applicant's request and determined that the alternatives provide for the same practical effect because the project site provides alternatives through turnouts, turnarounds, in addition to sufficient width on existing roads as shown on the map before you. The project also provides for accessible water in the 3.2 acre-foot pond and water tanks to allow for fire suppression. Together, these conditions have been determined by the fire marshal to provide for the same practical effect, and the exception was submitted to CAL FIRE on September 9th of this year. Additionally, on September 1st, 2020, the Assistant Chief Counsel of the Sonoma Lake Napa unit of CAL FIRE inspected the access roads related to this project and determined them to be adequate. This is included in your packet as attachment 9. The project proposes to use an existing on-site pond, existing surface water right for cannabis irrigation. The pond has a storage capacity of 3.2 acre-feet per year, while diversion is limited to 3 acre-feet per year from November 15th to March 31st annually. The applicant proposes a combination of hand watering and drip irrigation. And the property has been operating under the penalty relief program, cultivating around 35,000 square feet of outdoor cannabis. Water use was estimated at 1.5 acre-feet per year, according to the 2017 licensee reporting provided to the Water Board in 2018. Therefore, the pre-existing 3.2 acre-feet pond is determined to be an adequate water supply for irrigation. In regards to odor, so the cannabis ordinance requires odor control for cultivation types such as indoor and mixed light, although it does not require such for outdoor cultivation. As we don't know much about odor mitigation for outdoor cultivation besides the fact that odor does dissipate with distance, therefore the 40-acre parcel size and setbacks do provide for adequate separation. In regards to traffic, the project proposes up to 4 full-time employees, which would generate 4 average daily vehicle trips, and an additional 4 seasonal employees during harvest, which would generate around 24 average daily vehicle trips. Public Works did review the project's trip generation and determined that a traffic study was not needed, as this minimum number of daily trips would not be expected to have a significant effect on local traffic conditions. In regards to security, the proposed project will implement a security plan, which is held confidentially on file with Permit Sonoma. The security plan on file has been analyzed by staff and meets the requirements as laid out in the cannabis ordinance. Staff has determined that the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, under Section 15304, minor alterations to land, because the project involves seasonal cultivation of an area less than 4% of the overall parcel, and the project does not require additional site grading, vegetation removal, or the construction of new structures, or the placement of new impervious surfaces. The proposed activity is also exempt under the common sense exemption because it can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility that the activity in question could have a significant impact on the environment. Additionally, no exceptions listed under Section 15300.2 apply. There is no reasonable possibility that the project would have a significant effect on the environment. Therefore, for the reasons stated in this presentation and corresponding staff report, staff recommends that your board exercise original jurisdiction over the project, find the project categorically exempt from CEQA, and grant the limited term conditional use permit for an acre of outdoor cultivation, 10,890 square feet of propagation, and distributor and transport only, subject to conditions of approval. That would conclude staff's presentation, and I do want to mention that Steve Mazurchak, our fire marshal, is here to further discuss the access and fire conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. Any questions of the board?
Well, thank you very much. We'll get to those in a minute. I'm going through my my notes as well, but I failed to ask for board disclosures at the onset of this, so I'm going to start with Supervisor Gorin and then Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you. Thank you. I've read many emails on this, and I have met with a group of the neighbors. I have not met with the project applicant.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Pretty much the same. I've received a lot of correspondence, and I believe we had a virtual conversation regarding this with some neighbors, but I have not met with the applicant.
Supervisor Hopkins, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you. I have my video turned off to preserve bandwidth, and I have received lots of communications, emails, but no meetings to disclose.
Likewise, from my side, I've seen emails going back and forth. Haven't met with either the applicants or the appellants, and or not the appellants, the neighborhood opposition, and just nothing new to report on that. So with that being said, I'm going to go to the board for questions of staff. And after that time, we will continue with the rest of the hearing and open it back up. But the first thing is Supervisor Gorin, jump on in.
Thank you so much, all of the staff working on this. Really appreciate your information and your analysis. I'm going to ask 3 hopefully quick questions. One, predictably, fire safe roads up in the area. Second, water, and the allegations that this site has been expanded without permits during the penalty relief program. So let's talk about fire safe roads. I know better than anybody, this road and the area up there burned hot and heavy and fast last year. And we're so grateful that the folks living up there were able to evacuate quickly and without fatalities, although there may have certainly a lot of property damage, a lot of trees destroyed up there. And yet we have a narrow road and we have, so I guess I will ask you, Jennifer, to lead us through the discussion regarding fire safe roads. I have had, and Steve Maturek also. Thank you for your comments on this. We have a little bit of a controversy because CAL FIRE, another person at CAL FIRE weighed in on this. And then of course we know Ben Nichols, and people have been asking Ben Nichols. So who do we look for authority? It's a long, narrow road, both Los Alamos and of course the driveway or the private road going to this property. How do we analyze that? No one wants to talk.
Yeah.
No, it was- I was
Who wants
muted.
to lean in? Is this something I heard mentioned in the staff report, both Steve Masurchik and then also mention of Ben Nichols visiting the site? Steve, can you maybe jump in on this?
Yes, sir, Supervisor Gore. So part of our process is that we review every application to that is found in the state responsibility area to meet the intent of the Board of Forestry Regulations, Title 14. Within that process, we are labeled as the inspection authority through the local ranger unit. We do consult with CAL FIRE on projects when requests for exceptions are requested, and being the inspection authority, we are granted the authority to grant exceptions based on a case-by-case analysis. In this case, just like the other use permit that's further up the road, the request came in to evaluate the road because it wasn't meeting current verbatim regulations of 20 feet in width and also the other regulation of a dead end road. Part of the evaluations, we do evaluate the entire road from start to finish. And that generally includes, the normal path or route of travel that a fire apparatus would take in order to get to the project site. So during that review, we reviewed most of Los Alamos Road all the way up to Hoyt, which was identified as two lanes of traffic that was meeting the original intent of Board of Forestry Regulations when it was 2 9-foot traffic lanes prior to 2020 when they changed it to 20 feet. Second, we also a review of what labels it providing concurrent. And so if the reduced width allows for turnouts and traffic to pass, we kind of look at the analysis of how many properties or how many people could be coming down that road. And does the turnouts of this significant amount of turnouts that there are on that pre-existing road provide for that concurrent traffic? And so after that review and consulting with the applicant, we came up with the analysis that we provided to CAL FIRE and submitted for comment. CAL FIRE did not submit comments back based on the verbatim language and the request for exceptions. And then that's what caused us to approve what you have in front of you today.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarity and the brevity of that message. But we know that this is a high fire danger area, obviously, from last year. Do we require evacuation plans? What do we require for emergency operations? Anything?
So emergency operations, evacuations plans, those are generally a coordination between CAL FIRE and emergency management. The regulations themselves speak to providing for the safe evacuation and ingress for civilians and for fire apparatus. And so based on the project, we looked at it, if the concerns for the 20-foot in width and the turnouts would cause a dire constraint on that requirement for the verbatim language mentioned in Title 14.
So we're comfortable with the number of employees that might be up there during peak harvest season, that they will be able to effectively evacuate during an emergency.
That was my feeling in the conversations when we submitted the exceptions to CAL FIRE, and that is the belief that we presented today.
Okay, I'm not going to ask for an emergency evacuation plan, but we may decide that it makes some sense to ask for applicants, I would think even single family homes, but commercial applicants to consider developing an emergency evacuation plan. So secondly, water. This year has been 2 years of an extended drought. They do have authority and great ability to manage some water up there. Did anybody visit the site during the summer to determine if in fact that pond was full, whether they had water in the pond?
Supervisor Gorin, I did not visit the site during the summer to check the pond, although it is under PRP penalty relief. So the Ag Commissioner's Office does do annual inspections. Additionally, it would be the responsibility of the Division of Water Rights to impose a restriction on diversion in drought conditions. That has not been imposed on this project site.
Okay, Marina, thank you so much for that information. There's been some allegations that potentially this applicant or owner of the land may have accessed water from a fire hydrant and trucked it up the hill. Have we investigated those allegations?
I'll take that one, although Jennifer, I might ask you to jump in as well. So we have heard about the allegations. Through our land use permitting process, we move forward with the expectation that our conditions of approval will be followed if a project is approved, and that the project will operate as outlined in the project description. That being said, the idea of stealing from another property to use for any purpose is a legal matter, which could have serious repercussions on the ability of this operator being able to continue under their permit.
Well, I didn't suggest stealing because indeed the city of Santa Rosa has given authorization from some of the water hydrants for contractors to access and pay for the water. So I'm not suggesting stealing, but the water may be coming from a legal source, the city of Santa Rosa water. Okay, there may be more on that. And finally, there's been some allegations based upon GIS imaging that the operation of the site expanded during the penalty relief program. Trees came down, perhaps after the fire, perhaps before the fire, some grading. And so the actual site, the cultivation site, was expanded perhaps without permits. Have we investigated that?
So there was a violation that was opened, I believe, in 2017 and was closed in 2019, so about 2 years ago. So whenever we do have an operator that goes into code enforcement territory, we work with them to get them back into compliance. And so that was taken care of 2 years ago.
Great. I appreciate the information. May have more questions, but for right now, that answers my questions. Given the lateness of the hour, a number of listeners, commenters left us with some letters to be read. I'm not going to read them, but we certainly will forward them to Darren and the full board. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hopkins. Supervisor Rabbit, questions?
Just one to follow up on the water. If I remember right through our conversation, is that pond spring fed?
So the pond is actually sheet flow that has not yet condensed into a channelized flow. So it's basically just drainage.
And it was there during this last drought period?
To my knowledge, yes. I would like to let the applicant speak on that though. And again, the Ag Commissioner's Office has done routine site inspections and has not alerted us that the pond was low.
And on well, on anything other than an aquifer, I'm very familiar with the aquifer. I'm somewhat familiar with springs. Sheet flow, obviously, is just, last Sunday was great, but 2 years prior to that, not so good. How do we calculate the requirement of sheet flow to make sure that we have enough water for the use, and what's the cushion that's then wrapped into that equation? Is there a hydrological report on that, or do we just let that go because the size of the pond is theoretically adequate, even though the water may or may not flow into it? I mean, I'm familiar with ag ponds down my way that are sheet flow, and most of them are empty. So I'm just wondering how the one is not.
So I don't have the details of why it is not empty, but since they've been operating under penalty relief, they have been relying on irrigation that exists as opposed to a groundwater well. And in this case, which is uncommon for most of our cannabis permits, they do have a state water right that gives them authorization to use the water. So while normally we would see the water use coming through permit Sonoma and well permit, this is a case where the state has the permitting authority and the ability to impose any kind of restrictions on how the water is used.
And it's a water right because it's a diversion from a blue line stream that flows year round. You wouldn't necessarily have
I don't immediately know the water right aside from the fact that it's from 1982.
But you don't. I mean, I don't think you get a water right for sheet flow. Correct. It's for stream diversion, as I understand it.
Staff will look into the water right document during the rest of questioning and public comment and get back.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much. Supervisor Hopkins, do you have any questions?
I do not have any questions at this point in time. Thank you.
Okay, I don't either at this time. With respect to fire safe roads, that was my question. Water, likewise, and I look forward to the answer coming up, maybe even potentially with the applicant being able to address the question as well. And that leads us to open up the public hearing. So I'm going to open up the public hearing. And I am going to pass it over to the applicant, Patrick Bransford. Do we have Patrick on the line or a representative of Patrick?
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. I'm going to identify Patrick in the Zoom here. It may take just a moment.
Okay, take your time.
Okay. Not seeing an identifiable corresponding name. I may have to go through a couple. So for this individual, can you please share your name and unmute? And whether or not you're here to present or if this is public comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, I'm Patrick Bransford.
Okay, Patrick, just one moment. I'm going to promote you so that we can have you share your presentation, okay?
Okay, honestly, I don't have my presentation. So it's just going to be a verbal.
Okay. Patrick, you have much. Patrick, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what we're going to do is pass it over to you for a minute. Marcy, do you still want to promote him so that he's not a part of the whole waiting room? Okay, so Marcy, why don't you do that? And then Patrick, I'm going to come back to you and provide a couple of maybe direction on timing and other things and then let you go, okay?
He may not be able to respond. He's just rejoining.
Okay.
Patrick, you should be able to unmute.
Unmute and then start video.
And yep, exactly. You have that ability now. And
there I am.
I do see that Marina also offered to share the PowerPoint if you wanted.
Okay. All right, Marina, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, Patrick, before you get going, or Mr. Bransford, since I don't know
Yes,
you. You have as much as 10 minutes, whatever you need though, to make your point. And then after that, we are going to allow for board questions for you. So that's myself and my colleagues up here to ask you questions on your presentation. And then we would allow you to jump off and we would go into public comment. And then we would go through final board questions before we close the hearing and vote. So you have up to 10 minutes, but take as much time if it's less than that if you need, okay?
Okay. I definitely won't take 10 minutes. First off, I just want to thank Marina for taking it this far. And I want to thank the Board of Supervisors and the staff for all their hard work and efforts to, move this project forward and other projects in TPR. When I started this process, I thought that, this was going to be, that this was going to be kind of worked out by now and the process is going to be a lot easier. Obviously, that's not the case. And, here we are. I've lived up on Los Alamos Road for 17 years. I've been going up there since I was a kid, working with the ranchers up there. I have a real connection to the area. I feel that what I'm doing is nothing other than agriculture. I'm using a pond, which happens to be very full right now and very overflowing. That was permitted for prior use on the property. So I really feel like I've kind of met all the requirements here. I hear everybody talk about the fire and fire safety, and come on, like how it's kind of insulting to me. I get it, but my employees, people know how to drive down the road to escape. That's the escape plan. I'd be more concerned about someone down on say Cougar Lane, at the bottom of Cougar Lane with a high density VRBO, Airbnb type operation during a fire and having 10 to 15 people there not knowing where to go. And so that happens to be one of the big people who are very anti-cannabis. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. When I got into this was not it was kind of pitched as this is a way that you could be a farmer and have a farm and provide for your family and be legal and do all these things. And it's as far as farming goes and the ag department, I don't think that there are any other ways that you actually could take a small property and provide income to support a family other than cannabis. I think you'd have to have a gigantic ranch or a gigantic vineyard or something really huge and very much corporate owned. So I feel like we're the closest to the real farmers that used to be running around. What else? As far as fire safety also, my biggest regret, with the fire was, we did a lot of work ahead of time. We cut down lots of trees, not illegally, of course, but we cleared, brush and whatnot. And, my biggest thing that I did wrong was really not calling, was not having more help there to fight the fire. I mean, because nobody was coming to fight the fire. There was no fire trucks on the road. There was really not much traffic on the road, when I left my house and everything was on fire or starting to be on fire. So, I understand that it's an unsafe, safe place and all that, but that's all of Sonoma County, and the presumption that somehow a cannabis operation would be somehow higher risk than a big ranch, a big horse facility is just, it's just not likely. I mean, we actually have, you know, green plants out there. We have water. We have lots of things that help with fire. Oh, what else? I just want to say that, you know, I'm all in on this. I've dedicated the last, you know, 4 years of my life to this. I'm no longer, you know, working as a senior vice president at a bank. You know, this has eaten up my whole life. You know, it's going through this process and trying to make a living at it it's really difficult. And this process is really difficult. And I'd like to think that you guys could, ladies and gentlemen, could find it amongst, you know, find a way to approve this project and help support, you know, families like mine and other farmers, you know, because I think I'm in a pretty darn good location. I mean, it's remote. I don't have anybody, I don't bother. Nobody even knows what I'm doing. They didn't find out what I was doing until people started notifying everyone, you know? So it's like, you know, if you go looking for a problem, which, you know, all the hater groups do, it's pretty easy. There's just a go online and look up who's got an application, and then you can go in there, sit back at your armchair, you know, and pop open your laptop and go and complain about everyone. So, you know, I think the Board of Supervisors, I know you guys look beyond that, but I really wish there was a way that we could put the democracy back into this, because the people have spoke over and over again about supporting cannabis. And, you know, but then there's the reefer madness, you know, hater generation, which has nothing better to do than to harass us, really, and, you know, cause us trauma. You know, when my wife read all the complaints from, you know, Deb Epstein and all her, you know, Google pictures and everything. I mean, talk about an invasion of privacy. We don't even talk about what's going on now because it's gotten even worse. So anyhow, that's all I have to say. I really, I do think that we need to find a way to make this work, and not just for me, but for everyone. So thank you.
Well, thank you. You know, one question from one of my colleagues that I'll just forward, unless he wants to add anything, was about the water in the pond on the property, the water access. I don't know if you want to respond as an applicant. If not, I can push it over to our permitting staff as well. The question was, is it fed by a groundwater well that goes back into the to the pond itself?
Absolutely not. No, there's not. I don't have a groundwater well. Well, I do have a groundwater well, but we don't use it.
Do you want to address the question that came up before about how the lake is filled, water rights, other things like that?
I mean, it came with the property. You know, it's like they said, it goes back to 1982. As far as the topography of the land, you know, I live at a 2,000 foot mountain peak, and so, you know, the method at which it fills up, I honestly am not that sure, but it is full right now. And, you know, I know that there's certainly runoff going in there, but it's also, you know, I think just like Mr. Rabbit said, you know, to have a water right, you have to take it from somewhere. And I believe that it does say an unnamed, I don't know, an unnamed stream or whatnot. But like I said, we're right at the very top of the hill. So it's kind of hard to really, there is no like stream or creek flowing into this thing. So.
Okay. Well,
so I don't really know how they did the water right. I just know I read it.
Through the chair on the water, just since there may be more questions about it. So we did find that it is a stream flow diversion from an unnamed stream, which is a tributary to Salt Creek, and Salt Creek is the Blue Line stream. We also have David Kuzmar from the water boards in attendance in the audience, should the board decide they'd like to hear a little bit about that level of permitting. So Just wanted to make the board aware of that.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. So a couple things. Do I have any questions from the board for the applicant? Otherwise, we'll open it to public comment and then come back for more questions. Supervisor Gorin, Supervisor Rabbit, do you have any questions for the applicant? Okay. Supervisor Hopkins, if I hear you there, any questions? Okay, none.
Can I throw in one more thing? Sorry.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
So I do want to just tell you that what I basically told my employees were there when I saw the fire glowing over the ridge line behind us. I said, when that fire comes over the ridge, get. And they did. And then we were all supposed to meet down at Safeway, but Safeway was full of fire trucks. And so we met at 7-Eleven. So anyways, that's what our plan was. And we didn't have a formal, thing, but that was, of course, I take care of my people and make sure everybody's safe,
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that information. You may want to formalize it with your employees for the future because heaven forbid we have another fire in that area.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bransford. So what I'm going to ask at this point, Marcy, I'm going to open public comment. And then what I'm going to do is come back for final board questions of the applicant before we close the hearing and that's questions for both the applicant and the staff members. So, but at this time, if you can, thank you very much. It looks like you've taken care of it. So you can bring him back when we do our final questions in case we have any questions for him. And so what I'm going to do is now open it up to public comment. The first question I have is there anybody here in the chambers who's going to come in for public comment? Looking out that way? Doesn't look like it. So Marcy, I know you've done this in the past with Supervisor Hopkins. I don't know if you want to let me know how many hands you have raised, or if you want to make an announcement to anybody who's looking to make a comment.
Certainly. Before we begin public comment on this item, if you could please assist us in raising your hand or pressing *9 on your phone keypad if you're a phone-in attendee. And this is if you wish to comment on item number 45 on today's agenda. And presently I'm seeing 20 hands.
Okay.
Climbing just a bit.
Okay, sounds good, Marcy. We're going to allow a minute and a half for each commenter, and you can lead us through. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to begin with the first few who are Brantley and Nancy, and then MM and Dennis. You can please unmute, state your full name, and then begin your comment.
There will be two people speaking from this email address. We are Brantley and Nancy Richardson and act as communication central for the Neighborhood Coalition. Several months ago, a city resident who lives on Scotland Court at the bottom of Los Alamos contacted us for advice and help. He and his neighbors had noticed a water truck filling up at the fire hydrant in their neighborhood multiple times a day for weeks and hauling it up Los Alamos. The gentleman followed the truck up Los Alamos, watched it pull into a driveway at the top, and wrote down the addresses listed at that property, including 2260. Neighbors at the top of Los Alamos later confirmed the deliveries of the water were going to 2260. And he and his neighbors had their doubts about the purpose of the water hauling they observed, and contacted City Water and County Cannabis Program and found out that 2260 has a cannabis application. They continued contacting numerous city and county officials re 2260, but no one was interested in taking this issue seriously. They spoke with Peter Martin at Santa Rosa City Water Resources twice, but he was uninterested in pursuing the matter. They also contacted the city manager, who referred them to the city fire marshal. They asked for a call back, but never heard anything. I will stop and allow my wife to get her 90 seconds in now.
Okay, my name is Nancy Richardson, and I'm going to continue. The neighbors also contacted Daniela at the county ag department, but she was disinterested. Since this is a PRP grow, ag routinely inspects, but Daniela told the Scotland Court neighbors that she would actually have to see the water being applied to the plants in order to take action. Ag did not even make a new trip as far as the neighbors were told. They just said that someone was there recently and saw water in the pond. They didn't say how much, and they refused to test the water in the pond or the several water tanks to see if it was city water or surface water. An investigation was never attempted. To put it mildly, the neighbors on Scotland Court are frustrated, and they suspect that there might be a giant loophole with these leased metering devices. They see no enforcement protocols. After they started asking questions, the water truck stopped filling up at that hydrant. They think that a grower could easily lease and use a different meter, hoping there are no vigilant citizens in the area. This story is alarming on two levels. First, if this grower needed to truck water this summer, his application should be denied. Since no investigation was triggered, how will you be able to cast a vote? The parcel, my time is up.
Thank you. And the next commenter, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Martha and I live in Santa Rosa. And I asked the Board of Supervisors to deny this permit. As a matter of fact, you should be having a moratorium on all marijuana production site permits, ministerial or CUP, until a full EIR is completed. The mess that is going on in Sonoma County with marijuana operations being placed all over in remote areas, in wildfire danger areas, low water resource areas, I don't know how much else you need to understand that this is why a full EIR has to be completed first. This public policy is, I'm sorry to say, your public policy is really criminally negligent public policy. And you're pushing these throughout the county with little respect of neighborhood complaints, very valid complaints. These are commercial operations. They belong in an industrial area. And by the way, did you know the product that's grown is ready to smoke? Basically, the product is ready to be taken from the plant. There's a lot of implications there. Oh, and you use matches to use it as well. So thank you.
Thank you so much for the comment. If the next commenter can please unmute, state your name.
Hello, my name is Denise Drosky. I'm speaking for the Drosky family farm. We have been farmers in Sonoma County for 5 generations and over 100 years. We are not cannabis haters. We are fire victims who have lost our livelihood, homes, and family farm. Our pond and our 10,000-gallon water tank could not save us. It is not unreasonable to be concerned about a highly flammable crop in drought conditions with roads that do not conform to SRA fire safe requirements in the event of a fire event, such as the recent Glass Fire, Kincaid Fire, Tubbs Fire, and the continuing fire threat of Sonoma County. I respectfully urge the board to vote no on this CUP, as staff recommendations is an exception to CEQA violations of county ordinance for water zone 4. I am also extremely dismayed that the concern for the public good is secondary to the concern of an individual business or operator. And I have 2 questions for the board. Under what conditions does Sonoma County grant waivers to an individual business CUP that supersede the public safety and public health of the community? And is Sonoma County prepared to be held liable for damages resulting from unintended consequences of these exceptions in the loss of human life, homes, and businesses in the event of another very likely fire? Thank you for your time.
The next commenters are Mary Vi and then a phone attendee. Please unmute and begin your comment.
This is Mary Plimpton from France Valley. I too ask that the board deny the petition for this conditional use permit, not necessarily because I am opposed to the use of cannabis products, but because the Los Alamos site is glaringly inappropriate for reasons already cited. When I voted for Prop 64, I didn't realize I was voting for the cultivation of cannabis in a region subject to intensifying recurring drought and increasingly subject to catastrophic wildfire, because that would be crazy. And yet here we are. It is my understanding that it's the opinion of the county council that county staff and board have broad discretionary authority. This appears to extend to the ability to waive county ordinances, rules, and regulations, and even apparently to waive state CEQA requirements. The interests of the cannabis industry appear to override the responsibility of the county to defend the fundamental rights of residents. Why are we going through this process? Is this only a formality enabling you to check the public input box? But aren't you required to uphold county and state laws? Do you believe the county is entirely free of liability? I ask you to consider this application carefully and deeply and vote no. Thank you.
Hi, can you please unmute and state your name?
My name is Vi Strain, and I'm speaking in opposition to this project. Los Alamos is a residential community now with commercial cannabis being placed in its midst. The commercial operation is not a compatible land use here. Even more egregious is the known fire history and the difficulty of evacuation from the area. Safety is not enhanced by adding a commercial cannabis operation in the mix with the higher number of vehicles and truck traffic. The roads are simply not adequate for that type of use and the other residential use. The environmental review is inadequate. It is beyond reason how a commercial operation inserted into a residential area with the increased vehicle and truck traffic and all the clearly defined safety impacts can be considered categorically exempt from CEQA. Please deny this application and reconsider a moratorium on applications until the county has done the work to determine where it is appropriate for commercial cannabis operations to be located, rather than this hodgepodge manner of doing business. Thank you.
And the next commenter is a phone attendee, so please press *6 to unmute and state your name.
Okay, good. Hi, I'm Nancy Grallman of Friends Valley. I ask that you deny the CUP for the Cannabis Grow Project at 2260 Los Alamos Road. The project does not comply with state CEQA requirements and it's not eligible for CEQA exemption, except with nuances thrown in by staff. There seems to be an unapologetic pattern in which the county betrays its legal permit process and quality of life obligations. And it seems as though now that communities and neighborhoods throughout the county, especially in rural, what people consider to be unimportant and stuck out and in places where people don't come, it's kind of open season on us as the ministerial permitting come in, and the staff will not even visit and see what's going on with some of the violations. And so I ask that you deny this CUP permit and put everybody back into a pipeline where we know what's going on with each of these applications. Thank you.
And the next commenter is also a phone attendee. Please unmute and state your name.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Excellent. In August 2020, Craig Harrison spoke with Ben Nichols, the CAL FIRE division chief who was responsible for Sonoma County. Craig asked CAL FIRE to inspect several roads for compliance with the SRA fire safe regulations, including Los Alamos Road. Mr. Nichols said that he agreed with Craig's concerns about Los Alamos Road because it does not meet the SRA regulations. However, he said that Los Alamos is exempt because the regulations do not apply to roads built before 1991. The Board of Forestry clarified in late October 2020 that the SRA regulations do apply to all roads in the SRA. The September 1, 2020 CAL FIRE letter is based on Mr. Nichols' erroneous interpretation of the regulation. The Board of Forestry has proposed changes in its regulations after receiving comments. It is about to repurpose another set of changes. What the final rules will be, anyone really doesn't know at this point, and it's speculation. The Board of Forestry has done no CEQA analysis of its changes, and if it weakens the regulations, it's vulnerable to a lawsuit. Given the water theft and the stream flow diversion, there is obviously not enough water on this parcel to grow cannabis, nor is there a safe road access on Los Alamos Road. I request that you not approve these applications until these key points are fully
And thank you.
investigated.
That does conclude the time. And the next commenters are Deborah, Keela, and Vince. If you can please unmute and begin your comment.
Los Alamos is rated Tier 3 extreme, very high fire risk. It burned in 2020. Supervisor Gorin's remarks to Cougar Lane residents that it was unsafe to rebuild and that Los Alamos entry into Hood Mountain Park should be closed confirmed the extreme fire risk and that a commercial cannabis operation should not be allowed. People and vehicles are known to increase fire and evacuation risk. Los Alamos is sole evacuation for 150 homes. How the county can state this is categorically exempt from CEQA and can be seen with certainty will not impact fire or evacuation is beyond reason. The cannabis operation was a small illegal grow in a remote location that expanded tenfold in the PRP. This is simply not an appropriate location on a steep, narrow, windy, dead-end mountain road and very high fire risk and water scarce area, 45 minutes sheriff response time. Residents have seen frequent water trucks headed to the top of Los Alamos for the past 3 years and confirmed entry onto the private road. This permit should be denied. Approval also violates state regulations. Los Alamos was not included in the fire evaluation report, nor in the exception granted. Identifying farm roads for secondary access does not meet state regs. The fire marshal relies on a 2020 letter from CAL FIRE that they confirmed excluded pre-1991 roads, not for state regs. Los Alamos is 5 miles dead end, far over the half mile allowed, 12 feet wide, unsafe for commercial development. Thank you.
And if you can please unmute and state your name.
Hi there, this is Keela Peterson, and I want to urge the board to grant this CUP. This has been a long process for the applicant, is like all of us, and I'm just really, I think we need to just come to terms about what cannabis does not take a lot of water. It is fire safe. It actually, we were in the fire and it saved our house because we had a green belt. I think we just have to find talking terms instead of putting all these fear-based accusations out there and come to facts. And then from facts, we can say, is a CUP the right place to grow or not? And get rid of all the fear base that keeps coming up time and time again. I'm over it. I think everyone on the Board of Supervisors, everyone is over the same rigmarole. So let's come together and find the common language that we can all agree on. Thank you.
Very good.
Next commenter, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Vince Scholten. I'm the president of the Hessel Farmers Grange. I've known Pat since this process started. He has jumped through every single loophole that you can imagine, including losing his house in the fire, which did not get mentioned yet. Cannabis is not flammable. So these falsities that these folks keep throwing out, or high water use, are false. You know, you've pushed these cannabis operations into the middle of nowhere. Pat covers that. He is in the middle of nowhere. I have been to his farm. It is a beautiful farm, ideal spot. I support this grow 100%, and I wish that the board would do the same. I think that, you know, as time goes on, these folks are looking for anything and everything that they can to try to stop cannabis from being grown in this county. They don't want it in the farmlands. They don't want it in the rural areas. There isn't a house to be seen out there. It's not bothering anybody. He's not stealing water. He's using flow from a sheet that sheets off into his pond. That is a water right. He could put 40 acres of grapes up there, folks. And he's not. He's using 1 acre. Thank you for your time.
Okay, if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name. Kent or Ken? I'm looking to see if Kent can unmute. All right, and again, not hearing you at the moment, but
Okay, I got it. I got it.
very good.
Okay, you got me?
Please go ahead and state your name before beginning.
Yeah, my name is Kent. My main concern is that this property does not have the adequate and sustainable water supply on site. I live in the vicinity of Scotland Drive, near the hydrant, where I've repeatedly watched the same truck fill up 2 tanks every day of the working week, often multiple times a day, and haul it up Los Alamos Road. And I followed this truck up the road, and it turned into 2260 Los Alamos Road, also on that which is known as East Ranch Road. I've spoken with other people familiar with that neighborhood, and they confirmed that that's one to be called to.
Kent, if you're able to stand a little closer maybe to your device.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. As has already been stated, we've contacted many different agencies, city and county, and nobody's really concerned about this. But to me, the bottom line is this property does not have an adequate water supply. I mean, as Mr. Babbitt brought up, why does this pond have water in it during a period of extreme drought? It's at the top of a water drainage with very little water supply. You know, it seems like there needs to be a further investigation of this whole water issue. That's all I have. Thanks.
The next commenters are Randall, Thomas, and Mel.
Hello, my name is Randall Bettinelli. I'd like to take this opportunity to tell you a little bit about 2260 Los Alamos Road, known as Castle Rock Ridge, and its owner, Pat Bransford. One thing I would like to tell you about Pat and his farm is that he is very proud of his Sonoma County roots. Whenever you talk to Pat, he is the first one to tell you that this product was grown in Sonoma County. Sonoma sun-grown, he likes to call it. Pat is one of the first farms in Sonoma County, and he is very proud of that, and it shows. If you ever have a chance to visit, you will notice how well it is laid out, how well the product looks, and how organized the farm is. Unfortunately, last year, the glass fire demolished Pat's farm, and more sadly, his home. Having lost everything, Pat has rebuilt his farm and is working on rebuilding his house. Another thing I would also like to express is that whenever local dispensaries come and tour the farm, we hear responses and comments like, "This is the nicest farm we've been to. This product looks great." Pat's response is always, "It's the Sonoma sun." So today I would encourage board members to approve 2260 Los Alamos so that Pat and his family can keep representing Sonoma County and keep making Sonoma proud of its cannabis program. Thank you.
Hey, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, yes, this is Thomas. And, I've been on for a while and just happened to be on this part. I don't really support cannabis that much, but I was going to address the issue of the water. Looking at the topography, the actual map available of the topography, it doesn't show topography correctly according to where the pond is and where the house is and where the hill is. So that pond looks like it's being fed really from a spring or seepage, and which seepage becomes overflow and seepage flows into the creek. And it also could be fed a little bit from the north properties where there's some vineyards and so on. And right now, because there's very little growth up there, it definitely would have overflow in it, overflow characteristics, but it could have had water there because the groundwater is maintained for a long time. And so I don't know much about the use of the water of the or delivery of water or anything. It would have to deliver a lot of water to fill a pond. It would be very obvious. But the point is that there's trees up there that survived the fire because of that pond. There are trees all around that. It was a very dense area. And there's a kind of a change condition. I would recommend that he replant very carefully. Other than that, I have nothing else to say. Thank you.
Thank you. You can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, I'm Mel Halbach and live off Los Alamos Road on Kruger Lane. Lost our house on Kruger Lane during the last fire, and the fire safe roads and water sustainability is reaching critical mass on this road on Los Alamos. Just as relevant is the deterioration of community and safety on Los Alamos Road. The reality is more commercial cannabis traffic exists on Los Alamos, lots of water trucks, and much more traffic than what staff presented this afternoon. It is not pleasant to run into them when I travel by vehicle or bike on that road, which I do frequently. These workers don't live in the community. They have no buy-in with the community. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the board has ever reached a major consensus in supporting community concerns over cannabis grow applications. With this said, I favor cannabis and most likely will continue to support small growers, but not grows that interfere with the best interests and safety of the community. This permit on Los Alamos Road needs to be denied. Thank you.
The next commenters are Bill, Lisa, and Alexa.
Yeah, hi, this is Bill Krawitz. I'd like to talk a little about the location violating the California Fire Safe Road regulations. I think the staff and I believe the fire marshal presentations both clearly stated that this location violates the California Safe Fire Road regulations. In Steve's presentation, he did mention that they reached out to CAL FIRE for their opinion on this site. And when CAL FIRE didn't respond, they went ahead and anyways with this project. I mean, my question is, why do you go forward without their response? Are we worried about what they're going to say? They probably know more about the fire danger than anybody else in the area. Further, I'd like to refer the board to an October 23rd, 2020 letter from the Board of Forestry to Sonoma County regarding their proposal for the to obtain certification for their fire safe road proposal. In summary, and not so nice words, they stated the county's proposal was disingenuous, that no way would your proposal for rural roads make them fire safe? I'd say Los Alamos Road is a prime example here. A commercial operation out there would be irresponsible. Please deny this permit. Thank you.
Okay, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Lisa Lai. I have the other cannabis farm up there on Los Alamos Road, or should I say had, because after the fire, I have been unable to rebuild because I had an indoor location. Pat, on the other hand, has been able to rebuild his farm the very next year. And even after the fire moved through and burned his house down, his plants survived because they are not flammable. They were the only green thing left. And if his plants completely surrounded his home, it probably would have saved his home. He is a local farmer. He grew up in this area. He went to Santa Rosa High School. He is raising his family on the ranch. He is a wonderful farmer and a wonderful friend, and I fully support his project. However, I do think he should have taken a restraining order out against Deborah Epstein for the level of stalking she has done against him. All these folks on Cougar Lane that want to complain about Los Alamos Lane our road, I would encourage you to go ahead and widen your narrow, skinny road before you rebuild your home. Because although there are a couple places up on Los Alamos after it goes skinny, the whole Cougar Lane is super narrow, and you are just coming after us because we're cannabis growers and nothing else. These people on here complaining about the smell or the neighborhood compatibility, you're just showing your true colors that you're anti-cannabis. There are not neighbors up there. The rancher who's up there is a good friends with Pat. Pat is like our mayor up there.
Thank you so much for your
Everyone
comment. That does conclude the time. And the next commenter, please state your name.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi, this is Alexa Wall, and I am in full support of Pat and his farm. And as a resident of Sonoma County, this is exactly the type of farm that I want to see here. Not only, you know, Pat, he lives on the farm with his family. It's a beautiful farm. It's family owned. Pat is he's a community member. He's a fellow farmer who always shows support for other members of the cannabis community. This is not a big out-of-state corporation. This embodies what we want here in Sonoma County. These are the type of farmers that we should be protecting and permitting. His employees do live in the community. I know this because Pat has employed some of my family members before, and I live here in the community. I hear the term commercial operation a lot, and it just strikes a chord with me because, you know, when you go out to his farm, it's beautiful. This is a plant. It's grown in the soil. This is not a big, giant corporate industrial complex. This is what Sonoma County is about. So I fully support this project, and I hope that you guys do, supervisors, as well. Thank you.
The next commenters are Scott, Kim, and David.
Hello.
Hi, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to say, regardless of the complicated permitting process, Patrick, at his own proactive, out-of-pocket expense, has engaged companies, which is ours, to employ DPR licensed pest control advisors and certified crop advisors who are also licensed for nitrogen management planning to help him be a best practices farmer in Sonoma County. In addition, we also work in wine grapes and other mixed vegetable crops. Specifically regards to water, I have several vineyard clients in the Carneros area that took water truck deliveries for 24 hours a day for 6 or 7 weeks straight to fill their reservoirs that are normally surface fill in order to get a grape crop this year. Additionally, I managed the vineyard one ridge over from Patrick for several years that had a grandfathered terraced vineyard that would never be in compliance under current conditions. And I believe Patrick is a quality operator that is the type of person that we want to help figure out how to navigate these muddy waters.
Kim, if you can please unmute and begin your comment.
Hi, yes, this is Kim Gardner. I'm also a permittee in Sonoma County. Listening to this, it's a bit discouraging because Pat exemplifies community and working together, and the same people who have been complaining on this call and requesting denial are the same people who didn't want ministerial permits. And so this is a use permit. They don't want this. They don't want it out in the farmland. They don't want it up on the mountains. Where do they want it? We're supposed to be an environmentally centered county, and growing in industrial space, unless you have a huge solar array, is certainly not environmentally friendly. So pushing us out of any spot where we could have a reasonable grow and a reasonable farm is ridiculous. Pat's been here, grew up here. This is the perfect example of a Sonoma County grown farmer who is part of the county, part of the community, and supports his neighbors. Please stop with all the hysteria. Thank you.
The next commenter, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name's Jamie Bellacino. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I'm the owner of the Hands in the Earth Farm. I'm the CEO of the farm over on Leslie Road. I too was burned down, and it's just insulting to hear a lot of the negative comments about Pat and the things that the people are saying. It feels like they're all competing to see who can use the most logical fallacies in their comments, saying nonsense about the use of water. Okay, well, what if any other farm was on that mountain? Would you approve a vineyard on top of that mountain? Would you be in support of any other kind of farm on top of that mountain? Because if you would be, then you're just a cannabis hater. Okay, and other illogical things I'm hearing. What cannabis farms are flammable? They're too flammable? What? I happen to be an expert witness on that, and I know for a fact that when my farm burned, 9 buildings burned down. Okay, all my crops were rendered useless, but not because they were burned, because they had ash from the buildings on top of them, because they had arsenic inside of them. The plants don't burn. You have to dry them first and then put them in a joint and then smoke them. That's how they burn, if that's what you're thinking. Okay, so if this were a vineyard, would you approve it? That's what I would like you to think about, or you're a cannabis hater. Thank you.
Hi, if you can please unmute and state your name. It's for Sam.
Yes, hello. Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yeah, hello. This is Sam De La Paz, Vice President of the Hessel Farmers Grange. I just want to emphasize here how much I see the antiquated anti-cannabis bias just glooming through here. While these operators are struggling for the past 5 years to survive and actually operate, everybody else who has time on their hands is busy, taking out every single complaint against them that they possibly can, going above the Board of Supervisors of Sonoma County and going to the Board of Forestry. These fire safe road regulations that these folks are referring to are not even in play yet. They're proposed regulations, and we had to bring up the fact that they're trying to expand roads to 20 feet with no regard to EIR, while they're demanding EIR of the cannabis industry. And next to that, we have acres and acres of other agricultural practices here in Sonoma County that are not nearly as constricted and restricted as cannabis is. Pat Bransford is a very stand-up citizen. He's a family man.
He's in a perfect location on top of a hill, exactly where most people want these operations. If you want to suggest that industrial zone is the best place to grow, that is absolutely not the case. Environmentally speaking, that is a higher impact, bigger carbon footprint, and all of those things. I just want to emphasize that I support this CUP, and I hope that you pass this.
The next commenters are Lynn, and then a phone attendee, and David. And just a reminder, it is one comment per person per item. So if you've already spoken once on this, then that would be it for this item.
Hello, my name is Lynn, and I am in support of this project. I think that Pat is a very honest, hardworking man, and he's trying very hard to follow all of the rules that keep putting in front of him, regardless of how they keep changing. He's a small farmer, and he's a local man, and I think he has a beautiful family. He's as far out of town as you could be, up on top of a mountain. So I encourage everybody to think of the facts of this actual project and not of information that's being spoken of that's not true and unrelated. I encourage everybody to pass this project because he's a small farmer who's trying very hard to grow a great product. Thank you.
For the phone attendee, please listen and press *6 to unmute.
Thank you. This is Susan Kirks. I live in Petaluma. I have been with you supervisors all day today, and I just want to first say I appreciate your endurance, and you've just had some really important topics to cover today. And on this particular item, I refer back to the public comment of Ms. Vi Strain a little bit earlier in the multiple comments that you've heard. And I want to encourage you to remember that there are people who live in this area, similar to what Ms. Strain had said, and you have to understand your constituents and the concerns that are truly legitimate that they have related to this application. I just encourage you to really consider that, and I hope you'll make the right decision. Thank you.
Hi, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, give me 1 second. I'm literally pulling up to the curb of my house right now. My name's David Drips. I founder, owner of Petaluma Hill Farms, fellow cannabis farmer with Pat Bransford. I've known this gentleman for about 7.5 years. I think he's one of the best cannabis growers I know. He only grows sun-grown without artificial light, without artificial salt-based toxic fertilizers, pesticides, and herbicides. He's about as organic as you can be, growing in the full sun on top of one of the tallest, most beautiful hills in Sonoma County. His farm cannot be seen from any roadway or public viewpoint. He's been growing there for years. He's a lifelong Sonoma County resident. He retired as a business banker living in Sonoma County. He's owned that land longer than most of the people on Cougar Lane and the rest of Los Alamos who are complaining. You got to remember, these folks moved in, half of them from Alameda and San Francisco and Oakland after gentrifying the cities that they come from. Now they're trying to gentrify our agricultural county. Pat Bransford is one of the best growers I know, in accordance to all regulations and just standard moral practices within the cannabis community, which actually supersedes and surpasses all of y'all's regulatory requirements at state and county level. He's absolutely meeting all the requirements. And as far as these people talk about water trucks hauling up there, I was at his farm in August and I witnessed water trucks filling up from his pond to haul water to his tanks on top of the hill. Because after the fire and losing his home and all the rest of his power and infrastructure and everything, he didn't actually have full capacity to pump water from his pond to his tanks to gravity feed back to his plants. He was not hauling water up the road.
Thank you so much
He was
for the
moving
comment.
water on his.
That does conclude the time. And Supervisor Gore, that concludes public comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. Appreciate you. And thank you for all the public comment, everybody who took the time. I do have to acknowledge that it's been a long day for all of you and for us. We don't like running 3 hours behind either. So coming back to our board, I have an opportunity. Let me see real quickly here. I'm going to pull up my. Any final board questions of the applicant before the hearing is closed, and that's of staff or otherwise? I do have a note here. County Counsel Bob Pittman, I think the question came up a few times, either yourself or Jennifer Klein from our County Counsel office, maybe an explanation of the fire safe roads issue. So I don't know if you want to do that or if you want to pass it to Jennifer.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. I'm going to pass it to Jennifer, who I believe is prepared to respond to that.
Okay.
Thank you. Sort of a few things have come up, and so I'm going to go through them. The first is the comment from Mr. Harrison about his conversation with Ben Nichols in August 2020, and the comment that Mr. Nichols said that he agreed with Craig's concern, and that the regulations don't apply to roads built before 1991. So that was the comment, and in response, I want to point out that the CAL FIRE letter to Mr. Harrison was written by CAL FIRE's attorney. The letter responded to Mr. Harrison's concerns and stated that we don't share your concern, and that letter is in the record at attachment 9. The current Board of Forestry fire safety regulations have been in effect since before the CAL FIRE letter was written. So under no circumstances were we applying the county's old ordinance. The regulations haven't changed since that CAL FIRE council drafted the letter. More recently, CAL FIRE had another opportunity to express any concerns about this project this year, but CAL FIRE did not do so. CAL FIRE accepted the applicant's exceptions to standards, and the current Board of Forestry regulations allow this exceptions to standards procedure. It's set forth in Title 14 of the California Code of Regulations, it's section 1270.06. And pursuant to those regulations, our fire marshal submitted it to CAL FIRE, and CAL FIRE accepted it without sharing any of Mr. Harrison's concerns or anything from any prior investigation. So that's sort of my comment responding to Mr. Harrison's comment. Another comment that was raised was that Los Alamos Road wasn't included in the fire marshal's analysis. And in response to that, you heard testimony here today from the fire marshal that he inspected Los Alamos Road. He granted the exceptions to standard based on the dead end road and its width. The Board of Forestry regulations set forth the process for that exception to standards, which was followed and submitted to CAL FIRE, and accepted. So we have followed the current regulations, and they're allowed exceptions to standards. So I just wanted to clarify, because there were a lot of misstatements in the record about that. And going back to Supervisor Gorin's original question at the beginning of the hearing, whose authority do we follow? That authority is the fire marshal's authority. And that's the authority that you follow. Of course, you do have the ability, if you disagree with the facts, to make different findings on the record. But the package that's been brought forward by staff today is based on his investigation and his findings, and staff and council, we believe that they're supported. And I believe that is all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Council. I appreciate that. I'm going to go to final questions from the board. After that, we'll close the public hearing and have a board deliberation. I want to look over to my right. Supervisor Gorin, do you have any questions? No. Supervisor Rabbit, any questions?
Yeah, and I apologize for prolonging this, but just for my own edification, can you just review what you actually do to verify water availability in this particular case with the runoff? I'm just curious on how staff will look at that. I don't know if it's just based upon the water availability zone, but it's surface water, and it seems very different?
I'll jump in there. So we do have comments from David Kuzmar at the Water Board saying that the Division of Water Rights has determined the existing water right is appropriate for cannabis irrigation and the amount is sufficient to irrigate the amount of cannabis currently being grown. That being said, we do have a number of conditions of approval that require that set limits and require monitoring. Condition 32, for example, requires yearly reporting. So through the existing water right and monitoring how much water is used and available, we'll be able to enforce that the project is in compliance with its project description and information that was put forth in the application.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Okay, so at this point, I want to go back to deliberation. I'll start over here on my right. I know there were questions before about 3 different issues that were brought up. And I want to state for everybody, we're doing our best to get the information. There's comments about illegal transport. There's comments about other grows increasing or others. I think the questions were asked at this point. We got to go also with what's before us in the information that's before us. So I'm interested in my colleagues and where we start from here. I'm going to start with the district supervisor, Supervisor Gorin.
Thank you so much. I really want to thank all of the neighbors. Every time I meet with the neighbors, I learn. I learn. I am on.
Yep.
You can hear me.
Yep.
I learn new and different things. I learn about their experiences during the fire and certainly their availability of water. I also appreciate Supervisor Rabbit's clarifying question just now regarding water. And I think that I asked 3 specific questions regarding some of the items that I heard from the neighbors. And that was about fire safe roads. And I think this issue will follow us for many, many other projects, whether it's cannabis related or not in the future, because we are concerned about fire safety and safe evacuation. And I also want to correct the record. I did not say we shouldn't permit home rebuilding or close the park. I did suggest if we don't, it's raising hypothetical question if we're against permitting this because of fire safety, should we also consider not allowing rebuilding of homes or the access to the park? And clearly I don't support that. I use the park through this entrance and I do drive on this road and my husband bicycles on the road a lot. So I want to thank everybody and especially Jennifer Klein for that last clarifying statement about fire safe roads, whose authority dictates and does the examination. And thank you to our fire marshal, Steve Maturek, for going through the thoughtful process of what makes sense and what doesn't, and looking at this proposal as an asset, because indeed the pond and the storage tanks may provide some element of safety, fire safety, and fire suppression in the future. I'm going to find the project categorically exempt from CEQA and approve the request with conditions for a 5-year limited term use permit for 43,560 square feet, 1 acre of outdoor cannabis cultivation, 10,890 square feet of propagation and distributor and transport only. And I want to thank everybody's sincerity and passion on this issue. And it's a late hour. And thank you all for being patient and waiting through a very long day.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. I'm looking to County Council. That wasn't framed as a motion. Does this need to start as a motion or do we just go straight to a vote? Doesn't matter.
We should take a formal motion in a second,
Okay.
please.
Just
And
if you don't
I
mind saying the word.
move that we find the project.
Okay. Motion forwarded.
Yes.
Yep.
I'll second that.
Okay. Supervisor Hopkins, second. We'll go to a roll call vote.
Good night.
Oh,
Can I
yeah,
just say one
apologize.
quick comment? I
Yeah,
apologize.
no, go right ahead,
I
Supervisor.
do think it's important because I just want to be crystal clear going forward. Obviously, interesting conversation and hearing from the public. I think that, if we all step back and look at the bigger picture, right? Medicinal use has been legal for 25 years, I believe. Recreational use for 5. Voting to legalize use and having a commercial or large-scale cannabis grow is a different matter. And quite frankly, I believe the count right now in California is only about half the counties allow cultivation. So even in the state that legalized cannabis, only half allow that cultivation. I've been consistent about that neighborhood compatibility and impact. This particular case, the houses are so far away that impact is not the same. And I think as we went through the fire risk and the fire safe roads, the water, I think, is an interesting one on this. And I just wanted to make sure I understood that. I don't think the odor, traffic, or safety issues warrant anything other than approving it. So I'll be supportive. And I just wanted to let people know, again, it's that the location is, in my mind, good because it's not impacting the neighbors and it's not seen by anywhere. So I wish you good luck. And to that extent, I'm sure that our system can be improved. We all know that. We're working on that going forward.
Thank you, Supervisor. Marcy, I'm going to go to a formal roll call vote just since we have one
Supervisor
virtual
Gore, I
attendee.
believe Supervisor Hopkins has her hand raised.
Okay. Yeah, Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you. I actually just wanted to take a brief moment. I feel like I'm live from SFO, sort of strange to experience a cannabis hearing on a bus and from an international airport, but I did hear all of the public comments and I want to just thank staff for the excellent work. One of the things that I really appreciated was getting the sign off from the agencies. To me, having that sort of external perspective and that external affirmation that the project was appropriate was sort of a major deciding factor, and really, really appreciate that work. And I also want to thank all of the members of the public for calling in, although I just want to acknowledge that this continues to be such a polarizing issue. And I hope that, as we look at our environmental impact report, that we can move towards some common solutions because it doesn't feel like there's much in the middle. It sort of seems like everyone's on one side of the issue or the other. And hopefully we can move forward with some compromises when it comes to big picture policies. But thank you, Supervisor Gore. Back to you.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. I appreciate that. No comments from my side. So, but I appreciate my colleagues. And so, Marcy, I'm going to have you take us to a vote.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Gore,
Aye.
Chair Hopkins.
Aye.
The ayes have it. That's a 4-0-1 vote. And we will move on to our next item of business. Our last item before we move on to anything. Was there somebody saying something right there? Make sure I don't cut anybody off. Thank you, staff, very much for your time and attention on this issue and for being here late. The next item, County Administrator Bratton, do you want to lead us into this at all?
Sure, thank you. So this is item 9 from our consent calendar that we pulled to regular for the purpose of answering any questions. Yesterday, we received a couple of letters raising issues with our proposal to move the RFP for EMS services forward. And so staff is here to identify if there's any new information from these letters. As you will recall, we've looked at this RFP already twice in March and April. We made changes in April. We submitted it to the state. The state is requiring further changes, and that is what's in front of you today. So I believe Tina Rivera is available as well as staff, and we also have David Rabbit and Linda Hopkins, our EMS ad hoc, available.
Well, I think as this was pulled from consent, I think the interest here would be not to go into a detailed presentation. That's not what was prepared for today, but rather to allow any comments up front from staff or otherwise, or council. And then I'd like to go to public comment and allow us to deliberate a little bit. So I am going to start with I'm going to look over and look to Supervisor Rabbit. And does the ad hoc, you've already introduced this item multiple times. Anything you want to say on this?
No, I think I'm not sure if Supervisor Hopkins or Chair Hopkins is on the line. I think we might have lost that, but I just want to say on behalf of the ad hoc, we've worked hard and long, and of course with staff working doubly hard and doubly long to make sure that the process that was before us is fair and equitable, so that everyone has a fair shot. And I will put it out there. It's disappointing to get a bunch of letters from attorneys the last minute, and maybe that's where this goes. Maybe it's like garbage franchise and every other kind of franchise, but it's unfortunate, especially coming from people who are actually going to partner with one another at some point in the future, to have to talk to one another through attorneys, and one wonders if they're looking to be fair and equitable, or if everyone is just looking to get that leg up to be have a bigger competitive advantage. And it, quite frankly, kind of gets old. So I think today, I know that the clock is ticking. We need to get going. We've delayed it in order to allow everyone to have that opportunity. We need to get the RFP out there, and hopefully we won't end up in court any more than we have to. But I'm confident that what we have in place is fair, and staff has done a good job working through it. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Hopkins, if you're with us, I'll offer the opportunity, but you don't have to.
Supervisor Gore, Supervisor Hopkins is no longer in the Zoom.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I keep calling you supervisor. You can, with the way this is going, you can take my job anytime you want it. County Administrator Brad.
If I may, I just want to allow Tina Rivera or staff to indicate if we're making any proposed changes to what's in front of you as a result of the letters. So if Tina Rivera or Terry Wright can be elevated.
Yes, staff is here, and we do have Terry Wright with us with the County Administrator's Office, Adam Radke, Deputy County Counsel. James Savante is here with us, who's our coordinator for EMS, and then Ken Tassif, who really helped us to make the changes to this RFP. And as Supervisor Rabbit said, we really did our due diligence to really put out an RFP that we felt was really fair and equitable. The structure may look a little different, but we believe that it maintains the focus on quality clinical care. And this, in essence, is an improved tool to help the evaluators understand what the county's priorities and values are. And we've polished up the RFP, and we've made changes based on all of the previous and recent comments and letters that we received on the ad hoc's input, our stakeholder input we received from county purchasing requirements, as well as the state IMSA. So with that, I'm just going to toss it over to Ken, who's just going to walk us through real quickly the new changes that we implemented with the recent letters that we received. Go ahead, Ken.
Thank you, Director Rivera. Appreciate it. If I could share screen briefly. Thank you. I'm just going to go through. We, in looking at some of the elements on the proposal, and asking and reading through some comments that came in very recently, we are asking to make a couple of modifications to the draft proposal. One is pretty simple. We have the proposers conference. It was scheduled for Monday, the week of Thanksgiving. We're asking to move that to the Friday before, so that people that are taking the entire week of Thanksgiving off aren't impacted. The second comment is that this October timeframe was based on the consultant's standard timeline. We believe that we can effectively have the implementation of service start on July 1st, and so we are recommending moving it to that date. We made a slight modification on a reference. Prior the reference was to section 3.2. It had moved during our modifications to 4.1. So we're asking to have that approved. And lastly, based on some stakeholder input. We're adding some clarification to a section on compensation and fringe benefits where we reference the EMS ordinance, County Code Chapter 28, Section 17, that talks about the board's priorities in terms of compensation, in terms of retaining incumbent workers and so on. So those four edits we are asking to make to the presented RFP draft.
And
With that, let me turn it back over to Director Rivera.
thank you. And I was going to ask Terry, did you have, if you wanted to weigh in before I turned it back over to the board?
No, Tina, I just want to echo Supervisor Rabbitt's comments that, staff has done a really nice job of trying to clean this up. It was nice to have Ken Tassif join the team to help polish it up from an organizational perspective in terms of organizing structure of the documents. And I have nothing more to add. Thanks so much.
And so with that, staff is recommending that we move forward with the request for proposal based on all of the feedback that we've received. So with that, I'll just turn it back over to you, Supervisor Gore, for feedback and questions.
Thank you, Director Rivera, and to your entire team. Ken, it's good to see you. I thought you might be preparing to vaccinate another 28 million kids between 5 and 11 years old. All jokes aside, I do want to go to public comment and allow any questions, concerns, or comments to come in. So Marcy, I'm going to go over to you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. I presume that means there's no one in person.
I have no board questions.
Anybody in person out there in La La Land? No, there's not.
Okay, thank you. If anybody would like to comment on this item, which was item number 9 on today's consent calendar originally, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 if you are a phone-in attendee. And I see one hand at present. 2.
Okay, I'm going to do a minute and a half apiece and go right ahead.
Thank you. Hey, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Steve Aker. I am here today specifically in my role as the president of the Sonoma County Fire Districts Association and commenting at the direction of the district's full membership. I want to confirm that you received my written comments that included our Joint Fire Districts and Fire Chiefs Association letter of July 14, 21, supporting a public provider model for emergency ambulance services, and the very troubling letter of recommendation for AMR written by Coastal Valley's administrator, Mr. Cleaver. Astonishingly, to date, we have not yet received a response from the county, DHS, or Coastal Valleys to our letter sent on behalf of all of the fire agencies and fire chiefs in Sonoma County. As an original member of the stakeholder process to develop the RFP, we have not been consulted considering the RFP changes recommended by the state. Unfortunately, this revised draft fails to provide a fair and balanced playing field for all potential bidders, both private and public. With regard to Mr. Cleaver, we feel that he must be recused from this RFP process, just as he was during the 2008 process. His favoritism and bias continues and has resulted in a loss of confidence that this RFP process is or can be fair to all bidders. I am sharing our comments today because as fire districts, our overarching goal is always to provide the best fire and EMS service possible to all of our citizens and communities in Sonoma County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If the next commenter can unmute and state your name.
Hi, I'm Steve Click. I'm president of the board of the Sonoma County Fire District. And first, just want to confirm, it sounds like you have received some of the letters that I've sent and forwarded on. Mostly there were letters that we had sent over at least since March of this year, more detailing some of the issues in the RFP, but they actually go back to July of last year. Trying to get time to meet to discuss some of the issues that we see with it. And basically that's never happened. We've had one brief meeting that didn't get too far into any of the details. And the reality is there are a lot of issues with RFP as it stands right now. But, aside from the legal thing, we're looking at its service. The RFP continues a bad service model. It is not okay when our ambulance from Russian River has to cover calls in Santa Rosa, or Bodega Bay's ambulance has to come in and cover calls in Santa Rosa because the provider there is understaffed. And that's what we're looking at, is really fixing the service model in Sonoma County for its residents in the core for the ambulances. And, the RFP is mostly, as it is, continuing status quo. And that is not okay, in our opinion. Thank you.
And if the final commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Good evening, honorable chair members. My name is Ron Bush. I'm the Deputy Chief of Operations for the Sonoma County Fire District. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you about the current RFP. The Sonoma County Fire District has had no communication from the EMS agency or county government regarding the status of this RFP for the process since April of 2021. The RFP states that the pre-bid conference is mandatory and then goes on to state in another section it is not a mandatory requirement. EMS ordinance requires a mandatory pre-bid conference. We request that you please confirm that the pre-bid conference is in fact mandatory. The draft RFP states throughout the document that service starts July 1 of 22. This this provides as short of a 50-day window for any bidder to stand up a delivery system. The California Fire Chiefs Association is not aware of any county ambulance RFP that provides less than 180 days to stand up a system after the bid award. Is this a move to support the current provider and exclude competitive bids? The draft RFP is not in alignment with the EMS ordinance, laws pertaining to the issuance of the EOA ambulance RFP, and is greatly slanted to the incumbent provider, as evident by part in Mr. Cleaver's letter to endorsing AMR in their Napa bid. I appreciate your time. I know it's been a long day. Thank you for your attention to these details.
Thank you. That will conclude public comment.
Okay. Thank you very much. I do want to sincerely thank the folks who waited on the line that long. There was a request to pull this off of consent. It is an important item. It has been ongoing for 2 to 3 years in negotiation, coming back to our board. I do want to bring it back to the board for deliberation and for a motion. But I think the biggest thing is that I also heard, and I want to acknowledge as well, something that I heard both Supervisors Rabbit and Hopkins talk about before, which is a lot of these discussions about the issues related to coverage, and if there are lacking areas there, a lot of the issues about contracted out services and making sure that there's audit mechanisms embedded into them. I've seen a lot of improvements made by this ad hoc bringing those forward already. I know we have an upcoming contract coming forward for Bells on the 16th of November as well. So I want to thank the ad hoc and staff for really diving into this. And it's frustrating that we don't have consensus across the board, but I want to put it to the board and see if there's any questions or if we want to move to a vote.
Well, I would ask staff to clarify and explain some of the responses that we heard from our fire chiefs regarding timing and the time to stand up the services after the contract award and the perception of a conflict of interest by Mr. Cleaver.
I can speak to the perception of the conflict of interest. I can say that I have spoken with human resources, and I can say that the issues have been addressed appropriately, and that I can also say that this is not currently a problem, and it will not be a problem moving forward. And then I would have either James or Ken can speak to the timeline.
I'm happy to take the lead on the timeline issue. We discussed this internally, and we noted that, the 180 days that was normally included with the consultant was, the standard. But when we saw that there was the comment about less than 180 days, we talked about it internally with staff, and we thought that, no, we weren't just trying to create a situation where it was going to be an automatic extension with AMR, the current provider. And so given the fact that the timeline has been condensed in terms of what was originally planned, we thought that if we were able to demonstrate that, no, we do want to see what type of proposals out there, and that if we believe that we can identify a clean transition, whether it's with the current provider or a new provider, that we would be able to work that out in the future. So that's where we decided to make that change as a part of the offering going from October back to July. I wanted to tee that up in terms of what the conversation was, but I did want to, defer to either Ken or James if they wanted to add anything to that, what I've offered.
And I just want to thank everybody involved in this. Boy, has it been a long process. And I just appreciate the amendments and the corrections that you just entered into the record. What is it, 183 pages? Oh, and of course, I read every word of it. But the major concern or the charge levied is that the process is somewhat biased in favor of the current provider. And are we absolutely sure that the RFP and the timeline and all of the conditions involved in the RFP does not bias the outcome?
Yes, we spent a lot of time ensuring that there was no bias. We wanted to ensure a fair and equitable process for both public and private providers. So we wanted to level the playing field and ensure that all had the ability to provide, submit their proposals and applications, and could be, therein we provided the preamble language with respect to our priorities and values, and also level set with respect to the court scoring sheet, so that we could ensure that individuals were scored appropriately as well. And Ken, I don't know if you wanted to add some additional comments with respect to this.
Yeah, thank you, Director Rivera. I suppose I'd say I have 10 years of HR background, professional HR management experience, and a lot of experience, not so much in EMS RFPs, but in evaluation instruments. And I can tell you that we have done everything possible to ensure a level playing field for all proposers. Above and beyond that, I'm also a compliance officer by trade, and I can assure you, I applied the ethics of my profession in assisting with the reorganization and the evaluation of this RFP. I do believe it is a fair and equitable RFP, and I will continue to be part of this process. And many of the commenters know me from my time in the COVID response, and know that I have that credibility to ensure a fair process.
Thank you, Ken. I appreciate your response and the efforts of everyone to create a fair process. We know that emergency response is one of the most important services that we collectively provide, and we have taken our time to get it right. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gore. I wanted to respond in part to Supervisor Gorin's questions and a few of the public comments that I heard. I agree completely with Ken. We have worked very, very hard to create a level playing field through the RFP process. And I can say that, on the EMS ad hoc, we were nickel and diming, literally with respect to the scoring sheet to ensure, for instance, that there was adequate innovation and sort of, additional supportive services bonuses that, could sort of create new opportunities for a provider who came in with a different mindset or a different goal or a different mentality. It's very difficult, we learned over this process, to compare very dramatically different service models, right? A public versus a private, for instance. And we really worked hard to create a field in which either an apple or an orange could compete, because it was, it is in many ways like comparing apples and oranges. I did also want to respond to sort of the lack of responsiveness from April. There might not have been formal communications, but I did make myself regularly available to both public and private providers to answer questions about the process or sort of provide information, just in real time of, okay, yeah, we're hoping to get the RFP out at this time. We've made every effort, I believe, to be transparent. It's a tough process, and we have worked really hard. So is it perfect? No, but is this pretty close? And have we worked really hard and come a long way? Yes.
Well, thank you very much, Supervisor Hopkins. I want to bring it back to the board for either a motion to approve or a motion to deny or whatever is on the table. Supervisor Gorin?
I guess I have one more clarifying question. With the amount of equipment that needs to be purchased and put out on the street, if someone besides AMR would provide the correct answers and get the contract, would they have some time in order to purchase and receive all of the equipment to put them in action?
I can take that one. I would say yes. As we enter into a contract with whomever the provider would be, that would be we would go into negotiation, if you will, with that particular provider and, assess what additional time would be needed, et cetera, and work with that particular provider to ensure whatever was needed. We'd work those particular contract pieces out to ensure that appropriate time was allowed for them to stand up their operations. So absolutely.
Thank you. I do need to thank the ad hoc committee of David Rabbit and Linda Hopkins, because they really understand all of the issues backwards and forwards and have probably spent a lot of time on this discussion, as have you all. So I'm looking to Supervisor Rabbit. You want to make the motion?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make the motion to proceed with the RFP as in accordance with the staff report with the changes that were dictated to us earlier.
And if Linda wants the second, great. If not, I will.
I would happily second. Thank you.
Marcy, vote. Motion properly moved and seconded.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you everybody for coming. Thank you staff. For all of us, we sign up for this when we get elected, but keep you here until 7 p.m. and I can see either in your real or like James' real office, it looks like, but the rest of you might have fake backgrounds. So bless you all. And what did Susan Gorin say at the end of my first board meeting? Good night and good luck.
Yeah, we're not done yet.
Yeah, so we're going to move on to public comment on items not listed on the agenda.
If I may,
Right?
Supervisor Gore, we
Or do we have-
need to do report out from closed session before we go. to
Okay,
public
thank you very
comment.
much. Yeah. Do
And are
we,
we going to-
I don't have the agenda in front of me. Do we also have to do board member reports? Okay, yeah. So let's do, I'll let you go first, Bob, if you want to do a report out on closed session.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. This afternoon, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to consider the matters listed as items 37 through 40B on today's agenda. Item 37 was withdrawn and was not considered by the board. On item 38, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to confer with legal counsel on anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation in one matter. No reportable action was taken. Direction was given to County Counsel. Item 39 was continued by addendum to November 16th and was not considered by the board this afternoon. On item 40, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to confer with legal counsel on existing litigation in the bankruptcy matter entitled in regards to PG&E Corporation and Pacific Gas and Electric Company. No reportable action was taken. Direction was given to County Counsel. On item 40A, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to consider the Public Employee Appointment Director of Health Services. No reportable action was taken. Direction was given to the council, the county's labor negotiator. On item 40B, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session with its real property negotiators, Caroline Judy, Michael McShay of CBRE, and Brian Hutcherson of North Bay Property Advisors to consider the price and terms of sale for the sale of 71.5 acres of the former county hospital campus located along Shenate Road and Belvedere Way. No reportable action was taken. Direction was given to the county's real property negotiators. And that concludes today's closed session report out.
Thank you very much. I'm going to look to my colleagues on board member reports on assigned boards, councils, commissions, or other attended meetings. Anybody ready?
It's late past.
No. Okay. Supervisor Rabbit.
October 19th, EMS ad hoc. Speaking of which, the 20th Smart Board, big news there. Eddie Cummins is the new general manager. He'll be here at the end of the month.
Okay.
Look forward to that. 21st, Golden Gate Bridge, Highway Transportation District, Transportation Finance and OPEB Committee. BCDC that afternoon, filling in as an alternate for Supervisor Gore. ABAG Finance and Executive Board that evening, and then a joint ABAG MTC meeting where we passed Plan Bay Area 2050, which was the big news after 4 years in the making. I do have and I wish I had it with me. I thought I did, but I have about a 5 or 6 page summary of the high points for that, which includes actually a universal income component to it. So interesting stuff there. 22nd, Golden Gate Bridge, Labor, Governmental Affairs, Board of Directors meeting. The 25th, we had a Sonoma Valley GSA meeting. 27th, Sonoma County Mayor's Committee, people with disabilities. I know some of us were on MTC Audit Committee, MTC Commission meeting, MTC BATA and BAFA meetings, the Bay Area Infrastructure Finance Authority, MTC workshop that day as well. I did go up to Santa Rosa that evening and gave out that presentation that we had for the Veteran of the Year. And then on the 28th, the MTC workshop, the second day, another EMS ad hoc meeting, Petaluma Valley Groundwater Sustainability Agency. And then yesterday, we did have a WAC TAC meeting on Sonoma Water. That's it for me.
That's quite a week. Thank you very much, Supervisor. From my side, I just wanted to report out on one thing for my colleagues to be aware of is that I did join an ad hoc that was sponsored. Well, it's an ad hoc on the Potter Valley project with Congressman Huffman. And there was a lot of discussion on the process going forward or where we're at with kind of an impasse with some of those issues. And so as appropriate, we'll share that information with the rest of the supervisors. Our water delivery is of prime importance. Supervisor Hopkins, one last final hurrah. Appreciate you.
Thanks. So I just want a quick report out. I did have those 2 EMS ad hoc meetings that Supervisor Rabbit mentioned, also a Bay Area Air Quality Management Legislative Committee, as well as a meeting of the Board of Directors. Also had a First 5 Commission. And let's see, I don't think we had the Santa Rosa or another Bay Area Air Quality Management District Mobile Source and Climate Impacts meeting. And we also hosted our sort of quarterly Roseland Village meeting, excited to be making progress on that, as well as our Lower Russian River Municipal Advisory Council meeting. And I believe that brings me up to date.
Okay, thank you. You weren't at the Rohnert Park Municipal Advisory Council meeting?
I actually was at a Rohnert Park Women in Business meeting,
Oh, that's right.
oddly enough, but I did attend a luncheon down there with Jackie Elward, having been invited and run it by the district supervisor, the current district supervisor.
Yeah, there you go. Supervisor Hopkins, bon voyage. Good luck. Represent us well out there, and know your passion, just like a lot of us here for this. But appreciate you being out there representing Sonoma County. So be loud and proud. And with that being said, we're going to move to comments on items not listed on the agenda, and I'll pass it over back to Marcy to manage those.
Thank you. If you can please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad if you would like to comment on this section of the agenda.
And Marcy, we're gonna do this at 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you. And the first commenter is Jana, then Christy and Joan.
Good evening, friends. This is Jana Blunt, president of SEIU 10-to-1's Sonoma County chapter and employee of the Recorder's Office. As you know, until ARPA funds start being allocated in December, you'll be hearing from many of your workers right here to demand a hazard pay bonus. We county employees are in our 6th week of demanding this due to the excessive hardship, dangerous conditions, and financial impact placed against us as public servants and essential workers. En última instancia, la legislación ARPA existe para abordar la inequidad. La fuerza laboral de nuestro condado consiste en muchos trabajadores Latinx que han sido colocados al frente y al centro de esta pandemia. Por favor, recuérdelos cuando haga sus cálculos. Es más probable que sean mujeres que paguen menos y que hayan experimentado una mayor exposición al coronavirus. Thank you.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Christy Booth. I'm represented by ESC. I work for Sonoma County Behavioral Health on the Integrated Recovery Team. I work with adults with co-occurring substance use disorders and severe mental illness. I go into the community and meet with clients in all sorts of places, and I help them make incredible changes in their lives. One of my clients reflected to me that it was a conversation we had in her motel room just 1 year ago in the middle of the pandemic that finally pushed her to enter substance use treatment. Now she's working 2 jobs, she's with her kids, and she just celebrated 1 year of sobriety. Frontline workers show up and support the community, rain or shine, pandemic or not. Please show us that our work is valued and appreciated. And please send the message to would-be county workers that Sonoma County takes care of its own. Please approve our hazard pay bonus. Thank you.
Great. Please unmute and state your name.
Hello, I'm Joan Finkel, part of SEIU 1021. I work at the Clerk Recorder Assessor and Registrar of Voter offices. I am demanding the board please approve our hazard pay. The pandemic has been hard on all of us, and we've been working every single day. Some of us at home, some of us in the office, but either way, there's been a hardship that this pandemic has pushed on us. I myself am a high-risk individual, and so I started a new job with the county at the beginning of the pandemic, and learning to work from home was a change, and I did have to buy home office equipment. It was expensive, and I very much believe that everybody, whether they're in the office taking risks there or having to expend their own resources at home, deserves hazard pay. Thank you.
Hi, if you can please unmute and state your name.
My name is Kristen Boyd, and I am with SEIU. I work at the jail as a detention assistant. I also work with janitors there. And since the pandemic, within 3 months of the pandemic, 3 of our detention assistants went out on injury. Another one retired, and the rest of us were left to fill the gaps. Before the vaccine was available to us, every single one of our janitors tested positive for COVID, and one of our detention assistants became severely ill. Luckily, we all recovered, but we've been working really hard in very tough conditions, often going into the modules to serve the inmates that are there and also supplying all the supplies there. And our janitors were directly cleaning up messes in the cells. We're asking for hazard pay. Thank you for your time.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Jackie Leonard. I work for Sonoma Water as an account clerk. I became sick with COVID on March 12th of 2020. I was a long hauler and coughed for 4 months, but after 2 weeks, I went back to work mostly from home. On the days when I had to physically go into the office, I was very willing to wear a mask, but it exacerbated my breathing problems after having had COVID. Many workers at Sonoma Water risk contracting COVID to keep our water flowing, our sewers working, and our rivers and creeks clean. Working from home also means paying higher utilities, needing to tend to our families, dealing with isolation, as well as marginalization that can occur to targeted workers during a crisis. The level of stress is real. The physical consequences to workers are real. The workers of Sonoma County should have a hazard pay bonus. Thank you.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Lily Roman. I'm a social worker for Human Services Department Housing Support Program, and I'm a member of SEIU. I'm speaking today to advocate for hazard pay for Sonoma County employees. Having worked for the county for 14 years now, I have witnessed time and time again, not only myself, but all Sonoma County employees be the frontline essential workers for our communities, particularly our communities who are most at risk. During the past firestorms, I have worked in the local assistance center, emergency operations center, and have done overnight shifts at our shelters. I'm also a mom of 3 who had to abruptly shift into gears and provide educational support and guidance for my children during distance learning, while also having a newborn in the middle of the pandemic. It has been really rough. As a social worker for housing support program, I have had to show up to encampments, shelters, hotels to meet my clients where they're at, all at the while worrying about contracting COVID-19 and bringing it home to my children and toddlers. We deserve hazard pay now. Thank you.
Next commenter is a phone attendee, so please press *6 to unmute and state your name.
Rob McGilly of the 9/11 Truth Campaign, proud of it. The Twin Towers collapsed 20 years ago were Bush-botched demolitions that murdered 2,763 New Yorkers. Ask 6 weeks World Trade Center lessee Larry Silverstein, desperate Enron builder Ken Lay, boss Dem Willie Brown, or communist China. The second 110-story steel tower collapse, the North Tower collapse, was a second bad boy, born-again Bush-botched terrorist insurance scam. Our president's lust caused 2,888 unplanned murders on 9/11. Ask the Donald or his lawyer Rudy Tootie Giuliani. The only elected public servant who respects our investigations is Sonoma, California, Sheriff Mark Essick. Our representative in Congress, Jared Huffman Puffman, does not want 9/11 truth campaigners in We the People's San Rafael office.
Thank you
Our
for your
former
comment.
U.S.
That does
Senator
conclude
for
the time. Next commenter, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Okay, this is Roseanne, continuing with the document. Our former U.S. Senator for California's pedophiles, Kamala Harris, served Shadow President Boss Dem Willie Brown, the Wizard of Deception, and his top protection racket client, Communist China, as our Vice President to the pedophile and 10 times documented traitor who can't stay awake. Did you know, just months before 9/11, the World Trade Center's lease was sold to Larry Silverstein. Silverstein took out an insurance plan that fortuitously covered terrorism. After 9/11, Silverstein took the insurance company to court, claiming he should be paid double because there were 2 attacks. He won and was awarded $4,550 million.
And thank you. That does conclude the time. Please unmute and state your name for the next commenter. Thomas, if you can please unmute.
Hi, I'm sorry, I didn't know I was coming up. I want to let you go. I actually was going to talk about something. I'll just prefer to send you the email that I'd sent to Supervisor Corsi, and it's about the RFP regarding the climate change and adaptation plan. And particularly in that it said, a statement about why it's replete within the county that there is inequities, and it was more of a prophecy. It wasn't intended to be, but it certainly became that. And I'll just send it. It's an email and an attachment. I hope you read it. Thanks, and have a great evening. You're champions. You're champions.
And the next commenter is a phone attendee. Please unmute. And this person's a phone attendee. You press *6 to unmute.
Hi, this is John from the 9/11 Truth Campaign. We the betrayed people paid the interest. USDebtClock.com. The United States national debt that we the people never approved. 28,748,235,570,832.20. U.S. states national debt per person that I never approved. 85,370.30. 20 on 11/2/21 on at 1 p.m. our national debt was 28,748,235,578,832 minus 20.
Thank you. That does conclude the time. Sasha, if you can please unmute and begin your comment.
My name is Sasha Cohen, and I'm here with the SEIU 1021 Truth Campaign and proud of it. I'm reading a statement from my coworker. I am speaking to request hazard pay. My coworkers and I have been labeled essential workers, and we have been asked to report into the office multiple times a week during this public health emergency. Every time we report into the office, we are potentially exposed to COVID-19. Even while vaccinated, the science has shown we would still contract COVID-19 and spread the virus to others. Having my first child during this pandemic really put the importance of COVID-19 safety to the forefront for me. Due to medical reasons, I was able to telework from home 100% of the time. However, was then informed that I would be required to come to the office multiple days per week. Since I've been back there, there's been multiple emails to notify me of potential workplace exposure to COVID. And in every instance, I went in on my own time to get tested to assure I did not contract the virus that I would pass on to my daughter, who's under 2. My daughter's too young to be protected by vaccination. COVID isn't going away. The low-risk job is now a hazardous one.
And the next commenter is a phone attendee. Please state your name.
Rich Hannon, 9/11 Truth Campaign. Moving our county administration office for no good reason distracts you and our local government from enforcing our precious constitutions, which are the only protection against oppressive, corrupt government. Sonoma County is suffering under the worldwide communist China's created pandemic that has destabilized the entire world economy with the highest rampant inflation recorded in U.S. history with no end in sight. We, the deceived and betrayed people, need you to help remove pedophile President Joe Biden from office to reclaim and enforce our national borders and national sovereignty that he treasonously opened as he determines to be necessary under public law, martial law 107243. Having no enforced borders justifies and facilitates U.S. detainment of over 37,805 purchased children at our
Thank you.
southern
That does
border in
conclude
July
the
and August.
time. And the next commenter is Michael. Please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Mike Sanford. I work as an extra help park aide and I'm a local 1021 chapter officer. As a frontline worker who has to interact with the public face to face, as well as janitorial work, oftentimes with the public without wearing masks, I strongly urge you to pass hazard pay as well as a living wage COLA with back pay for my coworkers and I who are the lowest wage county employees. Thank you.
And if the next commenter is a phone attendee, can please unmute and state your name. Once again, the next commenter is a phone attendee.
Okay, you're unmuted.
Go ahead.
Hello, I'm John Jankel. Am I on?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we are the 9/11 Truth Campaign. You've been talking this afternoon quite a bit about the local problem with some local farmers. The fact is, we are going to lose our democracy if you keep ignoring our work. We have a president who walks away from opening the border, the south border of our country, to destroy this country for communist China. We've been after you for years to try to help we the people and 9/11 Truth Campaign straighten this mess out. And your failure to do that is treason. I've told you that before. And I now have many exhibits to hold you accountable. And you're going to hear from us. Well, I'd like very much for us to have a meeting.
Thank you for the comment. That does
maybe
conclude the time. And the next commenter is a phone attendee. Please unmute and state your name.
This is Mary Morrison, and I'm going to continue what John was saying. We have a president whose every action the past year has been against we the people, and actually is in support of all of the reports that he is a traitor that has accepted millions from China and Russia, and all he's doing is shutting down our pipeline, costing thousands of jobs, approving Russia's pipeline, which proves that he's serving Russia, and then he is awarding immigrants' families $450,000 for separating them during Trump's administration. And he went to the Pope, who is the #1 pedophile of the world, and he is there for Halloween, which only supports rumors that they're Satanists. And I know that this sounds really wild, but if you do the research, you will see that it's true, unfortunately.
Does conclude the time. Jesse, if you can please unmute and state your name before beginning.
Hi, my name is Jesse. I'm with the SCIU. I'm an extra help park aide out at Dorn Beach. I'd first like to commend you for being able to stomach this inane, poorly delivered dribble from these 9/11 people. And secondly, I'd like to say that we deserve hazard pay as frontline workers. We are essential employees. We handle trash. We interact with restrooms and we clean them on a daily basis. We can see upwards of hundreds of people sometimes, most of which are not wearing masks. We clean out campsites frequently as well, which people leave completely trashed, as well as, they don't wear masks on their campsite as well. We're exposed on a daily basis, and it's really risky for us to be coming home and bringing this to our family and loved ones. And I think for that, we deserve hazard pay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next commenter, if you can please unmute and state your name. The next commenter is a phone attendee. If you can please press *6 to unmute, you should be able to begin.
Karina from the 9/11 Truth Campaign. On December 11th, 2020, the 9/11 Truth Campaign in Grayton, California, attempted to file a petition for a redress of grievance Exhibit 50 in the County of Sonoma, California Superior Court, entitled Petition for Extraordinary Relief in the in the nature of prohibition prohibiting 5 times documented traitor Joe Biden from holding any office under the USA. That details is treasonably authorizing public betrayal, Martial Law 107243, and petitions the court to direct our California Secretary of State to nullify all voters for Joe Biden in the November 2nd, 2020 California election ballots on the grounds that he gave aid and comfort to enemies of the state. Evidence
Thank you. That does
by
conclude
China.
the time. And if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name. So for a phone attendee, if you can please press *6 to unmute. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing you unmute at this time. Any comments can be emailed to bos@sonoma-county.org. The next commenter can please unmute and state your name. And this is for a phone attendee.
Daniel from the 9/11 Truth Campaign. On October 16, 2002, Senator Joe Biden and 372 other documented traitors in the 107th Congress treasonously authorized 9/11 attempted wife killer President Bush to use the armed forces of the United States as he determines to be necessary. In violation of the Constitution for the United States that grants exclusive power to declare war to Congress, not to the President. The President has been unconstitutionally called for our Commander-in-Chief ever since the last 5 constitutional wars in World War II. Joe Biden is one of the thousands of 9/11 collapse liars in our U.S. government. He could not be dirtier public servant. Number 6, the day after the inauguration on January 20th, 2021.
Thank you. That does conclude the time. And the next commenter is a phone attendee, so please listen and press *6.
Within 1 year after his rigged 2020 election, a legitimate pedophile President Joe Biden harms thousands of Americans by shutting down the Keystone XL pipeline serving Russia. He approved the Russians' Nord Stream 2 pipeline blocked by President Donald Trump. Kremlin has a track record of using gas politically in the 2000s. Russia twice cut supplies to a Western leading government in Ukraine, causing widespread shortages throughout Eastern Europe and leaving people shivering in unheated apartments in mid-January. Quoting the New York Times article, a Russian pipeline changes direction and energy politics game to a farce. By Andrew E. Kramer, Exhibit 8. People were freezing during the winter because Russia withheld natural gas for political reasons. Most recently, Kamala Harris tells migrants not to come to U.S., lays out against
Thank you for the comment, and that does conclude the time. And Chair Pro Tem Gore, that does conclude public comment.
Thank you, Clerk. Marcy, Wolchek, appreciate you. Okay, I want to thank my board. I want to thank staff, my colleagues, everybody. It's been a long day, but productive. So we're going to stand and we have one adjournment. And I want to thank my colleague Supervisor Rabbit for acknowledging this. We have one adjournment, and I think we'll make it a county-wide adjournment. and it's for William Bill Davis, father of Grant Davis, head of Sonoma Water. Well, join me in a moment of silence. Grant, we honor your loss and a life well lived. Thank you, everybody. Good night.